Now you can go.
Once again, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Budget Saturday. Thanks for coming out on this early, cold morning to discuss the FY27 budget. We have the Finance Committee, Select Board here, and some department heads to review the budgets. Just a couple of housekeeping things. Our Finance Director, Hung-Hwa Lee, is sick. The rest of her family had been sick, and she started coming down with symptoms yesterday, so I invited her to not join us today, but she will be remote. So she'll be here for any questions and following the budget as we proceed through the day.
Feel better, Hung-Hwa?
She in yet?
Oh, am I just talking to myself?
Once you text her and just
Well,
see
you
if
know
she's
what?
joining.
It's out there. That's right.
So there, the food, snacks, coffee are over there. Just get up at your leisure, get your stuff. Be careful about tapping the microphones because we're recording and this will be put out, to the public later. First thing I wanted to mention is that next year, a year from now, Budget Saturday would normally fall on January 2nd. And I think that's probably not a great day to get up early and start talking about budget. Myself, I don't go to the ball drop anymore, but I'm thinking, should we consider pushing it back a week? I mean, we got a year to decide, but it seems to make sense if Friday is the New Year's, and then to show up here the next morning. So I think we ought to think about pushing it to January 9th, which would be the second Saturday.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't see any.
Okay, so we'll plan on doing that.
No, I'm gonna do it the second.
Oh, okay, Bob, you'll be here by yourself. Make the quiche, okay?
And then Capital Saturday still falls okay. The first Saturday is the 6th.
Oh,
Okay.
that's actually perfect. If the first Saturday is a 6, it's still a month.
Yep.
There we go.
Yep, so we'll be fine. All right, so we're going to start with the second agenda item, which is a levy and budget overview from Tony. Then we'll hand it over to Rajan for budget outlook, and then we'll go to three of the department heads, starting with DPW, then police, then fire, and then Rajan will go through some of the other departments in town. So, Tony.
Yeah, so first we should call the Finance Committee to order, noting the time at 8:34. And we have here Michelle Ryan, Joe Stolpin, John Griever, Maria Nayland, John Connor, and myself, Tony Newton. Do you want to call your meeting to order?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, I'd like to call the Boxborough Select Board to order. It is 8:36 a.m. on January 3rd, 2026. And joining me today is Wes Folks, Bob Stempel, I'm Kristen Hilberg, Priya Sundaram, and Sam Anderson. And before you start, I just have to say a couple of things.
Of course.
Well, no. Oh, Hung-Hwa, we hope you feel better. Hi. Take lots of breaks and drink your tea. Good. So just thinking about today, we are here, in my mind, for three things. And, we have been elected and appointed. We represent all walks of life in Boxborough, residents, businesses, all ages, demographics. So it's pretty exciting to see this group of people. And to my mind, our goals today are threefold. One is creating fiscal solvency. Fiscal sustainability is my number 2, and then social responsibility. So I think that for me, by keeping those three things, solvency, sustainability, and social responsibility kind of front and center, I think that's the ultimate goal, is that we create and maintain the best Boxborough for everybody that we can. The other thing is, I know this is not the easiest year. The last couple of years have been a lot easier. We're going to have to make tougher decisions this year. If you find yourself getting stressed out or angry, feel free to walk out. If you're getting peckish, go get a snack. But let's kind of get through today. Let's hear each other. I think that, I know for me, when I get frustrated or snippy, I stop listening. So I'm going to work really hard to not do that and hope that everybody else can do the same thing. So that's all I had.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So to start off, I just want to orient everyone on the numbers we have at the moment based on the current budget model. So this first slide here is about the levy limit and where that actually stands. So just to orient you on this, this is, I should be sharing on Zoom. Sorry, sorry about that. I'm not even in Zoom actually, so that's my first problem. Can somebody else get into Zoom?
Can you come up and share it?
I'm not sure. Where's the Zoom link actually? Is it in the?
Want me to get on Zoom?
Yeah. Can you share this? Can you share this with Hung-Hwa?
Hold on, though, because it's going to take me a hot second.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, just keep-
Kristen wants me to walk away. If I get angry, I may just smack you.
And Hanwha has seen this, so you could probably.
Yeah,
start
Hongwa,
talking
you have
about
you
it.
have these slides anyway,
Ready?
Hongwa, so you can probably follow along on this.
Okay.
So the green is DOR official numbers that have been submitted over the years. The purple are inputs that we made on this model, and the blue are calculations. So going down on the right-hand column, you'll see we added a 2.5% allowed levy increase. Sure. Okay.
I don't have a link for the Zoom meeting. It's not posted.
Yeah.
Sorry. So,
And then we have a number for new growth. Now got an echo on the Zoom, I think.
chaos.
Which we put in at 150,000, which is less than last year, but the new growth numbers are declining year on year. So that was something we can debate whether that's the right number or not. So that gives you a levy limit increase of 3%. If we then add in excluded debt, which is declining year on year, our total allowable levy is now 29,701,506, which is a 2.7% increase on last year. Interestingly, if you scroll down here to the bottom, you'll see the numbers for previous years. So levy limit growth has been declining year on year over the last 5 years. Last year it was 3%. Levy growth has been declining. This year, the levy growth, I mean, this is a sort of surprising number that comes out of this. If you look at the number on the levy line there, that pink number there, our levy growth this year on the current model is actually 1.9%. So lower. I was quite surprised by that number, actually. And I can talk you through how we get to that number on the next slide. But basically what we're seeing is declining growth, declining levy growth, and our assessed value is also declining over time. So we're in a sort of declining situation across all of those metrics. So that's where we stand in terms of the levy limit. So then we have the budget itself. And if we look at the budget, it's broken into I've broken it into administration, which is all of the stuff in the town budget which is really not controllable. This is healthcare costs, pension costs, insurances, debt servicing. So that increases 6.6% year on year. And then the town other, which is all the stuff we can control, Mike's done a pretty good job of bringing this down to a 2.3% increase year on year. We've added in here a $200,000 cost for new debt servicing. We think there's going to be new bonding in the town meeting, which we need to account for interest costs on that. So that's an estimate. The Acton Boxborough District budget, I think, is pretty well set now, at 5.3%. So it gives us an overall increase across all of those of 5.3% on the operating budget. But then when you come down to the bottom here, the actual levy increase is actually only 1.9%. So the question is, why is that so different to the operating budget? What's changed? So things have changed in the overall budget from last year that affect that number. So one thing is that within this there are no allowances for any ATM articles that are raised and appropriate. Last year we had quite a few of those with salary increases, etc. So we can have nothing this year in this model, basically. The other thing that's different in here is we have no overlay reserve allowance because that was we actually budgeted 100,000 last year. I think they actually took 300,000 actually. So that was a big fairly big number out of that. But the biggest difference actually is in where we see income. So last year we have budgeted 1.7 million for revenues, so that is local receipts and state aid. Our actual numbers for revenues have been running about 2.6 million for a couple of years. So we've always been getting, turning back to free cash about $500,000 every year from revenues that we've over budgeted or under budgeted the actual revenue number. So if we take a more realistic number on that, and again, I would take debate on what that number should be from the experts about whether we're overestimating now on that number, but that's where I think we'll come in terms of the revenues for the year. So if you take all those differences into account, that's what turns a 5.3% increase in the operating budget down to a 1.9% increase in the levy. And that leaves us with a 1.1 million buffer before we get to the levy limit, basically. Any questions on that, any of that?
Tony, just one quick one on the revenues, 1.7 versus 2.6. That's the budgeted number, 1.7, or is that the actual number?
1.7 is what we budgeted for FY26 for this year.
Right. Where are we right now?
FY25, we budgeted a similar number,
Yeah.
and we actually brought in 2.6 million.
So we brought in this year 2.6 million?
This year, I don't know so far, because this year's not over, right?
That's what I was wondering.
We're tracking for the same number, I believe, yeah.
So we're tracking at 2.6?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I'll take Hongwa's point of view, and I'll take Mike's point of view, and whether that's, correct or not. Obviously, it's a big swing to think about. So we need to
Well, that's really what it is.
We need to be sure about this, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're on track to get 2.6.
If that's $1 million off, then our levy capacity is gone.
So do we know where that million off has been in the past? Because you said it's been a couple of years, right? Do we know where that difference has been?
It's always been in local receipts, isn't it? When we looked at it before in FinCom, we've looked at local receipts, and they've always been much higher than we expected.
And spread across a lot of
But do we
different
know,
areas.
so then
Yeah.
I guess what we would need to make sure of is the analysis on what that is, right?
Right.
Was it because was it a year that Enclave came on board, or something happened on one of the commercial properties that came on board? To
Yeah.
understand what that increase is,
Yeah.
right? Because
Yeah.
was it that we reassessed houses? You
Right.
know?
Yeah, with local receipts, it's not real estate. This is all about food tax, hotel tax, motor vehicle tax, that sort of stuff. I think is in that bucket, which
Need
is
to understand.
yeah.
Dig
yeah.
a little bit
Yeah,
into previous
Hotel and
years.
meal is one that I've underestimated the last several years, mainly with not knowing what's going to happen at Regency. But year after year, they come on strong with conferences and room bookings and things like that. And it's one that I've been hesitant to overestimate those revenues. But again, they've been coming in strong. So I think this is a fair estimate to put in for this year, hoping that they track as they have in the last couple of years.
I had a couple of questions about like the CPC funds. That's a big jump. Do we know that that's what the state has allocated for
Well,
us?
in terms of the model, what we've assumed here is that all the ATM articles are funded by bonding, free cash, or CPC. So whether the CPC is higher or lower here, we're assuming whatever CPC we spend, we get. So I don't. That number could be anything really, but it won't affect the model because we're just
so this is
we're
what
balancing
we're
it out.
Not necessarily what the state's going to allocate.
Right,
us.
yeah.
Okay.
So this is just, in terms of the model, this doesn't really affect the number at the bottom.
But can't we calculate that? I mean, it's a certain percent, I can't remember, for 1 or 2% of the levy. I mean, we can calculate that.
But we don't want that for income.
But we
Because-
No, definitely not. But I'm just saying it is a number that we can have some assurance.
But we don't always spend all of that, right? So,
No, we don't,
So CPC is what...
So it's the
if-
balance remaining in their fund plus additional revenue.
No.
Well, we go to ATM, right, and we say, this is going to be funded from CPC.
Right.
So that much we take from CPC funds to fund it. I'm assuming that everything that goes out from town meeting for CPC, we pay for by CPC. So it's
Gotcha,
complete,
okay.
it's perfectly balanced,
These are
whatever it
just
is.
the projects for this year.
Yeah,
That we
yeah.
know about
Yeah.
through our,
Through
right,
through
through our
what they were
liaison
Yeah.
group, yeah.
Oh,
So
where it
Joe
was
will
under
come back.
income and revenues, I
Right,
didn't think
no,
that would be an
that's just-
expense.
That's where that money's coming in, because it's going out on the other side
Yeah.
for the projects, if all the warrant articles get approved as presented right now.
It's a source of revenue.
Right.
Right, we haven't allocated
Not
it.
technically revenue, it's just,
Well,
Yeah.
it's a
it
source.
is,
It's a
yeah.
sum.
It's a source.
So where is it
Yeah.
reflected in expenditures then?
So ATM articles, bond,
articles.
free cash, other. So that's CPC will be in there. So
Okay.
what we're assuming is that
Okay, thank you.
within all the ATM articles, they're all covered by either free cash, bonding, or CPC.
All right, and I want to jump in right now, and especially for people, this is only their first, second, third year, ask questions. I am totally not afraid to say, I don't know what something is, so I'm hoping that you all will too. If there's something that is not making sense to you, ask now, because this is the foundation for the rest of our meeting.
What is TNC?
Yay, Priya! Be vulnerable, that's right.
TNC is this fund we get that's, it's like a tax on Uber and Lyft and those things, and we get some share of that. It's a small,
we
no,
have
pretty small
that
amount.
here?
Minimal, it's like $700.
Yeah.
I'm like, do we even
Minimum.
have an Uber driver?
It's Transportation Network.
150,000.
It's the and other.
Well,
No,
and
that's
other,
the
and the
other.
other, yeah, there's cable funds as well, was in there, like 100,000, I think. Yeah.
149,000.
Yeah.
And that's an and other, yeah.
Thinking flour. It's the revenue from thinking flour.
So that's,
858 to like 150,000, that's a jump. Yeah.
so that's the foundation. So what, you know, back to the top line here, what it shows us in the operating budget, which we're discussing today, is that we have a fairly large chunk of that which we can't control, which is, you know, and growing faster than we would like, of course, 6.6%. We cut back on the town other to a reasonable number, but can we cut further? We may have to try to find further cuts in that. And the school budget, I think, my sense is that's what it is, and we have to sort of live with that at this point. So that's what we're here for today.
Any questions? Comments? Thoughts?
So,
Yeah, I mean, just one thing, when you say we can't control it, the administration is debt servicing as well, so.
True.
Right,
Yeah.
so a component of that we can control by the choices we make,
Yeah.
so.
And I would say the same thing on pension. It's
Yeah.
pension as well, and we
Right.
can control that. Every hour we add to our pension. And this has been a drum I've been beating for a few years, so.
Yeah, and I should add that we have a separate model which I sent out yesterday that John has put together, which is actually a 5-year model with all of these in much more detail. So the plan is that we will continue to utilise that as we move forward to actually understand where we're going over a time horizon. Because although we may avoid an override this year, next year is a whole other question. So we're going to get there sooner or later. We need to understand when that's going to be.
Yeah, and we're I'm trying to come at it from a different angle than Tony a little bit, but we have met at the center for this go-around, but thankfully. But
Curmudgeon of the group.
But it has some of the line item detail that you were talking about.
Okay,
It's kind of
great, thank you.
Like CPC, all the terms that you're used to dealing with, I kind of came in from that perspective. So.
Great.
So Tony, you kind of just mentioned it, I'm going to throw it out there. Are we saying right now at a very high level, we're not going to go for an override this year?
Based on Budget A in ClearGov right now, and based on these numbers I've just shown you, we do not need an override this year.
Okay.
We're over $1 million. I think we can. There's a little bit more cushion we can get, which is we can decide to fund the reserve fund from free cash, and that's the decision we need to make collectively and have a change of financial policy to do that, which will give us another 175,000 in room. So given those two factors, personally I think that's enough cushion to say no override, and we shouldn't go to town for an override within that bracket.
Right, because they were saying, why are you going for an override if you've got more money?
Yeah.
You had 850, I think was the number last year. This year, so it's $1 million. You got an extra $150,000
Right.
that we didn't do an override last year.
Right.
And so this year, and I agree with you, and I just wanted to make sure get your viewpoint. And then the other question I have for probably both Mike and you, I know earlier on we had two budgets. We had an A and a B budget. Are we only looking at an A budget today now?
We told Mike to look at the A only. Yeah, we said basically we want you to go back and look at the A budget and make it a bit more B-like.
Okay.
So an A-. We were joking that it's an A- budget, but we're calling it A.
Yeah.
Because everyone gets a trophy.
Yeah, with Budget A in ClearGov, that's what it's called in ClearGov. So that's where we stand.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, and just to recognise that, what we've done this year, we still haven't reduced the operating budget from its trend, which is 5.3%. It's just more or less on trend, actually. What we've done is we've made some changes in our overall budget that's made the impact,
Right.
which is this, overlay reserve, revenue estimation, and ATM articles.
Yeah, exactly. And so I'll jump. Mike, are we looking at a level service budget now?
Yes, this is for the town, this is a level services budget. I will say that to get to this point with only a 2.3% increase across the town government, We made significant cuts in a lot of areas, and we spread them across. And I know that some folks will take the approach of, cut personnel first. I think that's backwards. And we look at what expenses can we live without for a year to get through a storm without cutting people. Because you cut people, you cut services.
Right.
With the staffing we have, because we don't have excess staffing. So that's the approach we've taken. We've cut out some professional development. We've cut back in a lot of different areas to get to that 2.3% you see.
Okay, I'm going to hand back the controller to Rajon.
Now we're going to go to the first thing on your agenda, which is the budget outlook, which Rajon will present.
Right, so I'm gonna do a high-level review of the FY27 operating budget, mainly looking at Budget A. So the budget goals we had going into this process is to develop a budget within policy guidance set forth by the Select Board and the Finance Committee, and the goal is to continue to deliver high-quality public services. As Mike said earlier, we want to continue to attract and retain high-quality staff and set sustainable and a predictable fiscal trajectory, and continue to increase the effectiveness and efficiency of our services, and overall look at making sure that Boxborough is continue to be a desirable place for people to live, do business, and for our people to do work in as well. So looking at the projections that we have for this fiscal year, so just looking at the estimated expenses, so for ClearGov currently, we have about $30.8 million in estimated expenses. This is including the school budget at the set 5.3. And looking at our operating revenues, it's about $3.1 million with free cash at 4.2. And then the current amount of capital requests we have is about 2.5.
Rajon, can you tell me the delta between Tony's numbers and your numbers?
I'm going to get to that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And it's actually the next slide. So how we took the approach to budgeting is essentially revenues versus expenses. So the budget delta we have is a surplus of 1.93. Just looking at if you to balance the budget for revenues and expenses, this is what we have. A little bit more of a simplified approach, but for us to be able to balance the budget, we have an excess capacity of 193,000 to balance the FY27 budget. And then looking at our estimated revenues for this year, breaking it down, 2.28 million for real estate and property tax. We estimate the levy increase at 683,000. We're estimating new growth from around 181. Local receipts, we conservatively estimated it. We have a sense that it might come in a little bit higher, but 1.7, and then state aid is 419.
So you're at about 2.1 for what I call, income, the income line there. So you're about 500,000 off where we estimated it, and you got new growth slightly higher. You put in last year's numbers as being a flat year basically. We've assumed that we'll go down a bit in that.
And local receipts, I thought, Tony, you had 2.6, right?
Yeah, local receipts and state aid together, we had 2.6.
Together you had 2.6,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So, but this is still up there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't look at it this quite this way, because you're seeing the allowed levy increase as a revenue source, an income source, which is not. It's really just a metric that we're working to. So we've separated out those two things. We said, A, let's look at what the levy limit is, and B, let's look at what our income and expenditure is, and do they match up. So you've come in a different direction than we have, basically.
Right. And Tony and I have talked about this, the differences that Finance Committee takes in approaching this versus administration and finance. Neither approach is wrong. There are two ways of getting a multi-perspective look at the budget. The 3 to 5 year look out there is great to see what do we need to do next year and the year after. We're looking at what do we need to do to get to a balanced budget. And it's a more, as John mentioned, it's a more simplified expense versus revenue. And while we might title some things differently as far as revenues and so forth, and we understand the complexities of, we've got CPC and we've got free cash and we've got articles and all that, to get to a balanced budget, we're just looking at revenues versus expenses. And as John points out, we know we've got 193 in the good towards, better than our balanced budget. So it's two different ways of looking at the budget. This is the typical way that a municipal administration and finance would get towards a balanced budget. But we appreciate what Tony brings in giving it another perspective. And giving us a
We should be careful on terminology, though, because like in the previous slide, you've got estimated expenses 38,96025. That's the operating budget, right? That's not, so it's operating expenses. So the total expenses are actually much more than that because of the other things in the total budget.
Right. Things that come in under capital and warrant articles and things like that.
Yeah.
If we were doing capital Saturday and budget Saturday at the same time, we'd have all that folded in. But the town likes to break those out separately a month apart. So we're looking at specifically the operating budget, whereas Finance Committee is looking at everything going to town meeting. We're trying to get to a balanced operating budget.
So I think that's totally clear to us. I think the confusion's gonna come in is if you've got someone who decides to watch this meeting,
Right.
and they're like, but Tony just said, because from our perspective, do we or do we not need an override means if we take everything and throw it in the pool, do we need an override? From your perspective, you need to come up with a balanced operating budget.
Correct.
And we need to say, yeah, that works within this bigger model.
Correct.
We need to figure out how to just make sure that when we're talking about this, the wider crew, like this, not this group, but the people that might watch this understand it better, so that they don't think we're at cross purposes, because we're not. We're at the same place.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why we thought it made a lot of sense for Tony to go first in showing the model on what do the out years look like. And it absolutely looks like we need to do an override next year based on the projections for next year. What we're saying is we can get to balance this year with a sufficient excess. But we agree with Tony's numbers. It's just a different way of looking at it. We agree that we don't need an override this year in our view, but we agree looking at the model that next year we definitely do need an override to get to balance.
Well, maybe don't call it balanced budget, because I mean, technically, budgets, what you spend is what you're gonna get, so you would just say, underneath our levy limit. So if we're coming up with a budget that's under the levy limit, then we don't need an override. Ultimately, it is balanced because what we send out, we take in, and that's balanced.
Right.
But we can't spend more than what we can tax and
Correct.
Right, understood.
I think that we need to figure out over this budgeting season and going into next, especially if we're gonna do an override, we have to have the same language and we have to have the same numbers. This will confuse people,
Well,
Yeah.
I think. So we need to,
aren't they the same numbers? It's just that
just
your numbers.
There's some things missed right
Right.
here.
Yeah.
They're different way of looking at it.
Yeah.
right, but it needs to be a consistent, as we go forward, I think it needs to look more consistent.
No, I agree with you in the sense we need.
For, not for us.
Not to, yes, I was just gonna say, we need to be able to
Yep.
explain to the town residents
Yep.
that Mike's budget is included in Tony's budget.
So I'd like you to track for me. I'm looking at, and again, this is also for people at home. I'm looking at Mike's numbers and I'm trying to track it to Tony's numbers. How do I track line to line the revenues and expenses?
Well, the expenses is the operating budget expenses in ClearGov. We're agreed on that number.
And that is the 31,096?
No, the 38,96025. That's what's in ClearGov.
What did you label that? I'm trying to track.
On here, it's called operating expenses.
Right, but I'm trying to track it to your model. I understand what Mike
Okay.
did, but what we're saying is there's a disconnect, so I
So
want
in
to
my
understand
model,
it.
if you look at the administration, town other, and ABRSD, that adds up to 38,96025. The The difference there is we put in another 200,000, it's not in ClearGov, for new debt servicing we think was going to be needed.
Okay.
So that gives you 200,000 up above what that number is there.
But that should be part of the operating budget.
So
It
you're
should go to ClearGov, it should go to
31,096.
ClearGov, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so that's that number plus 200,000.
Well, those three numbers, right?
Yeah,
But I'm trying to
the
track
three
it to
numbers.
Mike's. How does that track, does it or does it not track to Mike's operating expenses of 30,896?
Yes.
Where is that?
It does track, apart from the 200,000, which we added in.
Right, it's off by 200,000 because that's what we added in for debt service, which Mike doesn't have in his operating budget.
Only, Mike
Oh.
doesn't have the 200, I think it's just these.
Okay, so, well, no, that only comes up to 13,374.
And then plus the 17,000,
Right, comes to
17
the
million.
31,096. See, I'm not afraid to look stupid, see, everybody? So I'm looking at Tony's 31,096, 025,
Subtract
Subtract
200,000.
200,000.
minus
from that,
200. Okay, somebody do that for me.
3896, which is the number
It
you're
does,
asking
okay.
for.
Which is a number on the screen.
So the question really is, should that 200,000 in
I
new
don't
debt
think that's
service
right.
be in the budget?
Yeah.
And it should be.
Yeah, if we all agree that's the, I mean, this is what John and I have come up with in terms of an estimate based on what we think is going to be in bonded AGM articles next year. So we need to find the money somewhere for that. So as we budget forward, we should add it to ClearGov to realign our numbers.
But our numbers include
Right,
that, so
right,
from
right.
an override perspective, we are
Alright.
accounting that
We are,
200,000.
yeah.
You're not in your operating budget
Yeah,
right
that's easy.
now,
We can add
but we
that
have
into
to,
ClearGov.
Yeah.
right. But
Okay,
that's where
thank
that
you.
disconnect I was talking about.
Yeah, because if I don't understand the foundation, then I'm useless for the rest of this meeting, so thank you.
Well, that's why we're doing this exercise. So I think it's
Right.
probably, yeah.
Okay, all right. I used to be good at math.
Yeah, So just looking at the revenues, that's all I had for just my overview of this presentation. So how our approach to it was just for the purpose of having a levy allowable budget is just looking at expenses versus revenues to be able to have a budget that we can bring forward to annual town meeting.
Okay, next up is, if there aren't any other questions for John, is Ed Kukla from DPW to present his department budget.
Before we go there, what was the actual new growth from last year? I just want to go back.
181,000.
But last year.
From last year?
Last year, yeah, 181,000.
Okay, so you just carried it forward.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's a number we need to, I think, have more of a conversation about.
100%.
Right,
That's
so
why I was
that-
asking about that. I'm like, oh, okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions before we move on to Ed? All right. Thanks for being here this morning, Ed.
Morning, Ed.
I can still say thank you.
Well, wait.
I can still
did you
appreciate
wanna work
you.
next year?
Not really. There is a way out. There is a way out. I appreciate everybody in this room who got me to stay for 3 more years.
We're happy to have you.
And I appreciate that I get to work with Mike for another 3 years. I really do enjoy his leadership.
Oh, you're
Yay.
Check is in the mail.
We're trying to help him out.
He just got a contract too.
Everyone's happy.
All right, how are you going to start this off?
How am I going to start this off? My budget is pretty much the same as last year. We're pretty frugal. We do what we can.
Oh, Ed,
Mike?
Ed, wait a minute.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Ray Jean's controlling the presentation.
Okay.
So that the microphone goes on.
There's no-
Oh, I thought you were talking about.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. Did you just shush me?
Yes, he did.
I'm not sitting next to him for capital Saturday.
You should have control your slides there.
So as I was saying, we work to try to make sure that we always stay within our budget. I think for the time I've been here, we've always given back some money to try to make sure that we show that we are being frugal. And there are some budget line items that we can't, not control, but there are things that are beyond our control, things like vehicle maintenance, which over the last couple of years, and we saw this with COVID, was that parts now are probably doubled. And it's crazy when we look at what we need to spend to keep these pieces of equipment up, but, you know, with big equipment, we have big costs. One of the things that have really helped us out this past year and a half is bringing our new employee, not Greg, but Zach. When we hired him, he's 20 years old, and this kid is unbelievable when it comes to vehicle maintenance. And he's provided us with something that was much needed. He's been doing a lot of the work on our equipment, and he's proven that this is something he's really good at. And wherever we got that skill, it's definitely a benefit to the town. Our other new hire, Greg Vogel, I think he brings that what we lost when we lost Bo. Bo was very in your face. The residents loved him, but he told it like it was. And with Greg, I think we're getting that as well, and we're keeping the amount of stickers now that aren't showing up on vehicles to a minimum, because if you ask Karen, that the amount of people that are coming to see her after the fact is good. And it's something I'll get to later with the transfer station. But the only things I see as an increase this year are our contracts for the cleaning service, the Hager well, and the numbers you see are a bit high. I put in 10% just as a number to put into the budget, because I'm working on getting quotes from both companies, well, not both companies, but going out for a new cleaning contractor. I'm trying to get a quote from Weston and Sampson on the operation and maintenance of Hager well. The one thing they're waiting for is Mass DEP to come up with their schedule of testing for PFAS. We haven't seen that in our normal testing procedures, but when that comes, that's going to be an added cost. So they're still waiting to see what Mass DEP says about us having to do testing for that. We've been fortunate. We did some prior testing with that, and we haven't had any PFAS in the well. They've been very negligible. So, knock on wood, that remains, because anything that we find that is going to be above those limits will be a costly fix, and we hope we can stay away from that.
Remind me how the region shares in that cost, because we supply the school, the library. It's the town's well, but the region.
That is correct. We used to do it back 4 or 5 years ago. We used to estimate, and this was when Jennifer was here, because she was more involved in doing helping us out with that. We would estimate monthly about what the school uses based on prior years, and it averaged somewhere between 60 and 70%, and it all depended on the time of year. And we would bill them for any operation or maintenance numbers that we had to pay for ourselves, and then we get reimbursed by the school, and we sent out a quarterly bill to them. Last year we decided that it was getting a little confusing for the school, and I could see that, and Kim could too. So we decided, why don't we just get the exact numbers every quarter and bill them that way. Then if there is a discrepancy at the end of the year, we can fix it one way or another. We'll just, plus or minus a few $1,000s, we'll get it that way.
So you literally meter the water going into the school, so you, okay.
We take meter readings every month,
Okay.
and that's how we base the numbers on that.
Thank you.
The only thing that they pay for that is, we charge them for, that doesn't get based on that, is the septic system. That is all theirs. We don't pay for any of that. We pay for it up front, but we get reimbursed by the school system for that, because we have no, as they say, skin in the game for that one, because that is strictly for that building and
Okay.
nothing else.
Great,
So
thank you.
We've been working with the school now, and they're pretty happy with what we've been doing, and right now we're probably averaging around 62% that they use the water. In the summer, it goes down for those 2 months, and it becomes pretty negligible. But we still have to do the testing in that school as well, so that's a cost that has to be borne by the school.
What's the status of your uranium? Has that resolved itself, or we filter?
We filter.
Okay.
So.
Is that anything that would ever resolve itself, or you just expect?
No,
Okay. It just is what it is?
Yes.
Okay.
And a year and a half ago now, I think, somewhere around there, we, acquired funding to pay for the new chlorine system, because we have a temporary system that was up there. And it was working well, but Mass DEP wanted something that is controllable and more controllable and shows what we actually put into the system, and not just something that is a little pump that puts a few drops in. I mean, chlorine you don't need a lot of chlorine to disinfect water. It's very minimal, but we have to know residuals in the water too, and this is what this system will do. And unfortunately, it was an expensive system, and the big hurdle at the beginning was finding out where to put all this equipment. It was tight up there now, then, but when you go up there now, it's a lot more tighter. All we're waiting on now is, I believe it's a transducer for the well pump itself. It's not working correctly. In Weston, that's part of Weston and Sampson and not the chlorine system. So we're waiting for that to get delivered so we can install that in the pump. Once that gets done, the engineer is going to go through the system and then ask Mass DEP to come up and give their final okay. And once that final okay is, we'll give the remainder of the payments to the contractor. We're just holding back a little money right now to make sure everything is up and running correctly.
Okay.
But right now, the system does appear to be running correctly.
Okay, thank you.
Ed, just a technical question. What cost codes are on this sheet here? What are you encompassing in that? Because there's a bunch of different cost codes for DPW. I'm trying to figure out where the numbers are line up.
It's 422 and 429. I was just noticing that 429 is Public Works fuel, and the Hager well is all 3 lines of that.
So Public Works fuel is actually, all the fuel is now in the DPW. That's mislabeled, that's that email I sent you.
So that should just be labeled Hager Well?
It is actually Hager Well.
Right, because then there's DPW fuel is in all fuel, which is under 422, so.
Yeah.
But then there's also the transfer station and
That's a
so on.
different number, right. The fuel did go into the DPW itself, and it's not a separate number like it was. And
But it's for everybody, not just DPW.
And it's for everybody. So we keep track of that and make sure that, we're trying to stay within budget. I mean, we've been a little high this year, only because of the bridge project. And when the police officers are on duty, they use town vehicles, which the DPW doesn't get back. I think the town gets reimbursed from some of the fuel from, I don't know if the state doesn't pay for that, though. I don't know how that's
We have a fee to charge for the use of the cruiser.
So again, though, this is 422, 429. What else is in here?
Oh, there's, we have buildings and grounds is a separate 192, but that's what Fran and I control that.
But that's not part of it.
That is all part of my budget, yes. I put everything in, even though.
So what's in here then? So you're saying 192?
Yeah, I hope it's, we got 422, 423, which is snow and ice, street lighting, which is 424, Hager Well, 429, household hazardous waste, 431, the transfer station, 433, and that should cover all of the things that are under DPW. Okay. But this whole budget, Budget A, includes the 192 that the DPW oversees.
And if I can go back for a second, you mentioned about the Hager Well, and as far as something was expensive to get a new system. How is that split, to Kristen's question, how is that split with the school? And I know you've said maintenance and repairs, but if they gotta buy a new piece of equipment, is that split or is that all on us?
Everything is split. Everything that deals with the Hager Well is split.
Everything?
Depending on the percentage of water use.
So what
right now, it's about 62% that the school is using, so the town is paying 38%. Although we do the upfront payments.
Yeah.
And then we bill the school quarterly to get the money back.
But everything, so if it's a new piece of equipment, a new software, maintenance, anything?
Yeah.
So does that go back into local receipts? Like when the region pays us, where does that go?
Do they pay it, or does it just come off?
Or does it come off of our assessment?
They pay us back.
Yeah.
We send them a bill, and they send a check to the accountant.
So it goes into just the general fund?
It goes into the general fund. Okay.
I don't know if Unlock can speak. Can you confirm that?
Yes. It's general fund.
General fund.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Again, just trying to get a
So
good
is this
handle.
when we should be asking questions, specific questions on the budgets?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so I can ask questions.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions. Starting with the DPW, the 422.
Yes.
There's an increase of, it's not, I mean, percentage-wise, not huge, 4.98%.
Hey, Maria, what's line 422? Is that DPW?
DPW.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. And it's under salary employees. And in the note, it says added part-time transfer station attendant. I get the contractual stuff. I get the fact that we may have licenses coming up. When did we add a part-time transfer station attendant? And is that like a new ad for 27?
No.
That's last year's,
That was
That was last year.
That was
Last year.
That's
That
Greg
was-
that he talked about is part-time.
Okay, I
went to the
just wanted to make sure. That's what I
yeah.
thought. I just didn't know why that would be
Yeah, when-
part of that note. So
when-
that's,
When we added them, it
Okay.
was brought to town meeting.
yeah, no, I got
warrant
it.
article?
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't, because the way the note read, it almost
Oh, yeah,
sounded
it's
like
gonna
you
be
added it in
the one-
27.
Yeah.
And, okay, so that was one question.
Larry would die before we move over full-time to the transfer. He would never want to leave.
On the
We love that
transfer
about him.
station, so all we hear about is how expensive it is to run the transfer station, right? We
Yes.
hear this a lot, but our tipping fees are down. Can you just kind of talk to that a little bit?
We actually, you know, when, I'll try to find something, we are pretty consistent, the town is pretty consistent in what they use. We do average about 350 tons a year in recycling and about 8 to 850 tons of solid waste. And if you give me a minute, I had it all.
Is this later in your presentation?
No, I can do it at any time.
Okay, only because you had mentioned that you were going to get to some other things, so.
So, you know, the trend with that is always going to be higher just with the costs. You know, I think we're getting rid of some of the solid waste through the food that we collect, the food waste that we collect, which is, you know, it's not insignificant. It's probably a couple of tons a month, believe it or not. It's unbelievable how much food waste would go into that.
But the cost of that is less than the cost if it was in solid, is what you're saying?
No,
It's more.
Per ton, it's more.
per ton it's considerably more.
So recycling is more than your regular solid waste?
Yeah.
And the black earth, your composted food, is more than your solid waste cost per ton to dispose of?
You know, we pay $446, $445
I did a new one.
pickup per week for food, which is about $1,600 a month.
Okay.
Almost, you know, and it is expensive.
So,
but-
so the solid waste is going down, but
Yes.
the food cost is going up.
Yes, that goes up at about 3% a year for them to pick it up, but,
Okay,
I
but
find it
when-
fascinating, people have
but when-
composting at home.
When I'm looking at the transfer station budget, the only thing you have is you're flat on 2 line items, but on your tipping, it looks like that's what it is to me, is down by $23,000. But all I'm hearing is it's more expensive, so I'm trying to understand how we went down 13%.
I think that's because you've got less solid waste going there, correct?
a little bit less going there, yes. Yeah, I did have it, I apologize.
But if
Take your
it's
time.
less going there, but you're saying the black earth composting is more expensive, where are we accounting for that more expensive?
Right.
Not miss that?
No,
Is that not
Okay.
in tipping? Is tipping just
No,
solid?
tipping
waste?
is just-
That's separate, that
yeah,
comes
tipping is
out
different, yeah.
separately from everything else. But, and it's funny because I printed it out this morning because we got new numbers for our recycling and our solid waste. But, you know, right now we pay $107 a ton for solid waste. And we're going to, you know, every year it's about $4 increase per ton, based on the 5-year contract that we have with waste management. So, you know, in the next 5 years, we're looking at an increase of $20 a ton, and that doesn't go away. The recycling, it's hard to believe, but when China decided they weren't going to take our recycling anymore, the cost shot through the roof. There were times back when Linda Collins was working for me a few years back, that we actually get rebates for our solid waste. Right now, our last bill was $122 a ton with recycling. It's crazy to think that the state tells us we need to recycle, but yet we pay more to get rid of it. And it's unfortunate because there's no place that takes it anymore in the United States that finds it economical to recycle all this material.
Okay, but I guess I need to understand why
Yeah,
we're
I know.
budgeting flat on recycling and the bulk, which includes the black earth composting and the mattress recycling and the rest of it.
I
And we've
always-
gone down on tippage. So your budget effectively for the transfer station is going down when you just said this is more expensive and it's significantly more expensive. I mean,
And-
last year in 2025, we spent almost $35,000 on bulk recycling, and then we budgeted for '26, 19,500, and then this year 19,500. But I just want to make sure we can't be budgeting flat or under budgeting and then looking for reserve funds to run the transfer station, right?
Agreed.
I'm sorry.
No, agreed, she just said agreed.
Oh, okay. Yes, and I do understand where you come from. What I do is I take what we use every year, 350 and I believe 850, and multiply it by what I believe the costs are going to be for the next year for solid waste, and budget it that way. But our numbers are down a little bit. I don't know. I really do apologize. I have it in here. I was in the office this morning.
So can we, Tony, can we add that to, like, maybe have DPW come back to one of our meetings?
Yeah,
If
sure.
that are,
I mean,
instead of, I don't want to put you on the spot, I just
Yeah.
want to,
And do know, I mean, the intent is that you're fully funded, Ed. I mean, what Maria's
Right,
saying, is you
exactly.
want to make sure you have enough in your budget to
and-
cover.
Oh, no, I completely
Yeah.
understand. Here,
So this is coming from contribution.
I do have some 26. Right now, we're at, from July to December, in 26 weeks, in recycling, we have 292 tons. So that's up a little bit if we're going to get 350. What my average is, 350 to 400 when I put in that number. And our last bill in November was $122.87 a ton. So right now, we're at almost 28,000 that we've paid out. So if you double that, we're at 60 grand for that number. Our wood, which is part of solid waste, our tons right now is 166, and we pay $107.61 a ton for that. Actually, let's go back to that. These are calendar year numbers that I have to do for Mass DEP. So that 292 is all of calendar year from 25 to fiscal 26. So 27. I don't have my calculator, but for 6 months we have 27, 48, 71. 98, 108, 115, 130, 142 tons for recycling. I apologize for that. That's just in this fiscal year. These reports are done for Mass DEP for calendar years. Wood right now we're at 30, 45, 55, 62, 72, 73, 81, 82 tons. Right now for 6 months of the year for solid waste and wood, and for solid waste for the containers is 59, 58, 117, 170, 157, 164, 214, 217, 250, 251. 320, we're about at 325 ton right now of solid waste. So if you take those
for 6 months?
For 6 months.
And so you've got this estimate for your budget at 350 tons for
No,
the...
that's for recycling. Solid waste is 850 tons.
Oh, 850, okay.
Yeah, so
So-
we're below that right now.
So this is hard to do this, to follow it in real time right now.
Yeah.
So can we just kind of follow up on this and
I
get
will
some
say
numbers
what I'll
around
do
coming
is
back?
I'll get the actual fiscal numbers this year instead of what the state requires us to
Just,
do.
yeah, maybe we can talk about it at FinCom
Well,
meeting.
yeah, but-
I'm not sure that, like, we may need to increase this budget. This worries me, this
You,
budget.
you think 150,000, right, is what it's down as?
Right, but that's a $23,000 decrease. And so I just want to make sure when I'm
Decrease from
hearing
what? From what?
from last year's appropriation. If you look
Yeah,
at,
but last, okay, but the actual for 25 was like 99, less than 100,000, right? So-
I know, but the yearly contract's going up by a certain amount every year. So
Right.
we should be, I understand coming down. I just want to, my concern, and I'm going to say this for all the budgets, and so everybody knows this, and I've said this to Rajan, Mike, you weren't at the meeting, but doing budgets to get us to a point where we don't need an override is great. But those numbers, we need to be able to test out those numbers, because you cannot budget lower and then come back and say, I don't have enough money to pay for this budget, I need a reserve fund, because that is for unexpected. So I just want to make sure, these numbers just seem low. In all the years that we've done transfer station, it always goes up, it never goes down or stays flat. So all of a sudden, I just want to make sure, So, and we can do this another time, we don't need to do it all today, because I didn't mean to
Yeah.
put you on the spot.
No.
But I'd like
Let's
to,
get into
I'd like to
it at a
revisit
future
this.
meeting, yeah.
It does look like historically they've always underspend on those lines.
Yes,
Right.
correct.
Like
And-
by
and
significant.
if we're being conservative and the numbers bear that out, that's great.
Yeah.
And so that's what I want to know.
I can tell you that to a person, there has not been one single department head that has made cuts with the intention of coming back for a reserve fund transfer next year. They're budgeting conservatively. They're looking at the trend over the last couple of years, and when each department head met with John, Hunghwa, and I, we looked at where have you been, what are you asking for now, and we all looked at what we think it's going to cost you next year. So I think they've budgeted conservatively, but not overly conservatively, that we're going to be coming back for like a planned RFT. We're
I
just not
understand it's not
budgeting.
planned, I just want to make sure
Right.
that these numbers test
Yeah.
out, right?
Yeah, I understand
And my
what you're
last
saying.
question, and this is for all three department heads, and maybe you have one vehicle that's under town hall. Vehicle maintenance on all three department budgets is level funded. And again, when you come back, I need some numbers around that, because this is one place that I can say I'm a little bit of an expert. Parts have doubled and are going to continue to double, because these parts are coming from China and all these countries we have tariffs on, right? I know that you can't give a quote today and have the same number be in 2 weeks, guaranteed. I don't understand
I can
how
speak-
we're level funding vehicle
I can
maintenance.
speak a little bit to the vehicle maintenance across all three departments, in fact, for all of our vehicles. As Ed mentioned, he talked about Zach, he's got 2 mechanics over at DPW, and they do a fair share of the maintenance of the vehicles for DPW. And we're looking at opportunities for them to also maintain the rest of the fleet. There are some things that they are not qualified to do on fire apparatus, but we're gonna have DPW mechanics maintain the fire command vehicles, the fire pickup truck, as well as anything they can do on the outside and underneath the patrol vehicles, the police command vehicles, because we have seen unbelievable increases in both the labor and parts for all vehicle maintenance. And Ed has been able to keep his down in DPW by doing their own maintenance as much as possible. And we're looking at what we can do. There is a challenge with fire and NFPA and what someone who hasn't gone through the NFPA certified course can do, which is a little bit baloney in my estimation, but we've got to work within the standards. But that is.
So that's for all the apparatus at the fire station?
Yeah, right.
Yes, but it's not for everything on a fire truck. So there are areas where a mechanic who's qualified can change tires and oil and things like that. And depending who you talk to, someone will say, oh no, that's a tire on a fire engine. We are working through that now, but I can tell you that at least for command vehicles, patrol vehicles, and for the pickup truck, the DPW is gonna be able to help out with getting wholesale parts prices and their labor prices versus sending it to a shop. And that's where they're able to work towards
And the
level.
mechanics we have can work on the larger diesel trucks,
Oh, yeah.
all of them,
Right.
They
and do all
do
of that
that.
maintenance as well?
Our cost to, I mean, there are some things we can't do. Unfortunately, with the pump on truck 26, because of the way the engines are now, where everything is so compact that they couldn't get into it, and they had no idea where some of these wires went, even though they have schematics that show it, but we just didn't have the equipment to do it. So we had to send it to Taylor and Lloyd, and it was more than just a fuel pump. It was some of the wires that went into it that were corroded, obviously, from the salt. And that was, you know, that was a snow and ice thing, because it was a pump for the sander in the truck itself, was, with labor, was $8,000.
Wow.
It was crazy. I almost, you know, fell over, but that's, you know, the cost of maintaining it. But sending some of our equipment over to Mr. Fillmore has decreased. These guys are pretty sharp. And, you know, I would, if they tell me they can do it, I'm gonna let them do it. And it's the same with police. They had a part that, I think it was a water pump, he said he paid $2,300 for, somewhere around there, to get it repaired. They had another issue with the police car, pretty much the same issue, and I think the part was $400, and they did it in a day.
Just to be clear, when you say that your cost at Fillmore has decreased, it's not because their costs have decreased, it's because your reliance on using them has decreased, right?
Correct, that's what I meant, yeah.
So I've got a question. You know, in terms of going back to Mike's goals and Rajan's goals, attract and retain high-quality staff and maintain desirable place to work, is there virtue in sending your 2 mechanics to any specific trainings, certifications? Because again, going back to Mike saying that's where cuts were made, is that someplace we should be putting money back in because it's a good investment overall?
Yeah, I'm gonna be looking into the EBT training for the fire trucks to see
Okay.
what that costs. There are numerous levels of that certification. We're not interested in doing anything above the cab and chassis. That's something we don't want to get into. I don't care how much training they have. That's just a little more than we want to take on. So, you know, if we can get to the training where we can change the fuel, fix anything in the engine, that's what I want to do, because that's where it'll save us, you know, a good amount of money. But unfortunately, even changing oil, from what I've heard, you know, an FPA requires us to have the first level of training. Not sure why, but that's their standards, not ours.
And I just have a real quick one. You said the 2 mechanics, Zach and the other mechanic, are they both full-time?
Ed is reduced hours, so when he works at the fire department, so he averages about 56 hours of pay period, somewhere right around there.
So 25 hours a week?
Yeah, depending on his schedule. Some weeks can be 64.
Okay.
Because of his shifts that he does.
Between 25 and 30 hours a week?
Yes, yeah.
And then Zach is?
Full-time. He's the one that we got moved over when the town allowed us to hire Greg to work at the transfer station. It's been a big plus, you know, and he doesn't do just the equipment, he helps us on the road.
No, I just want to make sure that we've already got him at full-time, and you're not thinking about increasing him to full-time.
Oh, no.
He's already at full-time.
The DPW is, in my opinion, staffed correctly. Okay. And we have the, you know, employees that are very well versed in everything. And it's great that I have these kind of guys that are capable of not only helping us on the road, but maintaining our equipment. You know, that's a big thing that the town should be thankful for, because if we had to send everything out, it would get very as you know, extremely costly.
So yeah, you can see that in his organizational chart too. It's all right there. You don't put names on it,
Yeah,
but
the
all
numbers are how many are in each position.
Yep.
Ed, let me just ask a quick question on, if you look at 25, the fiscal year budget was 1.66 million, roughly, if I got my numbers right. And then in 25 actual, the total was 1.44, so you came in well under budget.
Yeah, some of that's, you know,
hold on one sec. Just so you had a budget surplus, let's call it.
Yep.
Do you expect the same basically, where are you relative for this year's budget, and do you expect a similar type
We're pretty
surplus?
much on track, except if snow and ice continues the way it is. This has been a year where, those numbers up there you might see are probably a lot from snow and ice, because we haven't had the amount of snow.
Okay.
And when it comes, I mean, we've already been out 10 times this year, and most of it has been for nuisance storms, which require material, not just plowing, and that's when it gets expensive. The salt is around $74 a ton to use, and we filled the shed last year, obviously to try to save some money this year, because it was about $3 less a ton. And we've gone through almost over half of what we had in our shed, and we've only gone through 1 month.
Okay.
So if this trend continues, the only saving grace for snow and ice, and I'm not sure all of you are aware that this is one line item that the town can overspend without having to get, the select board and the finance committee wants to know when we hit that point, but we can overspend and pay it next year. It's not something, I'd like to do, but, it's all based on the weather.
And we get reimbursed from the state for some of that.
No. The only reimbursement from the
that
state we
this
get
year.
is for road work, so we get Chapter 90 road money, but that's not for salt. No.
No.
The state has some say-so on snow and ice, and it's the fact that once you increase your budget on snow and ice, you can't decrease it. So
That's what it is.
if you get one peak year where all of a sudden it's $30,000 extra, that following year, you don't want to increase that budget. You're better off to overspend it 1 year, because otherwise you're stuck at that high mark forever.
And that's what we've been doing since COVID. We've been
Right.
overspending or underspending, and then we can use
Right.
that.
Yeah.
So, because that
So
went
far, so
way
good,
up
yeah.
during COVID,
Yeah.
because everyone had to be in separate trucks and all of
Yeah.
that.
So a lot of that, when you see that our surplus in the last few years, it's been because of snow and
Correct.
ice, because
Okay.
we've had relatively mild.
So this year,
winters.
you're running to budget?
We're running the
As of right
budget
now.
with the snow and ice, and a couple of, which is 192, which really isn't DPW. A couple of the buildings, fire and police, have had unexpected issues where we're almost at what they're authorized to use. We've been able to offset that with other departments that don't need it. So
What's 192, Ed? What's the label for 192?
Buildings and grounds, utilities, and maintenance.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm just hoping that, the natural gas and the electric stays where it is now, and that's tough, as we all know, it's tough to budget something like that.
Right.
Oh, I made the sheet myself. I took all some. Yep, don't mind.
Keep going.
Don't mind you. Okay, keep going. Ed, you have more pages to your presentation. What else did you want to
Oh,
get
that is,
This one?
Did we cover a lot of that?
yeah, the trucks are in great shape. I'm waiting for the one we've got approval for funding for just repairing instead of replacing. I was thinking of doing it late in the season of fall, but the gentleman said you're not going to get the body in time, and that truck would have been out of service. So that's one piece of equipment that we've actually put some money into to try to keep it up until we can get the body sandblasted and redone, and then the new body put on. So we'll wait for spring for that. Most of our other trucks are in real good shape. The bigger trucks are all within, I think 2010 is our oldest one right now. We have a couple of 1-tons that are getting the 15-year mark and is showing their age, but I'd rather see us maintain them and try to, put a little more money into it, because a pickup truck that we just purchased was $70,000, and that's just basic. That wasn't anything on it. And I'm sure these 1-tons, when you start putting the plows on them, we're going to start reaching $100,000, which to me blows my mind. But again, the cost of steel is just incredible nowadays. So every year we'll take case by case, and if I can get by with it, I will. I won't just replace it because it shows it's because of age. I'll wait until it's just costing us too much money to put into maintaining the vehicle and replacing it.
And just one quick question when you're talking about trucks and parts, and it's a difficult question to answer. Do you wait longer for parts, or do you wait longer for a truck?
Truck.
Yeah.
Truck. Yeah, nowadays it's truck. You know, everything, even the pickup was 4 months, 5 months, to get that done, which is crazy, but, you know, something. Parts are, weren't be able to get them during COVID, but that has sort of weaned a little bit now, where most of the parts that we need, we get pretty much within a day or two, which is good. Obviously, household hazardous waste is this coming fiscal year, so that was an increase in the budget. And we negotiated with the union for licenses, so now they're able to get a few more, and we pay them to get them, and it's all something that the town would, they would use to benefit the town. So it wasn't just anything. Mike Brujan and I met with the union, and we agreed on the licenses that are in the contract that'll benefit the town if and when they get them. It's not a requirement, because it's something above their pay grade that they would get, that they'd get the extra money for.
You can skip that.
That's the one I said, that's the trends. I will get
Yep,
you the.
that's
I
the
will
budget
skip
B
the-
stuff, right?
Yeah, we
So-
don't have to do
So we're gonna
that.
skip over
Oh,
the
that's
budget B
sorry,
slides.
yeah.
Those should have been taken out.
Yeah,
Do we
sure.
want to have, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Um,
Is $10,000 enough? Like, do you turn people away?
Yes.
Then we need to increase that.
Well,
That's
you know,
big.
and I think I mention this yearly, is, you know, the finance, not the finance committee, the Sustainability Committee years ago did a study with the amount, even though it's 10,000, it doesn't sound like a lot every other year, but we're making people hold on to
Yeah.
stuff for 2 years, and there's no place to get rid of it.
I know.
They have to hold on to it because we have no place else to take it. Everybody says, well, take it to Devon's. We can't.
Right.
We have to be part of their consortium. And the Sustainability Committee actually did ran numbers to see what it would cost, and actually over a number of years, we'd actually start saving money. The only caveat to that was that it would cost the residents money to get rid of it, besides what the town would pay to be in that consortium every year. And they would have to drive there. But it gave residents, I think it was 20 to 22 times a year to get rid of their hazardous waste. But I'm not sure where that went, why we, didn't follow up on it. But
I'd like to bring that forward, and this is basically from personal experience. I've had 2 seniors in Boxborough age out of their homes, and their basements were cornucopias of hazardous waste that are now in my basement, because there was no place for me to bring it. So, yeah, so I'm experiencing this, children already dealing with the loss of a parent, and then I say, oh, and by the way, could you figure out what to do with your hazardous waste?
Yeah.
So it's starting to impact people, and if you're turning away, I've always had an issue with telling people hold on to it for 2 years, because then what do they do with it? They dump it out in their backyard. I'm moving, so I'm going to dump this out.
we don't know what goes in those trash bags.
That too.
We can't open every bag that goes into
Yeah.
those compactors.
Right.
So does it make sense to do this every year instead of
It's either
every
that or
3
join the
years?
Devon's consortium.
Yeah.
I
So
actually
Can we
think
figure
it's
out the
smarter.
cost difference between, because this doesn't cost the residents, it costs them in taxes, obviously.
Right, right.
But that's still, even if you did it every year at $10,000 a year, that's short
Yeah.
money for a
Yeah.
resident.
Yeah.
Versus, so a cost comparison of doing this versus what would it cost us to be part of this consortium? You know what I mean?
I think it's important, if only to be a member, because then you can get rid of it when you need to, versus having to wait for a
And it
specific
costs-
Saturday
right.
for 4 hours where I may or may not be able to
And
get
maybe
there.
we do, maybe we can do both. Maybe we
Yeah.
can do every other year in town for free for people that
Right.
don't have a lot of stuff.
Right.
But if, depending on the cost, so if we could get that cost.
Yeah.
And if
I
we
have to tell
want
you,
to
with the
add
aging of our
that.
population, the stuff in their basements, in coffee cans,
Yeah, no, but if we wanted to add that, that would be
Yeah.
a difference.
I
It
can
depends on
reach
the
out.
cost.
I
Maybe
can reach
we
out.
can look at it.
If I remember right, when we did
They're
that
taking
study,
advantage of it.
I looked into that, it was, I think the town was an upfront cost of $10,000 to join, and then a fee of about $3,500 a year in order for the residents to go those 20 or 22 times a year to go. But again, the tough part with that is they have, not only is the town paying for them to go over there to use it, they gotta pay
To use it.
to use
Yeah.
it, whatever that cost is to get rid of that type of material.
And Kristen,
Yeah.
if you've got seniors, they're
Yeah.
gonna wanna do the free day in Boxborough, they're not gonna wanna drive to Devon.
But you know what, they
So if
are
we
gonna
could
wanna
do
drive
some-
to, no, you're wrong,
But
because the
if we could
seniors
do
that I'm working
something,
with are happy to pay for it because they've got to get it out of their house.
And they
That's
haven't
true.
done it,
That's
they
why
haven't
it's in
taken
my
advantage of the
basement.
free option for decades. Why would they suddenly?
Well, it's because when it's time to sell your house, you gotta get rid of it. And like I said, I've got two households worth of my basement right now waiting for this. So I just think if we are truly serious about sustainability and protecting our water resources, then this is something that we should be looking at very seriously.
So the bottom line to me sounds like if we're gonna keep this at $10,000 every other year and add the other thing, you're adding $13,500 every year onto this, right?
No.
10,000.
If it's every other year.
10,000 to join.
It's 10,000 to join, it was 3,500.
Okay, just 10,000 initially once,
And then
one time,
yeah, yeah, once.
and then 3,500 a year. Got
So
it.
maybe even get this every other year, then you're
Got it.
13,500, 3,500, 13,500,
Okay.
so that we would just,
I'm going to recommend, Ed, that you consider a warrant article. You know, work with the sustainability and consider a warrant article, and then the town gets to decide if they want to pay for that. So, yeah, okay.
And Carly was nice enough to give me the numbers for the transfer station. We have 173,000 budgeted this year, and right now we use 44,000 of that. So half a year, you know,
So that's
we're well under. Thank you.
173, we've only spent 44?
Yeah.
Whoa, we're way under.
So, you know, I think Mike and I talked about decreasing that a little bit this year because of.
Based on the
This
trend.
is a
And-
Yeah.
B
that's fine,
budget.
that's what we wanted.
No,
No.
yeah, I gotta,
It's,
that would be, unfortunately, I
Okay.
forgot to take those out when I sent it to Rajan yesterday morning. So I apologize for that, but, you know, this we've all talked about as well.
Yeah.
So I do think that that, you know, it is a concern for solid waste, not because of how much we take in, it's that rising cost every year to get rid of it. So, you know, I do keep track on it, and 23, current calendar year 23, we 813 tons of solid waste. Calendar 24, I think it was 840 tons. So I use 850 because we really haven't gone above that number. We're always right around there, and same with recycling. But I will send, I have a whole chart that shows, I think, 10 years worth of what we've spent.
So we'll have you back, Ed, at some point to think on in the next few weeks. Are there any more questions for Ed in terms of the general budget? We should probably move along a little bit.
Thanks, Ed.
Thanks, Ed.
thank you, Ed.
Okay, you can keep dropping.
Thanks, Ed.
That's a lot coming from you, Bob.
All right, next up, the police chief talked about there's 3 different budgets.
Lieutenant, you want to come up?
He doesn't seem to be able to advance that.
Should work. There we go.
Yeah.
Good morning. John Shevchik, Chief of Police here in Boxborough. I have Lieutenant Petriacki here with me today. Before I begin, just want to thank all of you for the last, really just this last budget year, but certainly a few years before that, all the help with the budget, with the department, certainly this budget season as well. Mike, Rajan, Hung-Wah, Carly, Kelly, and certainly everybody on the Board of Finance and the Select Board. So thank you very much. To put together the budget's a team effort. And of course, the department itself, it's not just me and the lieutenant, certainly Liz, our administrative assistant, and really all the officers who help us put together what we feel to be a responsible budget. Go forward with the budget overview. Our overall for 2027 proposed budget There's a 3.93% increase in the lower right-hand corner, $76,075 dollar change. That is our 2026 to proposed 2027 number. As you can see, the salary is at 4.1%, non-salary at 2.26%, for a total of 3.93. This is the police department, this is the animal control officer, and this is the dispatch budget that we have together. I'll go through. So far, 2026, we are trending really good this year. I do not foresee any reserve budget transfer request at this time. We're trending anything over 50% was a one-time payment that we had to pay maybe early in the year. So nothing is over that we are worried about at this point. We do not foresee anything as far as a reserve transfer request. What we put forward in 2027 is a level service budget. We look at our opportunities, our challenges, and our risks for this year. We want to continue, of course, to be a leader amongst the smaller town police departments in the Commonwealth. That's very important to us, particularly in the forefront, community engagement and diversionary policing methods. And again, that's a lot of work we do with COIN, our co-response clinician. We recently joined Communities for Restorative Justice. So certainly diversionary policing methods are important to us here in Boxborough at our police department and community engagement. We want to continue to partner with training facilities, and I bring that up because a new police academy building just started in Marlborough, so certainly that's an opportunity. They opened up a new police academy there, and we want to certainly utilize that for training.
Where were you sitting on?
All over. It's just they're going to be a brand new academy there, so there's going to be more classes. There's a range there now. The Boylston was where the old academy was in that area. We would send sometimes to the Lowell Academy, but again, the fact that it's close and it's right here and it's new, they're going to be a lot of new things are planned for there.
So you weren't sending them out of state? They were within Massachusetts, the old?
Boylston was for training. We would generally send for academy. We sent to Lowell, but a brand new, like I said, academy and training facilities opening up right there. So they've got an indoor range, things like that, that can be utilized. So we look at that as an opportunity. Continue to grow with Neshoba, and that's been a great relationship over the past year and a half in terms of communications and technology. Certainly a challenge is to maintain a full complement of officers in a challenging hiring climate. We were very fortunate to be fully staffed for about a year and a half, 2 years, one of the few communities. We're not right now, so that's going to be a challenge to get our numbers back up. And another challenge is a lot of new post regulations and MPTC requirements, the training facility, training requirements and post requirements. Again, the post is only 4 or 5 years old now in Massachusetts, so making sure all those are satisfied is certainly a challenge. And a risk is certainly grant funding. I have Lieutenant here. If there's questions about grants, he's done a terrific job securing grants over the last couple of years, as has Ann over at Neshoba. We received over a $2 million grant through Neshoba. We were able to get new radios, a portion of that, and then we've done a lot in-house that the lieutenants worked on. So if there's any questions on grant funding, but certainly that's a risk that if grant funding is ever cut, that could be a risk for us.
One thing I'd like to note while we're here, while you mentioned Neshoba and dispatch, we've had the great fortune to join dispatch. We cut our cost for dispatch in half. So, you know, the cost of dispatch is about $200,000 a year to be a member of Neshoba. However, because of the state grant funding, we have not realized that cost yet. So the first couple of years, we paid nothing to be part of that. The state is picking all that up. Next year, we'll realize we'll have to pick up half of what our member cost will be. The cost is going to be somewhere a little north of $200,000. So we're going to see $100,000 or so bump in FY28.
Okay.
So just where he's talking about strategic issues and beyond, that's one of the ones beyond that we like to mention every year. It's coming. We knew it was coming. We just wanted.
We mentioned it every year.
Yeah, and we just want to talk about there's going to be $100,000 plus bump in the FY28 budget, and we just need to keep remembering. And as we talk about an override next year, that's just one more factor that they're going to see that big bump in their budget. You know, FY28.
Correct.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
I have a question actually about dispatch, though, but we have a dispatch individual in a salary line as well. So we have one person hired to do dispatch internally?
So, no, they're not actually doing dispatch, but what the town decided at the time, where there were 3 options when we moved to a regional dispatch, with what to do with the station. As you remember, people would be able to go into the front of the police station, and that's where the dispatching would happen. But also they could get information, other things like that. The 3 choices were, we could go to a dark station where there's no one there. We could go to uniformed officers sitting in the front there to greet people, give out, accident reports, firearm licenses, all that, fingerprinting, all that sort of stuff. And the third option, which is what the town chose, was to keep some administrative personnel there to staff it during business hours to do those sort of tasks. And so that's that one line that you see budgeted each year, was to keep a staffing there, 2 part-time employees.
So there's 2 part-time employees who cover it like 9 to 5 or something? Or,
Correct, weekdays.
Yeah.
Right, but not doing dispatching, they're doing the other administrative tasks. And these 2 can talk about a lot of the things that those 2 individuals picked up when we lost dispatchers in the station.
So are they administrative staff or are they dispatchers? I mean,
They're administrative staff.
So that would be the admin assistant for. Just look at your charts. There would be classed as an admin assistant.
They're not so what they are, their job title is department assistant, but they are not the command staff administrative assistant. That's Liz. These are 2 other people that are doing, and they can detail some of the various duties and important duties that those individuals pick up, that the patrol officers, the command staff, and the administrative assistant in the department cannot pick up.
Right, and there's 2 of those?
2 part-time, non-benefited.
One FTE total?
Yes.
Yeah.
We originally funded it for 40 hours. We wanted to, Brenda Santucci, who was a dispatcher supervisor for years, wanted to stay on as a part-timer. So we actually have now 2 19-and-a-half-hour positions for that. So it's 39 hours. Again, it was originally 40. We went with the model of 2 19-and-a-half. But it's been very effective there for records requests. LTCs are all caught up. They do all those now. CGIS, all our requirements for the officers, they keep up on our ethics, making sure they're up on the ethics, the statistics, both yearly and monthly for the department, helping with details, certainly people who come to the front desk. So it's valuable to have them there. It's taken a little while to build that out. To build out that job and things they can do, but it's growing, and it really kept us, the officers, especially the supervisors, on the road more. And that was the goal. If we cannot do things like LTCs that they spend a ton of time on, or CGIS, or records requests, and get them out on the road, it's much more beneficial. So that's actually worked out really nice. It's been a good, community wanted someone in there, but we're utilizing those services effectively of the people in there, and it's a department assistant like Mike said. As far as the dispatch, correct, it was what I think it was 100%, 100%, 100% first 3 years, 50% the 4th year, 25% reimbursement the 5th year, and that's the operating cost. But the capital cost, it just over and over and over it comes up what going to Neshoba has helped us. Just with the grant, just with brand new radios, that would have been a Warren article. $200,000 for new radios. We got all those through that $2.1 million grant with Neshoba. So brand new radios that were going to be on our capital plan that we were going to be asking for, we didn't have to ask for. Certainly programs that we run our records request. We run our records for the officers to write on. That is all done through Neshoba now. So IMC, things like that. So it's been extremely beneficial being part of them. As far as our strategic issues, and I put at the end of this more in detail, but Mike had us go over strategic goals about 6-7 months ago, and I included them at the end of this PowerPoint. But for us in the department, community trust, nothing it moves forward without trust in the community, both that you're going to be trusted at a call and you can trust your officers, and certainly to do the job. And it goes to number two, that they have the excellence in solving crimes, traffic enforcement, case referrals, working with other law enforcement agencies. So the community trusts that they trust their officers, they're going to do the right thing, but they're also trust their officers that they're going to effectively protect and serve the community. Officer well-being, recruitment, and retention is certainly a strategic goal of the department. We have challenges being a smaller department, making sure we're at that fully staffed level at all times. But again, that is making sure our officers, well-being, recruitment, and retention, and certainly succession planning, not just for the chief, but for every position all the way down. We want to make sure people are cross-trained. We want to make sure people can do, officers, sergeants, people can do multiple functions in the department. And I think that's helps a much more effective police department. So those are our strategic issues and goals.
I have a quick question. You're talking about training and retention. I'm just trying to understand a little bit better. I see a few open recs on the plan, and I'm assuming that those are already included in line 117, which is the salary.
Yeah, a few open ones.
Requisitions, like open positions
Yep.
for patrol officers. Right. So I also see a really small increase for training. And
Excuse me.
there's a ton of research, I'm sure you know this, but just everyone else, there's a ton of research out there, like the more well-equipped and relaxed and well-being focused that police stations are, the better they usually perform, especially in community engagement, longevity, retention, et cetera. So I just saw a low increase in training and a bunch of open recs. I'm assuming there's some kind of cut back there potentially. Like, are you holding back any trainings or anything for this financial year?
No, absolutely not. Our training was one of the 12 items that had the plus or minus 3% that I'll talk about. It was over 3%, our increased training cost in conferences. I think we use that line effectively. A lot of the training is free through MPTC if it's a training at the state where you don't have to pay. If you use MPI, yes, you have to. So if it's an MPT training, which I certainly, if the class is offered both places, I urge them to take it at the MPTC because it's free. We're only paying for their time.
Got it.
So that's kind of how that.
Chief, I have
Yeah.
a couple questions. In terms of your goals, this again goes back to our bottom line, right? We've had now recent issues with staff attrition. So with that, what is the outcome, or like based on the reasoning why staff are leaving? Do you have a sense why we have had so many staff leave in such a short period of time? And what are the things, let me finish, what are the things that we are going to do to ensure that this doesn't continue? The second thing is, you talked about grant opportunities. What are some particular grants? I know that the grant opportunities are going down, but what are some particular grants that we are going to be focused on for the upcoming year?
Okay, I'll take the first one first, and I can have Lieutenant take the second one with grants. The first one is, to be perfectly honest, I don't want to say we're a victim of our own success, but we were one of the few departments who was fully staffed for about a year and a half, 2 years. We were fully staffed. You hear people, we're the best department. I mean, it's so subjective, but I think as far as being a respected and a very well-respected department in the area, we absolutely are. And if you're another chief and you're short-staffed, where are you going to look to? You're going to look to accredited departments, which we are. You're going to look to departments that do a lot of training, which we do. And we also we've hired very good people. Rajan will tell you how many people we interviewed before the officers we select. So we do a good job in hiring. And then some of it is individual, but a lot of it is financial. If you can make $8,000-9,000 raise going to a town really close, an officer will often take that. We don't have the Quinn bill, other departments do. Sometimes it's more specific to if somebody buys a house. It's very hard to buy a house in this area. So some people move an hour away, and then they can go to a department 5 minutes from their house. We did make a commitment to our dispatchers. We talked about dispatch and the amount of money we saved. 2 of them stayed until the end. We sent both of them to the academy. One was very upfront about wanting to get more experience and go to maybe a federal job. but we recognized the importance of keeping dispatch until the end, and that was kind of a trade-off, and we sent that person to the academy. So I think some of it's specific to individuals, why they leave, but I think a lot of it is also when poaching goes on, we're fully staffed, we send our officers to training, we have a robust training program. You get an officer from Boxborough in another community, they're gonna be a good officer. And I'm not surprised other chiefs come and look to ours, and that's the way it is. At the same, I mean, no different than the lieutenant's done a great job. He could be a chief somewhere. That's just the way it is. He's been a good job as a lieutenant for 3 years. So you do a good job, you put it into training, you run a good department, people are going to take your officers. What are we going to do going forward? We're going to continue to hire the best. We're going to continue to perform. I'm not going to hire people that other people don't want to keep our training. What I'm going to do is continue to run a good department. Absolutely, you know, you want to be upfront with people you hire and say, if a 23-year-old, 21-year-old, 22-year-old who wants, maybe they want to move up more, they're probably not going to be happy here long term. And you want to make that clear. But we're going to look for lateral transfers who want to come to a community like this, people who want the, it's, I don't want to say a different type of policing, but we're not making 100, 200 arrests a year. We're doing a lot of community outreach, a lot of community engagement, a lot of traffic. And certainly the people you have here, you want to get them as much as you can in terms of training, other opportunities. We have a canine position now. You know, we have a commercial we want to get specialized, people that do specialized things. We took 2 of our newer officers and made them SROs. One of them's still here. Usually at departments that takes 4 or 5 years. Here we gave it to people relatively early in their career. So you certainly want people to do things like that. So it's a challenge.
Have we looked into, I mean, I know we had a couple of them are really brand new. Have we paired them with like mentors, like maybe someone with a little bit more experience? Could that have helped? Like, I just
You mean
don't
to
know.
retain the people that left?
Yeah.
Not people, like even for the future, right?
Right.
Like if we do hire somebody right out of the academy, maybe we need to have like a mentoring program, right? Like like pair them with somebody with a little bit more experience, right? Like as opposed to a lot of times, 2 of them that are brand new tend to like kind of collude together because they both are new, right?
Yeah.
But they're not going to learn from each other. Whereas if you like kind of like,
I mean, we're a small enough department. I think people, there's certainly 1 or 2 younger officers who are very helpful to some of the new officers. And, you know, one of the officers here, I remember him actually telling me how much he liked working with one other officer. Now, they have to work with whoever they're working with. But during the FTO program, I absolutely think you're right. They gravitate towards someone, and that person helps them. And it's often based on personality or working together. A formalized mentorship program, no, we don't have. It's not a bad idea, but I think we want every officer to kind of, we're small enough where we all get along and we all work with each other. And that goes not just officers, but it goes from the chief, the lieutenant, the sergeant, officers down.
Since we're talking about attrition, Chief, real quickly, we do have an officer who, Jeff Langren, just retired. We're going to miss him deeply. He's an institution. And then we have another officer retiring, I think, June 30th. So in terms of your budget, I'm assuming that you've accommodated for the change in hiring. But my bigger question is, are they planning on continuing to come in for details, or, you know, are there going to be specials? Like, are we doing anything to kind of maintain our relationship with these 2 retirees who have put 30 years into our town?
Yeah, you know, I made it clear to one that we would eventually hire for another part-time officer, but the way I've worked the part-time officer, and because it's hard to really force people to work, if they want to say they're going to work 2-3 shifts a month, absolutely. If not, I need a value add. I'm not just going to hire someone to just, you do details, and we're responsible for your training, we're responsible to keep you on our book, but what are you giving back to the community? So what I make sure every part-timer, they either are going to work shifts or they're going to have a value add to the department. We have someone who's a part-timer who does a RAD program. That's a value add to the department. We have another one who does all the CPR first aid training. So the question I ask, and I'm going to ask when we hire part-timers, are you going to work shifts? And if you're not going to work shifts, what are you going to bring to the department? Because I'm not bringing on people just that we're going to train and they're not going to help the department and just work details. So yes, we will open up a part-time. People are absolutely can apply, but I want to make sure that the town is getting something from that position.
Okay,
I
thank
have
you.
a question, sorry, before you keep going. No, we just keep keep going down, up and down this table, but the Quinn bill, you mentioned that as like a competitive advantage in other towns. Is that something like we would have to pay for? I'm just trying to understand this like retention training.
We did offer the Quinn bill during negotiations. I don't want to get too much into what happened during negotiations. It was certainly put out there. But again, there's some of the department had it, some did not. And, you know, there was some givebacks that were asked as well. Minor stuff that we wanted to get back. But the Quinn bill was put out there. Multiple occasions, we had those discussions. Ultimately, the union decided not to go that route when we made. Certainly, I think it's something we should explore again, the next contract.
Thank you for noting that. It was a union decision to remove that. The town didn't remove that.
It was also used to be paid for by the state. And then
Yeah.
the state kind of reneged on it. So effectively, what it is it's a means of paying officers for degrees that they
Education,
have.
right?
Yeah.
And so the state used to pay for it, and so then that shifted to the towns, so that's why you see from town to town. Towns with younger police departments tend to have either negotiate for the Quinn, whereas other towns with more senior officers who already have Quinn or that take baked into them choose not to. And I mean, that is more of like the union, how they vote and make those decisions, but it was offered this year.
But it's also much more expensive.
Oh, it is much more.
So much more expensive
No, I
than
understand
doing
that.
educational incentives, which is what the younger officers get who were not originally on Quinn. When the town years ago, when the state stopped funding it, years ago, the town said, okay, we'll fund it, but then we're not new officers, we're not getting on Quinn. If you're on it, you're on it. If you're qualified for it and not on it quite yet, but you've been going to school, you can get on it. But newer officers were not part of it as part of our contract because it's unsustainably expensive.
Got it, okay.
You know.
And as long as they're under the department, they're required to keep doing it every single year.
Right. If you're grandfathered in.
It's like 10, 15,
Yeah,
and 20%.
Selectman Folks is correct in terms of, it's not even Quinn anymore, it's called Quinn equivalent. Because the town's not, because it's not a state thing. So unless you were on it pre-2009, we don't even, 2009 or 11, you don't even have it, it's Quinn equivalent. What we offer currently is $5,500, $7,500, $9,500 for associates, bachelor's, master's degree, where the Quinn is 10%, 20%, 25%.
Of their salary.
Of
their base salary.
Of their base.
Got it.
So the difference between 25% and 9,500 is a big,
But that also counts for overtime too. So
Exactly.
It's an overtime multiplier. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's like a ridiculously prohibitive.
The fact of the matter is
item.
that we are going to continue to struggle, as all communities will, with retaining police officers and firefighters. Very, very tough to get them, tough to retain them, and I think that the police are particularly challenged these days, and it's not just a Boxborough problem. And the more we are surrounded by towns with the Quinn equivalent, the more challenged we will be in attracting and retaining. That's just the fact of the matter. If the town and the union never go towards the Quinn equivalent, we just have to know that we're gonna deal with this attrition thing year after year, unfortunately. And I think the chief and the lieutenant are doing a great job at working on morale, working on programs, but it is definitely a challenge. And the chief, fire chief can tell you that they're having, very similar problems with getting poached for their firefighter EMTs.
Yeah.
And
So I think
we're a
this is
victim.
looking at the big picture again and saying, okay, I understand educational incentives are expensive, Quinn equivalent is expensive, but we know of one officer that left to get the Quinn bill at a neighboring town. So I think part of it is understanding the cost of attrition, the cost of replacement, which includes overtime to fill the shifts, and you weigh that against the Quinn equivalent or whatever it is that we all come up with in the next contract. 'Cause this isn't going to change until the next contract. But I think we have to take all of that into effect and kind of come at it from a much higher level.
That's kind of where I'm going with my original question, which was like, I see a pretty modest, like, training, suggestion in the budget for 2027, but we have all these well-being, recruitment, retention issues. I'm actually coming at it from the same angle Rhea was for the transfer station, which is this enough? Like, are we doing enough? Is this the right number in the budget? It sounds like, yeah, you're comfortable with it, but.
I do think because a lot of the training is free and because it's through MPTC.
Yeah.
if you want to increase, I mean, I can send people away to extravagant training.
I mean, I'm not
But
advocating.
no, I do think,
But not that.
Like, we're.
Training in
being as
Hawaii.
supportive as
I think a lot of it too, though, is, we don't have things that other departments can offer. And if you're a younger officer and you want to be, a specialized, a detective, I mean, you want to do task force opportunities, someone off to a task force for a year or two. That's hard for us to do with a 13-member department. You go to a 40 or 50-member department, you can do that. So a lot of it is opportunities, and that's something that we're going to struggle with because we just don't have those being a small department.
So maybe you need to do some poaching, chief.
I-
Find some
Yeah.
mid-career people that want to finish the last 10 years in Boxborough.
Absolutely.
So, can I ask a question about some budget numbers?
Yeah, do you want me to just have
Of course.
Steve do the grant, because there was a question about grants that
Yeah, that's
Priya
fine.
had?
I just want to make sure I get to.
Yeah, well-
ask some
Yeah, I'd
questions
like
about
another question on
numbers.
budget as well, so yeah.
Why don't we
do-
just
do-
have
do
him,
the
she has
grant
a
thing and
question
then,
on the
yeah.
grants, if you want to take
Given
that.
time, I'll cut this down to literally like 30 seconds. Over the last couple of years, we've put in for, applied for a traffic road safety grant. We've had them for the last 2 years. We just received another one for 2026. That's going to be an amount of 20,000, almost 21,000. That includes, obviously, traffic enforcement, but that does also add training. And that's something the chief and I made sure we put training as part of that. So we'll send at least 2 officers to advanced roadside impaired driving enforcement training, A-RIDE. We also got 2 portable breath tests that the officers can keep with them on the road when they're out doing their enforcement. Then they can use that at any time, doesn't have to be specific to that. We also applied for the burn grant. We did get awarded that grant. It's just under $9 grand. We asked for a lot more, but the feds were cutting everybody in half. We're not the only ones. That was nationwide. And that's going to be for level 4 protection out of gear for in the event of an active threat. Part of that was also training. Unfortunately, that got cut back. So we had to give up the training on that. So that's not on us. That was the feds pulling back on that one. So we also just applied for the body-worn cameras, and basically what that is, we have our cameras now. We've had that grant before. What we're looking to do is upgrade that equipment because we're getting to the shelf life on that. And to maintain these things with storage and all that is going to kind of crush us a little bit. So now with this grant, hopefully well, again, thank the state, a little slow getting back to us. If we get awarded that, we have an additional 5 to almost 7 years of storage, equipment, everything that we need to help us throughout, especially this tough time we're going through. So that's it for right now. If any questions, I'll happily answer.
So I just have a quick one for grant and related to the chief as well. The chief, you mentioned that when you hire an officer, you're looking for a specific training they can bring or something that they're interested in. We lost our SRO officer with the last person who left. Is the training, is training for an SRO, is that part of a grant we could get to help with that?
There are grants out there. There are several different grants we can apply for. Again, under the burn grant, there are different categories. So at the time we were looking at it, so it's tough is, like you could apply for opioid training, let's say, but if the community doesn't have an opioid problem, the feds are not going to give it to you. So you have to pick something that we need. With, like the chief said a little while ago, trying to get SRO training, we put in for that next year. We'll see again, we got to get our numbers up a little bit, but we can apply for that through the burn grant. We have to wait till April.
Hey,
We
Steve,
have
what's
2 in the-
SRO?
we
I'm
have
just
2
gonna ask.
School resource officer.
We have
Thank
2 SROs. 1 did leave. We still have 1. Having 2 in a small, we could have been with 1. Technically, we even have a supervisor still. He's certified, although we're really having the 2 younger officers do it. We would be fine with 1, but again, that was something we want to give because I can't incentivize, it's something we can give an extra officer a special title and have them do something special. Again, we don't have a ton of different divisions here, but that was something that we said, you know what, we can make this investment and make 2 SROs. So we still have 1, and he's doing a terrific job.
Right, exactly, but it's just, to your point, I think it's on the opposite side of that. It's difficult, just having 1, that limits the amount of time that that person could spend at the school, because at the school, as some people know, Acton has full-time officers that are SROs. Now, that's Acton, and I accept it as a full-time position, and it's Acton. And I just want to make sure that we can, if we have the ability to have an SRO assigned to the school as well.
Yeah, they don't assign them their full time because it's a K through 6, and they
it.
don't really want, but they do spend as much time there as they can as when they're invited. There's a lot less things to, at a K through 6, but they both go to the school, and we have a great relationship with Principal Votto, who's been always inviting. I can go here, or these are the 3% plus and minus. There are 12 different categories that were plus and minus 3%. First one, contractual, chief salary. Second one, clerical. That was again over 3%. Salaries was over 3%. Lieutenant salary over 3%. So those four were all either contractual or personnel plan. Same thing with K-9 salary, barely over 3%, but it was a little bit over 3%. Stipends was down 16%. That was because part of the last collective bargaining agreement, there was education for the people who did not have the Quinn bill. It moved up to, like I said, 55, 75, 95. There was a stipend for the three who did have Quinn bill who did not get anything, and it was a one-time $400 stipend in this current fiscal year, so that can be removed. So that's why it's down $1,200. There were other 6 of them. Training did go up a little bit over 3%. Again, cost of MPI pretty much is where we usually send our to get training or conferences outside of MPTC. Equipment services, this was the biggest one. Again, this dealt with, through Neshoba, everything was paid for as far as securing the building and getting cameras all over the building. That was done this past year. That was all under warranty and paid for by Neshoba. We knew we were going to have to eventually take on the maintenance cost. It's $400 annual fee. This past year it was only $300 for the annual fee. That's all we had to pay. That went up to $400. There's a maintenance agreement, $2,400, and they estimated to put in 20 hours at $190. And the camera licensing fee we don't have to pay for a couple more years. So that came up to $6,600. So that's the big increase in that. Again, it really was because we weren't paying anything on it this past year because it was all picked up by Neshoba. But we have, the building is secured now. All the doors are secure. It's on camera. They have to, over at Neshoba, be able to watch the cell, the Sally port, and when the cars come in. So that was kind of an expected cost. We knew we kind of weren't paying it for a year or two. Police equipment supplies, that was right over the 503%. We did, for the signboard we have up and running now, we did put a little maintenance repair because we looked back at history and there's just some upkeep in that. That was $400, and we put some operational equipment in there as well. So that's barely over the 500 or 3% mark that you asked for. There was some savings with police memberships. We were looking at going to NEMLEC last year. We did not go to NEMLEC. We stayed with SEMLEC because we're getting our K-9 training through a great relationship we have with Westford PD. So again, it's $5,500 to join NEMLEC. We stayed with SEMLEC, so it was about a $4,500 savings. So that's why you see the decrease in that line. We're still getting our training done through Westford, again, which is part of NEMLEC, but again, we're kind of doing the training. They let us kind of go with them on their training, and one reason is we provide some of the mutual aid for some of the Neshoba towns which aren't in NEMLEC, but we provide them for any of the other 6 Neshoba towns. So there are quite a few call outs that we can help mutual aid in those communities as well here in Boxborough. Dispatch salary, that was up over the 3% mark. That's because of the new personnel plan putting in holidays. If that passes, so I budgeted with that in there for the two department assistants. It ended up being a $4,000 increase. And that should actually read ACO salary, not stipends. Again, personnel plan, 3.5 hours, and it was a $1,100 increase, 5.15% increase. So I apologize for that last line there. That should say ACO salary, and that's personnel plan, $1,100 increase. So that's a positive number. That's a positive. That's a positive. That was changed. So those are our 12 items. I want to just address your point with car, because I don't have it on here. We kept that stable on our vehicle line. The reason we did that was twofold. One, because of using the DPW and Ed. It's been terrific. We had a water pump on 2 cars, and the difference of what we paid for one versus what we paid DPW to just pay the part was, it was like over like a $1,400 savings. Oh, wow. It was enormous. So being able to bring the things over to DPW is going to save. And the other thing is we opened up, we started a revolving account for charging for cruisers. So we charge for cruisers now, $50 in 4-hour blocks. And my hope, because Maria, you're absolutely right. Last year, we spent well over that line. We had to put money into that line. So what we did was we start charging for cruisers.
For details, you
For
mean, Chief?
details. And we implemented that, which we are allowed to do, and that's created quite a bit of funds. So my goal was to supplement that line item, keep that line item as low or even just stable balance for a year or two, and use the money out of there as a way, simply way to just to keep our budget down.
So wait, so that you have a revolving account that you use for cruisers and you have a balance in it. Do we know, did I miss the balance? Because Bob was in my ear.
About $10,000 probably.
As of, no, as of December 1st, it was 10,400. Now, I will say that's elevated because we have the bridge project in town.
Right,
That's
right,
not
right. No,
gonna
I
be
understand, right,
going.
because that's ongoing. So, we're gonna use that for maintenance? Again, I'm sorry, Stumple was in my ear, so I didn't hear anything you said about this.
I'm hoping we don't,
Come sit next to me, Bob.
I'm hoping we don't have to, but if we do, I looked at that as any increase that we could pull from there in order to keep our budget down, and that was just a way to increase revenue.
Yeah, so what is the intention for this money, though? Because I'm a FinCom member, so I'm thinking if there's a little pocket of money, should we be, considering to take that? I just want to, I didn't know we had done that, so what is this intention?
You should at least be transparent, right?
Right? Oh,
Anything we need, cruiser maintenance, anything to help our cruiser maintenance line.
Yeah.
If we needed a car, I'm not sure if, cruiser maintenance, I would say. Anything we can use with cruiser maintenance, it's got to be used for. I opened up a revolving account, worked with Honghua, it's a revolving.
Did that go to town meeting?
I know, we have to go to town meeting for that.
No, I'll explain how it, within 1 year of opening.
I'm in the same place Maria is. I'm like, wait a minute.
Within 1 year of opening it up, it's got to go to town meeting, and a limit has to be put on what can be removed from that year. So this May, it would go to town meeting. We haven't used any money, I don't believe we've used any money out of it yet, and then they would put a cap on it. So if it's $8,000 and we could get $25,000, $30,000, especially over the first couple of years, that would help supplement this budget for the next few years.
That's great, but so that this year we're not ready to use this, but it's good to know. That's one of those things that because it's just like the RecCom revolving account. We know that money's there. And it hadn't gone to town meeting, so
Yeah,
I didn't
that's
know
why
what
I was doing the same thing.
And when the chief discovered that we could do that, it didn't make sense to either of us to wait until May to set this limit, where the bridge project's going in, they can start accumulating money
as soon
and
as
spend it
possible.
for next
I
year.
just was trying to understand
Right.
it. So maybe that's something we can look at next year to offset some of this vehicle maintenance stuff. All right, can I ask a couple of budget, are you done with that? So I can
Yeah,
ask-
those are, I know we're requested to do the 3%, so those are the 12 in this, and yes.
So, Mike, you had said at the last meeting of the select board when we were talking about personnel at the police, and you had said that you did not, because of the possibility of an override, we weren't going to advertise to fill all 4 positions. So what I want to know is, does this budget include staffing numbers to bring us up to full
At
staff?
this point, where we're not going for an override, the departments are budgeting to staff all the positions.
Okay.
So we'll be advertising to fill all positions.
Okay, and then my question, Chief, is on overtime, that increase seems a little bit low, in that I know that we've had, we have a new contract, so that affects the overtime money. Are we filling the overtime shifts? Because I've heard a lot of chatter, and this is just chatter from the community. Are we making sure that there's 2 officers on all shifts, as many as possible, especially at night, which is what the town meetings wanted a number of years ago? Because I just want to make sure that that number, which does seem low to me, it's only a 1.25% increase, and there has to be some increase due to the contract increase. So I'm just, where are we with that? And is this covering all the shifts that we need covered? Because you also, part-time employees, there's no increase. So we're down officers, and I know that's not going to be long-term, but we're down officers, we're not increasing part-time, and our overtime is pretty stagnant. So where are we with this?
So I would say a couple things. One is the part-time, I didn't raise that even though it may be an increase in the part-time rate, because I'm not where I want to be as far as that was budgeted for 2 shifts per week. we're not there yet getting that out of part-time officers. It's really hard to find part-time officers who want to do that. They want to work details.
Yep.
So I've kind of put this value add in there. So I kept that even because I don't think it's fair to raise it if I'm not getting those hours.
And you don't think you'll get them next year? Because this is for like
I
a
still
year
don't
from
think
now,
I'm
right?
going to get 104 shifts a year filled by part-time officers. If I get there, if I can get to that point eventually, I think any chief in there would love that because we're paying a much lower rate, but it's very hard to find them.
Okay.
As far as the overtime, yes, every shift has been offered, not necessarily covered for a second person on every shift. It's probably been over a year and a half now we've been doing that. So every shift is offered to have 2. I do not order in on the second one, sometimes, but most of the time we're not ordering in on the second officer. So yes, it's always offered, but our overtime, one thing I've done, and we changed the lieutenant's position to non-exempt. But now, instead of hiring sometimes a second person, it's non-exempt. There's overtime available for the lieutenant's position, but part of that give and take was you can be the second officer. So I'm there during the day, the lieutenant's there during the day. We have an officer.
I guess I'm more concerned about overnight because
we have
the town
always
was really
offered.
specific about overnight. And
To answer your question, we've always offered 2 people per shift. It's not always taken, but
and you won't order in.
a second person I have not ordered in, no. We have used mutual aid on a midnight shift, as does Harvard, as does the communities. But often they are 2 people on a shift, but it's always offered, and it's budgeted that way.
And so that's why that number's slightly lower. It continues to go. I just want to make sure that, we were at a high at one point, but I want to make sure that.
The other reason it's slightly lower is because when we took the money from the collective bargaining agreement, there was money put in one, and then it was put to each individual police, fire, and DPW. So you had money for contracts, because last year's budget was based on, without the contract, right? It was just based on step increases, no gross wage increase. Okay, so the money went into a separate fund, and then Hung Hwa allocated that to each department. There was a few $1,000s extra because last year we budgeted at 2080 instead of 2088. So I needed an extra $3,000 or $4,000, and we had extra money in that line, and it got put into the overtime line. So the actual number that is lower would be the 2026 budget, would be a couple $1,000s lower, which would make that 1.25% actually like 3%. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay.
Honestly, no. We vote we have 3 different articles at town meeting. We vote the police contract, we vote the fire contract, we vote the DPW contract. Each one of those contracts have a cost to contract, which includes increases, uniform allowance, blah, 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 whatever that cost is, $30,000 for police, $50,000 for fire, $60,000 for DPW. I don't know why we're allotting anything from a pool. That should be whatever that cost of contract was in the first year is what should have been allotted on that budget line.
Okay.
So-
The allocation was about 35,000, and that money was put into that line from when the contract was settled. So it was put into that, allocated accordingly. It was that salary, overtime.
So within your budget,
It was.
within your budget, that's what I misunderstood.
Yeah.
That's not how I heard it.
Okay.
I heard that Hung Hwa
No,
took
it was-
all of these 3
no.
contracts. Okay.
No,
So
what
within
was
your
voted
budget.
on, the
Oh,
money
okay.
was put in
Okay.
there.
All right.
That is all.
So it should have just been allocated slightly differently, which would have showed more.
Yes.
Right, so a little bit, okay.
It was voted on, and the money was allocated in there.
Okay, so I think you answered the question about the 6,900, that's all I got.
Okay, town details. So what actually is that, actually? What is the town details?
So our
line?
town details, and I can get you the list of them, that we budget for.
Well, I understood, it stands for events in town, right? But is this extra money that's paid for officers to be out of town details?
Yes, paid for by the town. Pfeiffer's Day, Diwali Festival, Memorial Day, the tree lighting, the menorah lighting, trunk or treat, town meetings.
Right. So
Elections.
that's an additional officer who's going to get overtime or whatever to cover that event. Okay.
But there's no vendor to charge.
Yeah. So it's been budgeted at 12,000 something in 25, and only 6,000 spent. I don't know where you are this year on that. I mean, is that an over budget, that 13,000 that's in there right now for town details?
It's a hard one to budget because you don't know how many town meetings you're going to have. You don't know how many you're going to have. I always put it out there for more. Remember, they're paid at a little bit lower rate, so they're sometimes harder to fill than the vendor rate. I end up working them. I'm not paid for them, but I'll put out 3 of them. Maybe I only fill 1 or 2. I always come in and work all those.
Right.
So I budget it for the officers to do it, but if I don't always fill it, I'm here doing it.
Yeah. It's just a 6,000 actual for 25 and 13,000 budget sounds like a big difference. I mean, maybe that's a...
It was, and I pushed the
24 actuals
part-timers
is lower,
to
too.
do those too, and that's at a lower rate. So I always urge the part-timers, hey, you
Yeah.
gotta give something back, work these, and we do. Well, one of the part-timers works almost every, of those, so when I can get them at a lower rate, it helps as well.
Yeah.
I have a question about, can I follow up on that question
Yeah,
in
go
more
ahead.
detail? And I'm not picking on Diwali Festival, but is that a town event?
I'd say
Or
every,
is that, who puts that event on? Boxborough doesn't put that on.
sponsored by the, also partially sponsored with the library.
Library.
So,
So it is through the town.
sponsors it.
Through the library?
Yes.
Okay, that's why, because I wanted to know what might have been included in the X, et cetera, because I didn't think.
I make sure
Diwali
every
was
town detail has an
A
an
town,
affiliation to a town
Okay, thank
event,
you.
Pfeiffer's Day with the celebrations committee.
thank you.
Can I just ask one quick question back on the coverage? And I know, this is not directly budget related, but, so for the night shifts, what % actually are covered by 2 officers?
I mean, I could go back in the midnight shift or the evening shift,
The midnight.
Overnight?
the overnight. Would you say an estimate? Half? I mean, it's always offered, maybe half. I mean, I could, if you'd like, I could go count up fiscal year
So-
26 and give you, but probably about half. It's just really, do the officers want to take it? Sometimes we even offer, we always offer, the person working 3 to 11, can you stay for 4 hours? So you don't want to work the whole shift, but at least from 11 to 3,
Yeah.
there's 2 people. So we've done that as well.
Okay, so.
They don't want to be ordered in on the second one, and I understand that when we have mutual aid.
No, I
so-
understand that, but there's a town expectation that we have to balance with as well. I mean, nobody likes to be ordered into anything, never mind a midnight shift, but.
But we do have great mutual aid partners, Harvard, and we do the same thing with them.
Okay.
So I have a question, though. So this overtime is based on 50% filling those overnight shifts at 2 people?
No, it's
It's
filled
based-
on every shift,
It's
100%.
It's based on 100%, even though you're not getting people in for 50% of those shifts?
That would make sense why 2025 looks like almost exactly half was used of that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
overtime.
so to me, I'm with John, I have a problem with that because it's not the town's expectation. Mutual aid was a long conversation at that town meeting. That's all well and good, but if someone's breaking into my house, I don't want an acting cop trying to find his way to my house. I want, this is what we heard at town meeting. We want 2 cops on duty overnight. It was during the day and even the, whatever it is, 3 to midnight shift or whatever, not as much. During the day, there's enough uniforms around, but overnight, I mean, and we were told then, we're not gonna get to 100%, we'll probably get to 80%. But now we're saying 50%, and that is not the town's expectation.
Maybe it's a
But-
metric we should
You
track.
see this with the same hand of saying, how are we gonna increase retention if you're then ordering people in for a midnight shift?
It's absolutely, I mean, that would be absolutely right about that. It is a
Yeah.
give and take. It's offered, it might be more than 50%. Again, we can get you the exact number if you'd like for the fiscal
No, no,
year.
it's-
But,
And one more,
no, they do get a shift differential, though. I mean,
Just to-
relatively
so,
low.
just in that line, are we members with, do we join all the surrounding communities? Do you share resources, or in this situation? You mentioned Harvard.
Yeah.
Do we have something with?
You mean
Acton?
No,
Mutual
usually
aid.
Littleton, Stowe, Harvard, your communities that could get there the quickest. Acton would come, and just like we would go,
But you have a mutual working?
Mutual, yes.
understanding? Okay.
Were you ever, like, as part of that gap, because you're not fully staffed, like, were you fully staffed and able to cover more overnight? Like, obviously, you have more officers, you have more chances to fill all those. Like, have you ever been, at least in your tenure, been fully staffed and still only been at 50% overnight? Does that make sense?
no, I think we were probably, I think when you're fully staffed, we're higher than
Okay.
that. The one problem is, even though we were fully staffed, we had a person on long-term still out on long-term injury. It's been almost it'll be 2 years in March.
Okay.
So I say fully staffed from a payroll
Gotcha.
perspective, not necessarily. That one individual actually would make up quite a few shifts.
Okay. That's helpful.
I know you asked for our org chart, so our org chart is in here without the names and then with the names. So this is kind of what they do, each individual position, and this is the actual individuals. So again, you guys can, if you have any questions on that now or at a future time, please feel free to get in touch with me. But we have 3 sergeants there, operations, administrative training, detective court prosecutor, the patrol officers. And then at the end here, our strategic goals, just more in depth. Again, community trust, excellence in policing, law enforcement, officer well-being, recruitment and retention, and succession planning. Again, for the whole department, I think our 4 strategic goals moving forward. This was back a few months, 6-7 months, and we talk about successes and future initiatives. Some of those have been attained, some of them we're still working on. So any questions in the future or now, certainly reach out. I want to again thank the lieutenant and certainly Elizabeth Hoinchel, our administrative assistant, who does a lot of work helping put our budget together.
And just real quick, going back to the grants. Do you know kind of what the breakdown of grants is? And I ask that because probably for the next, I guess, 3 more years, the Fed grants might be a little shorter. Like, are we getting a lot of our grants from the state, or is it like 50-50? Like, I don't need a specific.
No, it's a great question. And yeah, the answer is it depends on, there's some federal grants that are out there that we can apply for, and obviously the state. So the body camera grant, for instance, that is done.
Okay.
We were lucky to get it in at the last minute. That money through the state is no longer going to be there. So that's a huge win for us, and keep our fingers crossed we get that.
I want to just chime in. They open that up to people who already have them. That's how we were able to, we already got it. And this is the last year they're going to do it, so they opened it up. So, of course, we jumped at it to try to get it again. They're going to give preference, though, to the ones who didn't, and then all the ones who did. So we're hoping. Yeah.
As far as anything else, federal grants, I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there from FEMA.
Okay.
So we just have to look. And again, it's tough because certain grants don't fit for this community or what our department is looking for. I mean, we don't need heavy military vehicles, equipment, things like that.
Right, yeah.
So that's stuff we're not going to be looking at. But anything that can do to help with any kind of training, equipment that we can utilize, such as new portables, things like that, we're definitely going to be targeting that.
And is that stuff more from the state, or is it just kind of?
It's a balance.
Okay.
So the state offers them, and usually typically around April, May, something like that. I know the fire department does the same thing. We're always watching. The feds, you're going to constantly looking. And then the feds, the way they operate, you have to have, it's different levels of how you can apply.
Okay.
But we're looking at them definitely.
And the 2.1 from Neshoba was just unbelievable grant. We got 300, almost 300 of that was for radios, which we needed. Yeah. So it's been real helpful.
And the infrastructure for the entire town. That also cover fire department and DPW as well too. So it's not just for police, it's for literally everybody.
Yeah, no, that's great. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. Do you guys publish any crime statistics?
We do at the town meeting
wife's
at
hit and runs and stuff.
Sure, at the town report at the end of the year, they're all in there. But we one of the things that came out of the Strengthening Police and Community Partnership, the group that formed after that was urging us, requesting to do them on a monthly basis, which we do. So they are done monthly as well,
and they're put online. Or anything,
or? They're put online every month.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys very much.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay. Chief Kivlin.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? While we're transitioning, bathrooms, refresh your plate, get a drink, not alcohol. Maybe alcohol. I don't know.
5 minute break. 5 minute bar break.
If anybody has Baileys, let me know. Yeah, stretch. 5-minute break. Okay.
I know.
All right, who's up?
All right, fire.
Fire is up. Thank you for being here on a Saturday, guys.
Well, it's our pleasure. Thank you for having us.
I think it's a Saturday.
Is it Saturday still? Okay. Good morning. John Kivlin, Fire Chief. I'm with Captain Malinowski, per diem captain. So, just to get started, there really is not a lot of changes from last year to this year, other than things that we have coming up that are contractual. So this is not, am I pointing the wrong way? Pointing the wrong way. Okay. The only issues that we're having right now is we have a lot of pressure on our overtime budget. We're down 2 firefighters again, much like we were last year. Last year was 2 firefighters that had an opportunity to go to a larger department. This year, it was 1 firefighter that went to a larger department, and it was one of our new hires who made it very clear to us through the process that he was questioning whether he wanted to be a firefighter or not. He had since decided to go back to college to pursue a profession in the medical field, but has stayed on with us as a per diem. So we're still in the process of filling those 2 open positions. In the meantime, I also have a member that's out on IOD. So we have quite a bit of overtime that's occurring right now within the department. Bunch of order-ins. Unfortunately, I had to order someone in on Christmas Day. It's just the nature of the job. We have to provide that 24/7 coverage, and we're doing everything we can to do that. So filling all the per diem openings, we try to average around 30 per diems. We're currently, on paper, I would say that we have 21. 21 on paper. I would say 6 of them actively take shifts, and then 6 of them actively come back on callback. And some of those are mixed, so some of those people are in both of those categories. So it's not quite the 12 that we would say, I said. But then we just have some offsets to line items that will exist within the full-time salary, part-time salary, and on-call. We're seeing a lot less callback from personnel. We're seeing a lot less people coming back to supplement the shifts and to supplement the calls. So we are seeing some savings in that line, but unfortunately that hurts us operationally. So when we're not getting the callback, it means we have to rely more heavily on mutual aid when it comes to larger scale emergencies that require multiple personnel, multiple pieces of apparatus. And then also our vehicle maintenance. Right now we're trending a little bit above. We've had a lot of vehicles have some problems. Last year we lost the suspension system on our tanker. This year our entire DEF system, which is part of the exhaust system, is supposed to make things run a little bit cleaner. Our exhaust system on our brush truck just devastated. We had to replace the entire thing. It was quite a large repair. The truck was gone for quite some time. So we're dealing with that right now. That's part of this year's budget. And then just trying to stay in compliance with NFPA standards going forward with maintenance. When it comes to maintenance for our vehicles, there's 3 standards that we have to follow. It's NFPA 1900, 1911, and 1500. All mostly do with how and who can do the maintenance. 1500 really is our standards for how we're supposed to keep track of and our management system of getting the maintenance done. And that resulted in a change in everyone has to wear multiple hats. It'd be great if people could just have one job and just do that job. So aside from being a firefighter, you might be the emergency medical coordinator, or you may be our IT person. So this year, in order to try to stay within the 1500, we actually had some reversal of positions and created, for the first time, we have a fleet manager. We have someone who's like lone aside responsibility is going to be making sure that we're following the schedule and getting the maintenance done on the pieces that we need to have done when we need to have it done.
Chief, on that note.
Yes.
And as a matter of record, the DPW director threw you under the bus this morning.
That's fine.
In that, some of your equipment,
yep.
His mechanic can't work on. Is that because of NFPA standards or what it is? Because he was mentioning the savings here that he was able to incur, the
right.
savings he was able to incur because of having it done with his mechanic versus sending it out to a shop.
Yes.
And so I was wondering if you could let me know how that interacts with you and what you can do and what you can't do.
Absolutely. So when it comes to the actual fire aspects of the pieces, the pump, the aerial ladders, we don't have one, right? Those types of components of the pieces. You have to be an emergency vehicle technician to be able to, that type of mechanic, have those certifications in order to work on those specific parts of the trucks. You can have non-EVT mechanics work on trucks. They can do things when it comes to the brakes, the transmissions, oil changes, things of that nature. However, the part of the standard says that the AHJ, which in that case would be me, I have the responsibility of making sure that I have documented that mechanic's qualifications, their training, and their experience. So it makes it a little bit more difficult, and we have to be a little bit more picky as to who we can go to, because yes, EVT for certain things, but even on the non-EVT, I just can't pick a person who says they're a mechanic and have them work on the truck. I need to be able to document that they actually have the credentials that would make them a mechanic, that they have the credentials that would make them qualified to work on those types of brakes, if they have the experience working on those types of brakes for that type of vehicle, or working on an engine on that type of, like, whether it's a Cummins, right? Maybe they've never worked on that type of engine before, which everybody works on. That's what everyone's running. But I just have to make sure that they have all that experience before I'm allowed to let them touch our pieces of equipment.
So when you say you have to make sure, who's telling you you have to make sure?
The NFPA.
The NFPA
Right.
is
So the microscope got put on this back in 2009. We are a very mechanically inclined group. Well, at least we have been traditionally as firefighters, right? You have a lot of people that can do a lot of things. For years, firefighters just worked on their own apparatus until in 2009 there was an incident in the Commonwealth where a very large department in the Commonwealth with a lot of mechanically inclined people, they were doing their own work on their trucks. And then one day on a ladder truck, the brakes failed. And as a result, a firefighter passed away from the ensuing accident from those brakes failing. And after that, we really got held to a higher standard when it comes to who and how the maintenance on the vehicles get done.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Just to be clear, Ed did not throw you under the bus. Well, I don't want you going out here thinking one of your colleagues did.
You know me well enough.
But I just want to be clear, we're on TV. So the discussion of vehicle maintenance came up.
Right.
And I said that DPW was looking into what they could and couldn't do, and I said that there are some things that they can't do on fire apparatus. That's how it came out. I know you were just joking, but since we're in a public forum, I just want to be clear about that.
And I have to say, I just tossed into ChatGPT what are the requirements, because I write down, should we be getting an emergency vehicle technician? And then I realized that Ed said he was looking into EVT, and I thought it was electronic vehicle. Like, I thought he was talking about police cruisers coming on board. So, I imagine you've been talking to Ed about an EVT technician?
Ed and I have talked a lot about this.
Okay.
Through my organization, through FCAM, the organization that I'm a part of, they hold conferences once a year, always in February, and part of that conference is to hold a section specifically for mechanics. And this year they're offering an EV Tech 1 class. It's 3 days. It's through...
The 1071 says ChatGPT. I'm teasing you.
It
because
might be,
ChatGPT says it must be true, right?
So... they're holding the course, they're holding the certification course, but again, Ed's people are wearing multiple hats. It'd be great to maybe make the investment to send somebody, but if we're getting pelted with winter weather, does he have the capability to allow that person to be gone for that long? I don't know. And again, I have to look a little bit deeper into what exactly EV1 encompasses to make sure that we're not just sending them and getting them a certification that really doesn't meet our needs and allows them to do the things on the vehicles that we truly need them to do. So there's a lot of research we just started talking about this within the last couple of weeks, and we're doing a lot of research on this to try to see if we can make this a reality, because I would love nothing more than to allow Ed's people to work on our pieces and save that money in labor costs, because the labor costs, we're seeing anywhere from a 10 to 15% increase in labor costs across the country. I know our people have told us, maybe not just in labor, overall costs, that we can expect to see somewhere between a 2 to 3% increase in the cost of services that they're providing to us on our routine checks that we have to do per the NFPA. So, yeah, if we could get that done in-house.
Well, I just appreciate the clarifications. I really thought it was electronic vehicle. Now I know, emergency vehicle.
Okay.
Hey, Don breaks over Marblehead. It's fine.
Any other questions in regards to, okay, move on. Oh, I went the wrong way, I'm sorry. So we have our proposed budget and some of our actual numbers right here. So you're gonna see that we're looking for a 5.07% increase in budget. And again, majority of that, you'll see some, actually the overtime's not up there, but you'll see that the 5.07, it's contractually based. We're looking, last year was a 2.75 increase for the personnel. This year we're looking at a 3% increase for personnel. The captain had an increase of 2.5% last year. He's getting another 2.5% this year. So it's almost like a step raise plus the COLA. And again, all contractually negotiated. all part of the memorandum. And then the other part of that is it also affects our overtime increases, and we also have members that are going to see an increase from top step firefighter to the lieutenant rank in an effort, as we spoke last year a lot about, is our lack of command structure within the department for full-time people. The town has taken a very aggressive step in trying to improve that and also provide members with chances to advance within the department so that we can increase our command staff, increase the level of responsibilities to some people, and start grooming our future leaders for the department so that in the future years we'll be able to look internally instead of externally for those positions as they come up.
Chief, could you go back for that 1 second? So in 25, you were a little bit on the budget, we'll call it basically online. FY 25, you were at 1.36, and it was 1.33. You were a little bit under that. That's great. In 26, you have a budget of 1.4, and I see for the first quarter you're at 2.8. So let's round that to 300,000. So at 300,000 for 1 quarter, if you do that times 4, you'd be about 1.2 million. Again, under. Is the first quarter usually low for you because of the summer months, or how does that play out?
It's the overtime trends,
right,
of how it plays out. So the quarters are not, you can't just multiply it by 4.
Right, that's my comment.
So a ton of vacation, May, June. So Q4 is our most expensive
Got
quarter
it. So
historically.
So the fourth quarter is really going to jack that number up because of the overtime.
If they get into the position where they either use their time or lose their time. So we'll see a lot of vacation usage, a lot of spike in overtime, and hopefully some of those, a lot of those shifts are going to get filled. We have savings if they don't get filled, and we have them replaced with per diems,
right,
which is helpful.
And because I guess my underlying question with that is, you mentioned that you're having a retention and personnel on staff. I know you're meeting the standard, but I'm assuming.
Which standard am I meeting?
You're
I'd love to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm assuming you'd like to have more people in the firehouse on a regular basis than you have right now.
Absolutely. Bob, the standard, I mean, a lot of talk about standard and staffing has come up since the Fall River fire, right? And that's a large department, and they weren't meeting the standard. There's very few departments in the Commonwealth that are meeting the standards for staffing. The standard for staffing is 4 firefighters per apparatus. Ambulance is excluded, right? That's still the 2. So when we are staffed during the day with 4, we generally split that. We'll have 2 on the pump, 2 on the ambulance. When that goes down to 3 at night, oftentimes that pump is going out with 1 firefighter, which, when studies are done about the efficiency of engine companies and the work that they can perform and the tasks that they can complete, they test on 5, 4, and 3-person engine companies, and they refer to 2-person engine companies as criminal. So, we're understaffed. The benefit of it is that we have, when the ambulance is out of town, we have a member back that, to the point of relying on mutual aid, we have a member back that can respond, get to a residence because they're familiar with the community, and they can start calling for the appropriate resources that they will need from our mutual aid partners. So we can have someone who in a command function that can take charge of the scene, who's local, who's familiar with the people, familiar with the streets, and can start coordinating things. But to actually ask them to do certain things, it's just dangerous for them to be able to do it as a 1-person engine company.
Great.
So again, same numbers as the years prior. The CBA is accounting for everything, all this that I had said. We're still having a little bit of challenges filling shifts and overtimes. So there'll be some unexpected swings between some of our salary line items. As we get closer to the end, it'll be much like last year. We'll just have to just request the line item switches. Our big goal is we really would like to start retaining the staffing. Look, you can't go many places in this area and not meet a firefighter that didn't get their start in Boxborough, and that's fantastic. We have a great reputation for being a place to start out, get experience, get the training that you need, and then, just like the police department we're speaking about, we get poached from. Would love nothing more than to change that and have us start being a department that people want to make a long-term career at. And I think that we're heading in the right direction with that. We've taken aggressive steps contractually to increase pay, to increase opportunities for advancement within the department, and the town itself, with the steps that it's taking towards a new facility, I think that that is going to do a lot for us to be able to retain firefighters in the future, and that we're not, hopefully not, going to have the turnover that has been the norm for Boxborough. And then I discussed possibly, we would love to continue talking about the expansion of the per diem staffing and trying to keep the night shift up to 4. We start at 4 in the day and we go to 3. If there were a way to keep us at 4 at night so that we don't have that lone person on a piece, that we could actually have people working as a 2-person team showing up to these incidents. It's just conversations that we would like to, it's come up, we'd like to continue to talk about it, but it's just a matter of this year trying to figure out how to do it with the cost. It just seems to be something that just won't be happening.
That made me think of something, and I wish I had asked the police chief also, is mutual aid. I was thinking about the one guy in a truck, da-da-da-da-da. Do we give as much as we get? I think that's really important for the select board to understand, because we talk about mutual aid a lot with the towns surrounding us. I want to be sure we're giving as much as we get. And if we can't, I think that's something we have to take into consideration.
As far as EMS goes, I think that we're providing more EMS, it might be close to even.
That makes me happy. That's good.
Every department does things differently.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of places, if they get a telephone alarm for a fire, they will call for automatic aid immediately and have those pieces heading over. We don't necessarily do that way. We would have to have multiple phone calls before we start requesting pieces to just start coming.
Mm-hmm.
So if every town were requesting mutual aid based on the same criteria in the same fashion, then I could give you an accurate,
Okay. But your gut is that
my gut is that we are
it's
definitely.
equitable.
I think we're right in the middle.
Okay.
The only thing it's interesting with mutual aid, now we have bumped up the town with the increases in the staffing that the town took over in the last few years. Other towns have recognized that, and they see that we have 4 during the day, 3 at night. They've bumped us up the run card, right? And that's great, but they're expecting a 3-person piece, and there are times that we're running down to 2, which we're probably not going to provide mutual aid when we're at that minimum, because we shouldn't be sending pieces out. District 14 in itself has put it out that when you send an engine or a ladder to another community, they want that engine. We're part of District 14 for the fire. The District 14 chiefs have put it out. They want 4 people on that apparatus.
So if you can't send the personnel, don't send the piece.
Well, we can send it with 3, but the standard that they would like us to meet would be 4 people on that piece. We're not there for nights and weekends. We're at 3 people. So mutual aid is just, it's a tricky thing because.
Okay. So we also get money for the ambulance mutual aid, which is a beneficial thing, which we want to send the ambulance out as much as possible.
Right,
That's
and
just the ambulance, that's
right.
just the
Right.
ambulance.
I think the other thing to remember, and we've talked about this, I think, in a couple prior years, is we provide mutual aid on average to 15 communities a year with fire apparatus.
Mm-hmm.
We're only one community. So if you actually look at like the run stats that end up in annual reports, it's always going to look lopsided, but you're providing to more communities than, but
Sure.
then if we were to request something, if we were to have a fire, we're going to request from probably 6 to 8 communities. So that's your kind of apples to oranges comparison.
Sure.
The other thing to remember is, thankfully, we don't have a lot of fires, right? That
Everybody
happen,
knows,
right?
that's right.
So this is the training that our resources get on these calls, right? Are right? Just it's invaluable to
Yeah.
what we do, just to be able to see other operating conditions. We're usually not the first to, so we're arriving into someone's scene that they've already been operating at 10 to 20 minutes. So just the exposure that our members get is important as part of that too. So that needs to weigh in. It's on financially it doesn't help, but
right.
That is training that we can't replicate on a day-to-day basis.
Right, and I'm not saying this from a financial perspective. It's more a civic pride. I don't want to be perceived as a town that takes and doesn't give. That's really where I'm coming from.
Believe me when I tell you that chiefs are very cognizant of that. And if you are one of those communities, they will let you know. They will definitely say to you, what is going on?
Okay.
we're not here to supplement you.
Right.
And I've heard and I've seen those conversations, and we have not been part of those conversations, so
Good.
we're okay. But to the captain's point, I've been trying very hard to get us more exposure with other communities to try to get us out on mutual aid, because we can only do so much through training. It actually is through real life experience that we get the skills that we need to be able to do the job more efficiently. So the fact that we have bumped up on other people's run cards is huge, and it's communities that we never thought we would get bumped up at. Larger communities that we're going now for third alarms, where we used to be down at a fifth or a sixth. So getting more opportunity to get to larger incidents, to get that type of experience, to get the fire ground experience, or whatever type of emergency it is, and to bring it back to Boxborough, to be able to be prepared that the first time, the first time they see something,
Probably
right.
won't be in Boxborough.
Well, they're
Okay.
going to see things, and then if, God forbid, it happens here, it's not going to be the first time they've dealt with it, and they can draw back on those experiences and use that to help us guide through and mitigate the incident here in town. So
Great.
that's what we're shooting for.
Good.
I have a question on medical billing, actually.
Yes.
Line. So that is that the fees we pay to ALS and other?
There's fees
No.
from we pay Pro Ambulance to bill for our ambulance, so a lot of the medical billing comes from them for doing the billing for the transports that we do. I think last year, in 2024, I believe that they, out of 197,000 and change collected, I believe they billed for roughly $9,900. They charged us $9,900 and change to bill for those, to collect it. And then they return the receipts to the town from what they collect.
So they're billing. So we're receiving money though.
Yes.
Ultimately, so
in
they
20
charge us to do the billing,
Right.
but then we get money in from that billing
Right.
process.
So they'll take it all in, they track, and then they make the deposits back to the town.
So how do you budget that number for medical billing then? Because it seems to be a higher number than we've actually been spending,
So
I think.
one of the things that is difficult is to estimate exactly how many medicals that we're going to do. So
Yeah.
if we're a little bit higher, it's
Actually,
because...
no, sorry, lower. It's lower.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
lower,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, so we get calendar year data, not fiscal year data. The
Right.
calendar year data shows a $40,000 incremental in revenue this year over last year. Because of the accounting, all of that goes into the revolving account. Ideally, the expense that's associated with the ambulance billing would come out of that. You can't mix and mingle that, so that's why we have to budget for the expense. So we're looking at average call volume, looking at the average medical billing. Remember, every call is billed at a different rate depending upon the interventions that we do. And so then using the actuals, it's just you could have a very busy December this year, but last year it wasn't. So it's
But you're expecting a lower cost for the medical billing line than we had in 25, for example. It's 10,200. Actual for 25 was 13,580.
Yeah, I can.
But the budget was down last year to 9,100.
So, for some reason,
Okay.
The prior accounting team mixed our physicals
Okay.
into that. So it was the physicals for pre-employment for firefighters
Okay.
with the medical billing for the ambulance. We're not sure
so
why
it's not
that
a
line was
correct
ever
comparison,
combined.
okay, yeah.
It's been separated for now 2 years, so you're
Okay.
just seeing the residual drop
Right.
off.
Okay, fair enough, yeah.
And that money goes into the revolving account, right?
The
We get the
revenue,
money
yes.
in, but then a portion of that goes into the ambulance account to buy a new ambulance.
That's the same thing.
Same thing, but don't we take some of that out and put it into general, or does it all go in there and stay in there?
50% goes into the general fund, 50%
Goes
into
into
the
that
ambulance
account,
fund.
okay, right.
Hongwa had a question, I think, online.
Yeah, I was just saying the ambulance revenue, it's always split 50-50. 50 goes to general fund and the other 50 goes to ambulance fund.
Thanks, Hongwa.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So I know we've talked about vehicle maintenance, and I don't want to beat that to death, but you did say that you were told 2 to 3% increase in your vehicle maintenance, and you don't have that budgeted. And unlike the police and DPW, their stuff cannot necessarily be worked on, and we might have to go through certifications, but rather than assuming we're going to get there, you've level funded that. Are we comfortable with that? Or, because you're not accounting for the 2 or 3% you've been told there'll be an increase.
Right. hoping that we don't have any catastrophic failures of pieces, and that.
We're always hoping that.
I know, but I mean, and again, we account for it. We had to make, obviously, we had to make decisions when it came to the budget. We were given parameters to which to try to be at. As important as the pieces are, Maria, the most important thing in that station are the people.
I know.
And we cannot afford to have any decreases in staffing. So, in an effort to be in those parameters, we are level funding the vehicle maintenance. Yes.
So that may be something we want to look at, because that might make sense for DPW and fire, but until we have certified technicians working on, that can work on the fire,
DPW, please.
Thank you. Maybe we need to take a look at that and at least look and see if we can account for that 2 or 3%. Maybe that's a conversation we can have later on.
Yeah,
That might be one of those numbers that might need to go up, and not necessarily have something else come down in your budget.
Right.
We've got to be careful about our, making sure we stay within limits, but we also have to be realistic. And, if you're already being told 2 or 3%, and we know that DPW technicians can't work on the big apparatus, So then I have another question for you. On medical supplies, so that's your gloves, first aid, bandages, for the trucks, for everything, right? And I assume for the station and stuff. You've only gone up 500 on that.
Right.
So as somebody who shops for her family and knows that Band-Aids are more expensive than they were last year, is that, and actually gloves, which, we don't use medical grade gloves, but I shop for the shop, and we all have gloves, and those have gone up. All of that kind of consumable stuff has gone up. Is $500, again, I know we're trying to stay within budget, we have to be careful, but we need bandages to bandage people. There are certain things we can't, maybe we can cut back on pencils, because, bring your own pencil to work day, but we can't do that with medical supplies.
The actual was
4,300.
Yeah.
I understand.
They only used 66% of it last year, so.
I know,
Yeah.
but is
Didn't
that
buy on
realistic
sale?
this year?
Coupons? Yeah.
Do you think that's a realistic number? That's all I'm asking. For this year. I
this
know what
year-
last year looked like, but things are way more expensive this year.
Some of our more expensive things, we were able to, we had some problems with some equipment, so with some of our more expensive things, rather than absolutely decimate our medical supplies, where there were equipment that were associated to certain pieces of apparatus, and they were, and we still had money within apparatus accounts, we were able to handle things that way. So that number, fairly accurate, but not 100% accurate as how much we
So
actually
you're saying
spent
it
on
might be
supplies.
lowballing the actuals in the past because you've had other funds?
It's going to be difficult. It's tough to say because, again, with medicals, the trend is that they're going up.
Right.
I never would have expected them to go up between what we had for 23 and into 24 actuals, where we saw, 23 showed us an increase in $10,000 in billing, and then we saw a $40,000 increase in billing coming out of 24. And I think that this year, when it comes to medicals, I think we've already done somewhere since July 1st, we're already somewhere in 280 plus medical calls already in our first 6 months.
How does that relate to last year's?
Last year, I think there's going to be plus to minus 10. We're going to be right in track. Like right now, we're tracking the same numbers that we did the year prior. So we should be able to do this and make this work.
The things we pre-buy and we buy in bulk, right? So something like gloves, which we use a lot of, we buy them in bunches, right? So there is some discretion you can use as you're looking at the end of the fiscal year, right, to manage that.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was enough.
So that's what I thought I heard the chief saying, he's stockpiling some stuff for the next year.
That's what we're going to try to do,
Okay.
yes. Yep.
Okay.
But again,
as far as the more expensive units, DFIP units and things along that line, are those in that line, or where do you?
Cannot wait to talk to you about that on Capital Saturday, Bob. That's going to be a fantastic conversation. I'm really looking forward to that one.
You just answered that question. So they're not in the medical supply?
No, they're not. No, because one defib alone would probably account for about 90% of that budget line.
That's my question. So the more expensive items that.
Right.
This is just consumables,
That's
right?
just-
Band-Aids,
That's just disposable
bandages,
consumables.
that kind of
Right.
stuff.
However, so we've increased we're increasing the level of service that we can provide, and there's going to be new equipment that we're going to be introducing very shortly after the training's complete. And again, it's just going to, God forbid, we don't have to use it. But again, it's just as we're increasing and expanding the service, there's going to be more equipment that we're going to need to purchase.
But you're
to be able to
comfortable
do
with
that.
this number for next year?
Yes.
For right now? Okay, thank you.
Trying to get this to go. So it's all right, there we go. Again, just our budget, all our budget drivers and some of the cuts that we've made. So as you can see, just the change and the impact that it's having on the budget. The one that really stands out again would be the fire OT and the contractual increase for the fire salary. Again, all contractual increases, nothing above and beyond what we've done historically, just trying to account for the things that the CBA is having us account for. If there's no questions, I'll move on.
Chief, one question there on the fire software subscription. You've only increased it by $641.
And it's based on the increases that the companies have told us that we're going to see.
Okay, and Mike, I know we're talking about.
That's a separate capital item for next month.
Thank you.
Yeah. I had a feeling that's where he was going. Thank you.
So cheerful about it.
Mike, we don't need to get into it, but is anything in that capital item going to become part of the budget? If you're going to get software, is it going to be for next year?
Just speak
I guess
to that
any
real
capital
quick.
item.
Maria,
not
honestly,
just
the answer to
fire.
that's unknown right now. So
Okay.
we are in the very early stages of discussing costing with the company that we're speaking to. We have a meeting set up for, not next week, I think it's the week after, and where we're going to get a little bit more detail of the costing, and I should be able to give you a better answer to that
Right.
after that meeting.
So I guess for all capital items, we should know that, not vehicles, because we know that already, but
And
it's stuff that, may be an ongoing budgetary cost.
Right.
Yeah.
If we need to, we
Typically
need to
there is.
include
I
it.
just don't know what it's going to be, and I'm really working to I would really like to have an answer by Capital Saturday for you with that.
Yeah, but that should be on everybody, not just you,
Mhm.
anything like that. And then, does it need to be part of the FY '27, or are we good for FY '27 by purchasing it and then it goes into the future? But we should definitely know that as we go forward, especially while we're trying to budget out 3 to 5 years.
And, many of these I've already, actually, all of these I've already spoken to, so if there's any questions as far as command
Chief,
structure.
just a general high level, the amount of medical calls versus the amount of fire calls, each one compared to last year.
We are right at about the same split. I want to say, it's not quite 50-50. I would say it's closer to a 60-40 split as far as medical calls and medical calls versus fire calls. We're doing a lot of medicals and a lot of transports, and counting patients that are transported off the highway from motor vehicle accidents as medicals, but that's also counted as a fire call because we're often dealing with the fluids and the other things, the aftermath of the vehicles colliding and things that we have to do as far as
And the
controlling that
counts
too.
are up or the same as last year?
The counts are very close.
Okay.
They're, I want to say there's, if memory is correct, I want to say we're somewhere 8 to 12, maybe lower right now than we were last year, but we're within 10. I would say we're probably within 10. Let's give a plus or minus 10 from last year.
Great.
And then just the non-capital warrants that we would like to continue, and it's the same as previous years, is the cost associated with hiring and sending to the fire academy, which is $60,000, approximately $30,000 per person to be able to get them through the fire academy. And then the emergency management. I am also directed to be the emergency management director for town. So last year, we budgeted for $5,000, and we'd like to continue that as well. And what that's doing is it's allowing us to work with our Burke volunteers, work collaboratively between police and fire, because there's oftentimes that I need to have Lieutenant Patriarca come with me to be able to do certain things, certain drills, certain trainings that we have going on. I cannot pay him out of my budget to be with me, but it has to be accounted for somewhere, and this allows us the opportunity to make sure that he's being compensated for his time outside when he's training with Burke, training with other agencies. Recently we had Texas A&M come down and do a course for us at the Regency. The Regency was great. They gave us a great deal on the room, but there are other associated costs with having the room, administrative things that we needed to cover, and that was all able to be taken care of out of the emergency management funding.
And then Chief, along that line, Mike, can you talk about, just for a second, how the new generator that we were granted plays into emergency management?
Yeah, so the money that we had earmarked into the state budget for $100,000 will put a generator at the library, which gives us a place where we can actually move the financial and administrative operations of the town if we should lose power widespread. Because it really wouldn't be appropriate to set up our administration and finance in the fire station or in the police station. And additionally, that also is providing a place where community members can go recharge their phones, you know, a place where families can congregate and that sort of thing.
Right. Yeah. And the Chief, you would have to have personnel there under that circumstance? If we lost power in town?
If we, there's gonna be, so we're actually doing we've prepared a tabletop that we're gonna be doing on February 5th here, to talk about this type of event and how we're gonna maintain continuity of government. And working on we call it the COG, Continuity of Government Plan. Working on our COG, trying to implement it, without giving it away. I don't wanna tell too many details of it, because you never know who's gonna be watching later, but the tabletop is going to have an event in which we're going to have, you know, problems with the infrastructure where we're going to have to pick up and move and maintain the services that we're providing, not just through emergency services, but government as a whole.
But I'm just, that all falls under...
That is all going to fall under emergency management. Everything, all of these things, the updating of our plans, the administrative costs of doing those things, getting those out to MEMA and approved, and all through EM.
Well, just, I don't know if this was what you were getting at, but, you know, putting a generator at the library doesn't give us an emergency operations center.
Right.
It's not an EOC. It's a place where the rest of town government and the community can go, whereas the fire and police stations already have a generator. They're set up to continue operating. We don't want to be bringing other town hall staff and other people from the community into those stations where they have to continue to do emergency operations.
The fire station and building committee is working on that.
The idea, right, we'll hopefully get there, because the idea, Bob, would be is if we have an EOC established, yeah, would it be great if we could establish it at the library, but then if all of a sudden we had to incorporate another part of our plan, it doesn't make sense for us to have to pick up the EOC and now move it to another building so that we can accommodate the other functions that need to happen from this building over there. So could it potentially help us? Yes. Could we have personnel assigned to it, depending on how extreme the emergency is? We could, but more than likely our role is going to continue to be within our EOC, and then handling the emergencies that we have going on, if not just locally, but regionally as well. Because if there is a major incident, weather-related, the odds of it just affecting Boxborough is pretty much slim to none, right?
Well, you say that, but
I
the
know,
last
then we're gonna have
ice
the
storm,
microburst, I know.
we lost power for 5 days,
Right,
and Acton
again.
was up and running, so.
Again,
And
the
our,
odds.
and our shelter is actually at the school.
Right.
Right, which is separate from all of this
Right,
stuff.
and we're
The
actually,
actual shelters at the
under
school.
EMA, we're actually working on updating the shelter plan as well. We've been having meetings with the emergency management team for the AB school district as well, just trying to update all these things.
So I think this is also a partnership with the Regency, right? I mean, they must have their own generators. Are they technically one of our centers?
Interesting that you bring this up, because
well, I'm just looking at community
you
partnerships.
You remember a couple Saturdays ago, we had that major outage.
Right.
And the Regency's generators failed to operate.
No.
And it was during the largest event that they have during the Irving Comic-Con come in. I said, you must be expecting hundreds of people, and they said, no, we're expecting thousands of people.
Yeah.
And we had, at the time, it was a hotel with no electricity, no heat, and no running water.
Do they know what happened?
Yeah, I believe they have it fixed. But
Okay.
it just goes to show that when you try to make this private-public partnership, you can't necessarily always rely on
Right.
that partnership, because
Right.
they run into the same problems that you do, and then you still have
Right.
to have these contingency plans.
Well-
So as much as we were going to partner with them, and they've been a great partner, they're really good to work with,
Yeah.
we still have to have plans for if something goes wrong with them as well.
Oh, of course. And again, I'm thinking this at a much higher level of economic development and community partnerships, and you know, let's keep them operating and in town.
Yes, 100%.
So,
Yeah,
okay.
we don't want to see them go the way of other hotels. in the chain.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, thanks.
The one thing that we did not mention was the fact that I know Chief Shefchuk talked a lot about his grants. We still are actively pursuing grants. We're trying very hard to get those. The majority of our grants are coming at the state level, which unfortunately, it's not as much money as, say, at the federal level. Our last federal grant was the $70-some-odd-thousand that the captain acquired for us to outfit our ambulance, which will hopefully be here in July, with a power stretcher. We did apply for another grant under the same federal grant structure for SCBA's, just unfortunately, we didn't fit the criteria to be awarded that grant this past year. But as far as grants through MEMA and grants through the Department of Fire Service, we still are being very successful in getting money from them and putting it towards department needs.
Did you see, and I don't know, even know if you track this, I'm just curious if you saw a drop-off in federal grants across Massachusetts, or was it perhaps more economically driven?
I didn't see any difference in, those grants are super competitive.
Okay.
Yes, so.
Okay. Because I immediately, want to blame somebody, but right. Just curious.
No, it seemed to be pretty consistent with how it goes. Okay. It's so many fire departments across the country that are shooting for those federal grants that it's okay. Always a very, very competitive. Your odds of not getting the grant are better than getting it, unfortunately. Okay. Always.
But don't give up, Jason.
We're going to keep going for it.
Well, you were part of the one with Air Hospital, the show hospital. You were able to get some money, not nearly as much as what you had put in for, but you were able to get some grant money from.
Right. It's going to be, and we still haven't had that finalized yet to know exactly when we can expect to see it, or when, and still working out what we can actually do with that money. But we were, yes, you're right. From DPH, we were awarded $131,000.
So that's an interesting question. So can that go to the fire department, or does that go to the medical part of the fire department? We don't know that yet?
What we saw says fire department, but like Chief said, we don't know exactly when it comes or how it gets used.
There's language, yeah, whether it's personnel, equipment. There was also language in it about special projects, and not quite sure what a special project would be defined as. So I have some phone calls out to the administrator of that money, and I've been trying to set up a meeting and get a little bit more clarification. Unfortunately, when they set up the Zoom call for it, I was not in the contact, so I missed the Zoom because I was left out of the contacts for it.
Right.
And just if there's any questions as to what our command, our organizational chart looks like, this is it right here. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions or speak to it if you would like to know.
Just to make one thing clear, a lieutenant in the fire department is not the same level as a lieutenant in the police department.
No,
because
honestly,
that's confusing to some people. It was to me initially too.
The way that we structure, the way that we're structured is really, it's close. It's not quite how a traditional fire department would be structured. We rely heavily on our captains, as as most departments would rely on a deputy chief. Generally, lieutenants and captains are company officers that ride on a piece, and they're more mid-level management, not high-level management or higher-level management that we utilize them for. But the lieutenant would end up being the shift commander, would end up running the shift in the absence of myself or the captain. So on nights and weekends, when we finalize, how we implement these lieutenants, they will be the commanding officer for those nights and weekends where we don't have the additional command staff that we normally have Monday through Friday.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
All set. All right, thank you so much.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
So I have a question. Is anybody from land use presenting? Because I'm thinking you guys are here. If land use is on Zoom, let them go first. Or are you presenting land use?
So we had initially, I had asked all the directors to come in and present when we were looking at B budgets.
Mm-hmm.
Once we went to this budget, I said, what, they didn't need to come in.
Oh, okay.
They sent in their slides where John is going to present all of those.
Perfect.
Including library,
okay.
Human services, all of that.
Excellent. All right, thank you.
Do we have an org chart for all the town hall staff? I mean, I'm thinking particularly about community services stuff. I always get confused about who's in what bit of the organisation and which admin assistants go where and stuff like that. Is that something is part of this? Or could you have is there an org chart you can show us?
Oh yeah, an org chart actually would be very helpful.
And I'm thinking this year for the budget, we ought to put in a proper town org chart for the budget, as part of the budget document actually, because I think we need to know who's in town. So how's it structured? Who's where? And that's I think that's a typical thing that towns do for budgets actually.
Is that something you do have with you?
I don't think he's asking you to have it like right now and make it.
Right.
No, but can we get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
I think we need to get
Not
it,
even by
yeah,
this
yeah.
Tuesday, next Tuesday would be fine too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, where everyone else did them, I didn't know if that was, I noticed no shade in anybody. I noticed all the other departments had their org charts, so that's why I was curious.
But I'd asked for them actually.
Oh, you asked for them?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, did you forget to ask Mike?
Sorry?
Did you forget to ask Mike?
I asked everybody for them. But I think what we'd like to have them is in sort of a uniform format, simplified, so we can sort of like look down from the top right down to all the various levels and see what we have in terms of numbers of people and stuff like that.
Yeah, I can send one to them. Each department has their own org chart,
right?
Which I can send. And land use has one, human services has one. So.
Great.
I'm going to say, I think the hard thing, not the hard thing, I think the thing that people are trying to understand is the changes in hats. I'm going to call it hat changing. You've got one person that might have several different hats, and then that's being translated into additional positions that have been created. And I think we need a level of understanding so we can communicate to the public, these are all the hats, this is how it's working, this is the FTE equivalent that we added. We just have to clarify that because there is a perception that we've been adding personnel without a need to add personnel. So we need to show how you're multitasking.
Okay. Makes sense.
Thanks. Yeah, and I know that makes it complicated. Maybe you can color code everybody.
So one thing, just for the sake of time, I am going to go over each one of the, I call them the town hall divisions. So we have administration and finance, land use and permitting, and human services. I split those up by those sections. So for the first section for administration and finance is town administrator, legal, IT, town clerk, accounting, treasurer, collector, and then assessing. So just for the sake of time, if you have any questions on any of the budgets, we can stop and discuss those, but for just the purposes of time, I'll just go through them.
Wait, so do you want us to ask questions while you're doing it, or do you want us to hold questions till the end?
No, if I plan on just going through each one of the budgets, going over the percentage increase.
Okay.
But if you have any specific
questions as to those budgets, okay.
Yeah.
All right, sorry. I just wanted
Might
to
be
make
helpful
sure
to call out the cost code as well, so we can figure out where to look in the budget report. If you know them.
Yeah. All right, so for town administrator, I believe that's 123. So for town administrator, not much of a significant change. The total percent change to the budget is about 4%. A big portion of this is contractual, as well as the cost of living adjustments for non-union personnel. Mike did a pretty good job of staying within the budget guidelines of the 5%, so it's not much of a significant increase to this budget. If you have any questions or anything about it. All right, so for legal went down about 4.7%. It was budgeted last year at 136.5. Went to 130 for budget A for this fiscal year, but outside of that decrease, no significant changes.
Can I ask a question on this? So I appreciate that we're somewhat level funding this or bringing it down, but we had a lot of lawsuits outstanding. Have some of those been settled? And I'm afraid to ask, do we have any more land use lawsuits on the horizon that the rest of us don't know about? I mean,
Not that I'm
honestly-
aware of, not that we're aware of.
No, I'm not jinxing, I'm just being realistic.
Are we all knocking?
I mean, I'm being realistic, because, you know, every time there's a decision, there's a lawsuit, so go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not aware of any on the horizon.
Okay.
We haven't settled the ones that are there. And the reason that I've decreased this budget is because we are on track right now for about 130,000 for this, just under 130,000 in FY '26.
Okay.
So I think 130,000, you know, right in that area is reasonable for FY '27.
Okay, and to be clear, because I watch all the planning board meetings, I deserve a medal for that, or a little
I'm
pin
right
or
there with
something.
you.
are
I
right
want
there
one
with me.
too.
You and I both deserve the medal.
Stars. Stars on
A lot
ours.
of that, you know, I've heard over and over again that, you know, we should have our own legal, and that should come out of our consulting, and yada, yada, yada. Lots and lots of conversation around that. This includes all of planning board land use
It
legal
does.
fees. There is no legal fees going to a different line item unless it's being paid by the applicant,
Why
which
did I
is a
think that
different
a
conversation.
$6,000 budget somewhere? Why is that? Where did
Say that again?
$6,000 come into my
That's,
head?
that's a consulting fee.
Consulting
that
fee
they
that
have.
they've been using for
The
legal.
planning board has it, that they keep trying to use for legal,
Okay.
Right.
and we always push back. I want to make sure that, like.
They're not supposed to be using that for legal, that was reemphasized to them last year. And then also, anything that they are using legal fees, they're supposed to be getting me, and they have been getting me this year. I assume I'm getting all of them, because I'm getting the regular Adam Costa bills. And that's tracked as part of this 130,000.
Okay, and then just to put to bed one more thing, we've never denied them the use of any legal services, correct?
That is correct. However, when individual board members
No, I
have
get that, that's
asked-
fine.
Yeah.
That's okay to deny.
Yeah,
But if we-
and I have.
And that's fine, and that's actually good, because that's your job, so thank you. But no, I'm talking about, you know, in general, we need
You
a
know, any
legal, we need to
department that
recognize.
needs legal, they come to me and they, you know, they make their pitch, and I either go with them and get a legal consult, or
Okay.
give them, you know, the go-ahead to
Okay,
do
so you're comfortable with this number?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
There's a separate line under the planning board, or, under town planner for land use and permitting legal notice? Is that separate?
That's different.
Yeah, that's just posting when they do hearings
Oh, okay.
for the newspaper.
Okay.
Yep.
And Rajan, or someone, I noticed there's no actual for 26, you don't have any bills at all?
No,
we
actual,
do. We do, and we've spent,
right up to the
you know,
budget.
just over 60,000, 65,000 for.
For 26?
For 26.
Yes, that's what he just said, 50%.
I know, it's just not up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they had 25 actual, they didn't have 26 year-to-date is what I was,
No.
what it was. So about 60,000, okay, so sorry.
Yeah.
Um,
Just
and
under
then-
65,000.
I'm sorry to go back, but I couldn't get my page open fast enough to get to town, so I'm really trying to keep up with all the computer stuff, but,
This wasn't my fault.
under town, that's true, under executive offices, the $3,000 for events,
Yes.
can we talk about that a little bit? Because
Yes.
that's a high number in a year where, and I appreciate that we do employee appreciation stuff, but in a year where we're trying to scrub a budget so that next year we can go to the town, I'm in the town and I'm like, why do we need to spend $3,000 on employee luncheons, recognition luncheons, budget Saturday, capital Saturday even? We donate, we bring most of the stuff the committees do, right? So that number, I would like a little bit more of like, is there any way to scale that back?
Sure, so I can talk to that a little more. So in the Budget B that we had previously developed, I got rid of all of that. And we kept it in the Budget A. And the idea being that the Select Board had decided several years back not to take their stipends, and that would go towards employee recognition. That's where that money goes. And this, I had two requests this past year. One was from employees, in fact, it was last year. Could they do an employee, just to get together with their colleagues? Because they don't see people from the other departments and buildings especially. So that's what we did this earlier in December, was an employee holiday luncheon. And then the second request I've received a couple of times is to do a volunteer recognition barbecue in the spring. So in December, we spent $1,500 of this towards the employee luncheon. It actually cost several $100s more than that, but there were donations that covered the rest of it. The other $1,500 is for a volunteer-only, barbecue in the spring that I've been requested to put together. And that's what that is.
Don't we offset that with the select board not accepting our stipends?
Right, that's what that is.
That's a lot of it, but I think I'm actually fully against taking it out, and I would get rid of the volunteer event before I got rid of the employee appreciation, because if we're trying to be a town of employer of choice is I think the correct term, saying like it looks large, I guess, and food is going up and it's expensive, but it's a means of providing like the employees a chance to get together and see the other people that they don't normally get to. And yeah, we're paying them while we're doing it, but that's fine. Like my company has a holiday party too, and it's like the most fun because you're normally in meetings or doing your own thing all day, and so it is a nice means of that. So I wouldn't change that.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think employee luncheon is fine. To spend $1,500 on a volunteer barbecue, I mean, in the past, we've done things like an ice cream truck at Steel Farm. We can do that on a less expensive, volunteers are also citizens. I know this doesn't seem like a lot of money, but as a volunteer, I don't want you spending $1,500 to provide me with barbecue. Like, in the past, we've done things where we've brought food. We've each made food. When I was on the select board, we made something, and people brought their own wine, and we sat on picnic tables outside. It's Boxborough. It doesn't need to be fancy. I'm okay with employee recognition. It's just it's $3,000 as you go through, and we're looking at, is this the cleanest budget we can have? It may not seem like a lot of money to us, death by 1,000 cuts, but it could seem like a lot of money to somebody. And I've already gotten phone calls because tax bills went out yesterday. I got 2 phone calls yesterday about taxes going up significantly this year, which is a whole...
So one question would be, how much was released when the select board didn't take their allowances or whatever?
1,600.
So maybe that's the number that we should put into that budget, because that...
Because
Well,
keep
I
in
think it
mind...
was $1,600 when there was a 4-member board, right?
No.
It's
No.
$400 a person, if I remember right.
So that's $2,000.
Oh, it's 2,000, it was 400,
Yeah.
$400.
Yeah, so 2,000.
But the school committee has foregone theirs, the moderator,
Yeah.
all
All
the
I'm
other
saying is
volunteer
that select
boards
board have given up their allowance. Maybe it's sort of, in a way, it's sort of their choice, in a way, sort of where that goes. I mean, so I'm okay with that amount of money going towards this employee lump thing, if the select board want to do that, because they've essentially sacrificed to do that.
I'm doing a quick poll. I mean, I'm fine with the $2,000
Yeah,
going
that's
towards
fine.
employee appreciation.
I'm with Wes on that,
Okay, so it's unanimous.
And
Yeah.
we don't do a volunteer appreciation.
I hate to say it, I kind of feel the same way. I don't need a volunteer appreciation event.
Volunteer to have the volunteer appreciation.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Don't you feel that way? Like, thank you, but
Yeah.
I'm good.
But I mean,
Yeah,
like, I think
yeah.
that it is important to recognize the employees and give them that time, because we don't, as a municipality, we don't have the same stuff that corporations do.
Right.
Like, you don't get like I got presents from work, like they gave us gifts and stuff, and we had a holiday party, which I know they spent a ton of money on. But it is different, but it's like, how can we still show appreciation?
So I would,
Agreed.
in answer to that, I would say that probably $1,500 will fall back to free cash from FY '26 if we're not going to do the volunteer barbecue. And we can drop this budget to $2,000.
And that gives you a little extra,
Yeah.
Right.
right, to do some other
And
stuff.
that's fine.
Yeah, maybe you wouldn't
Okay.
need donations next year or whatnot. Yeah.
The
Okay.
only- The only comment I'm gonna make is that, and it's my unique, it's not my personal opinion, we're asking residents to step up and be on committees. And then that's stepping up and being on committees, and that's an unpaid position. And we're not gonna give any committee member anything. And as we all know, we're all short members on committees.
I'm not sure a cheeseburger at Liberty Field is going to entice anybody to volunteer. Just saying. And I make a good cheeseburger.
It was a nice get together, but like we were able to do it. But when I was on the select board, we had a $300 budget.
Yeah, we can do
Which
a
is,
potluck.
yeah, I mean, do a $300 budget, have a picnic, get together and say, we'll provide ice cream.
How about
and
a
you
DJ?
guys bring
We could
the
have a dance
picnic
party
kind of thing.
for you.
You know what, we did it for $300.
I'm with you. I
Okay,
think
so-
we need to recognize the committees that are in town. We have so many committees. And I think we just
should take the FinCom on a nice ski trip to the Alps.
We work a lot, we're tired.
We're doing here.
Okay, all right, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to derail us.
We just needed a little bit of levity.
I got my
I think the
my
conclusion of
budget
that
back here.
was that we're going to reduce it to 2,000, right?
Yes.
And we're not going to do the volunteer events. We're
Or we'll
just
do
gonna
something
Or
different.
we'll do something
Or do
else.
something different for
Yeah.
volunteers.
Less
Yeah.
expensive, okay.
Yeah.
So the next budget is IT. So that's went down a significant amount. A big portion of that is because we've moved IT service providers. Went from Guardian to CM Geeks, which was a good cost savings for us for that. And the main increase with that is increase for software licenses, but that's been offset by the change in service providers. So it's about.
Is that change, I mean, are they gonna provide the same service for like that much less money?
So there's two changes that have happened there. One is we changed company, and they
Right.
were much more reasonable, much more responsive. The second thing that we did just prior, but about the same time as that, is we went from desktop and laptop computers to just desktops. I mean, just laptops.
I should say,
So-
oh God, we're going
so
backwards.
So what happens is, we pay per computer.
Yeah.
And it didn't make sense. One, the desktops were slower, they were clunkier, they were getting older, and we were paying double. So now, anytime we retire a desktop, we don't replace it if there's a laptop.
Okay.
We've just gone to the docking station, so we've saved on the per unit service.
I mean, that's a significant change.
As well as the company.
Change, so that's great.
Yeah.
Also, another thing with moving over is one thing I noticed when we were with Guardian is not only did we have the managed provider, but we had a lot of side agreements with them on different services they would provide for us that they charged us separately outside of consulting. So moving on from them, we were able to save costs because we weren't paying for additional services that we contracted with them as well.
Yeah,
Now,
that's a
now
good
we're
one.
with a managed IT company that tailors to public service, and they kind of have that same passion about delivering quality service that we do, whereas, just to say it, I think in the past, the town was getting raped. It was awful. So,
Taking advantage of.
yeah. That's the word I meant to use.
Downright poor.
And they're the way they service us, it's a fixed fee, not a per
usage.
Yeah, per
And
usage.
this is all the licenses? This increase, that includes
Yes.
all the licenses in town?
Yes, it does.
Even.
No, it's an increase on the
Oh, I'm
licenses.
sorry.
It's an increase on the
Even
licenses.
Even Harper's is in there?
So Harper's is in there. Vadar is in the accounting office. So
That's the only one. Is that the only licensing outside of this?
we did this past year. We added in the land use licenses, so those
Okay.
were included as a part of software as well.
Great, okay, thank you.
Have you forecasted the need for a full-time technology person?
We've actually done that, but they left.
Years, how many
Yeah, so we had an IT person a few years, and I think they work for the town of Acton right now. And we have reached out to the district about having a split person between the town and the district, and there was no interest from the schools on having at
So
least.
you have a need?
But if you look at this cut, I mean, when it was 192,000, we were all pushing for like, it would be cheaper to hire somebody. But at 76,000, which is now the cost of an IT person.
Even with the 192, I costed it my first year here to bring in an IT person, and it's still, you couldn't get under the 192. You know, by the time you hire an IT director, and they're gonna need some sort of, support in their equipment or whatever, we couldn't get under 192. We definitely can't get under this.
Yeah.
Also, we don't have to worry about staffing and retention.
Right.
And benefits and all that.
All of it.
Yeah.
Just asking for a friend.
And the 192 is only one, there's only 192, which is only one person. Here, if one of the IT support people go on vacation, they have someone else to backfill it.
Right.
And so the next budget is the town clerk. So the biggest increase for this is on the non-salary. And talking with Becky, the biggest reason for that increase is because we're going to have an increase in elections this upcoming year. So that includes increases for election maintenance, election workers, as well as things such as refreshments for that department. So that's 11% increase, but we're going into a year where we're having more elections. So that makes sense why.
And even the salary looks high, but that's because of election workers. We've got that many more election worker hours, you know, because of all the elections in FY27. So that's why that one's high also.
So just going into the drivers for the administration budgets, part of it is contractual increases. The moving on from Guardian to CM Geeks, we were able to have some cost savings there, increase in upcoming elections, and then reductions to the legal budget. And then next we'll go into the finance offices, and if there's anything that needs additional context, we have Hung-Hwa who can speak to that. But looking at accounting, for the salary, that's contractual, as well as non-union increase. And for salary, we did put an there is an additional increase in there because the cost of service for town auditors has gone up. So we actually went out for like a request for proposals for town auditors with this current fiscal year. Weren't able to get any that was in our price range. All of them had a significant increase. So that's something that we're going to have to anticipate, that is going to be a significant increase for audit and services for this upcoming year.
What line is that in? Salary, non-salary, which one?
No,
it's in non-salary.
That's literally in an audit, yeah, it's a non-salary, it's an audit line for itself.
So we're going to be changing auditing firms again?
No, we're not. So what he's saying is we went out to bid to see if we could, because for this year, the auditing contract came back above our budget. Yeah. And so we went out to bid to try and get somebody less, and we couldn't. We couldn't get anybody even close to who we already have. The problem is, we have the same number of municipalities in the state, but the number of auditing firms that do municipalities keeps going down because they keep getting consolidated and eaten up. And so we're gonna see this continue to go up year after year, the audit itself.
But yeah, at this point, we still are with Rosella and Clark, but Rosella and Clark went up significantly. So, treasurer collector, it's a little bit under 5% for that, and.
Actually, can you go back one to the
Yeah, I have a
accountant?
question too. I'm sorry.
So on accountant travel, it's $5,000. What's that for, actually?
That is for, Hung-Hwa may be able to answer this better, but I believe that's for 2 employees to go to the trainings. I think those are at UMass Amherst multiple times a year. Hung-Hwa, can you confirm, or Carly?
Yeah. Yes. That's Carly and I were traveling. Yeah, for all the conferences.
Yes, there are 2 trainings a year in June and August.
Okay.
And that's part of getting your certifications, going and doing the classes there. So it's for 2 of us to go to those trainings twice a year.
And I assume that's accommodations, trainings, everything?
Yeah.
That would include all the hotels, like travel to be able to go to them.
But also the cost of the training, or is that?
Trainings, yes.
So that, maybe we need to change that line item to travel trainings, because that just looks like travel.
looks like a lot,
And
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah.
you know, like, is that a
Conferences.
weekend away in some Palm Beach kind of thing? Like, what exactly is the travel for?
I want to get certified. if
So,
that's what
right,
it
so
is.
maybe like, travel, training,
Conferences.
kind of thing. So it's just a little more, you know. Just
For now,
cleaner,
I'll
more
add it
transparent.
into the notes in ClearGov.
And then I have a question on the consulting line, and I'm sorry I'm standing up, these chairs are miserable for me. The consulting line is $7,000, and it doesn't look like we've used that. So what is that consulting line for within the accounting? I mean, it's a line that we've always had, but does it, and that was fine when we had chaos going on in the accounting department. It's nice to say it seems much better, there's no chaos. So like, what is
So
that?
I'll say, so we do use consultants. when Hanwha was hired, there was a warrant article to help hire a new accountant and train a new accountant. And so some of the consulting we've been using up until now has been we've been putting it towards that warrant to use that up first. So we haven't had to put as many things towards the department budget and consulting.
But that's specific to training, right? Training Hanwha, or are we putting other items towards that?
Well, for hiring a new accountant, or the new
Right,
finance director.
all right. So
that's
everything
just
we're
for the
putting towards that has
consulting.
been towards her hiring and bringing her up to
And
speed?
training, yes,
Okay.
yes.
But on an ongoing basis, once that's done and you have that,
Come out of that budget.
but what would come out of that budget?
Like, what would you use it for?
So we have a consultant, Jared, who's trying to come from Harvard. So we reach out to him when we have questions about anything that needs to be done in department reports and things that we need to do. Hanwha had a consultant come in to help file some of the yearly reports that need to be done in order to learn how to do those.
Right, that goes back to her learning.
Yes.
And so I guess going into 27, are we going to continue to rely on that? I'm just saying is, we've never really fully spent that recently. Can we cut that a little bit?
Yeah,
Or do we need to keep it at set?
how are we estimating what that amount is going to be, I suppose, for FY27?
Right, because if everything has to do with
If you're thinking about,
bringing in a consultant to help learn the year-end reports.
it sounds like it should be going down.
Right, because we don't.
Anyway, because we, presumably Homework's getting more up to speed on how to do these
Yeah,
things.
and not eliminated, but like, can we
Yeah.
cut it in half? Can we make it 3,500? Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
2025, they went over budget, they had budgeted 2,500, and they spent 2,886.
So if you go to so you go to $4,000.
Right, yeah, it should cover.
So what's this year so far? What's the first quarter look like?
I'm
For
going
20
downstairs and I can run a report.
We spent 5,600.
Can you say that again?
5,600.
Okay.
Yeah.
The sound is atrocious.
How much?
5,600.
Well, so
But
far,
again, it's the training.
so far this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not
56.
Out of the warrant article, right?
But is that under the warrant? Yeah, is that,
No,
Oh,
that's
well, is that out of
operating
your warrant
budget.
article?
No, that's an operating budget line.
Out of the
consultant.
operating budget line, okay.
Oh, wow.
5,600 since July.
Yeah.
So we
Half a year then, basically.
So now are we talking about like, yeah.
So is $7,000 enough, Hanwha?
So why
So
don't,
can we bring this back?
yeah, I think I'd like to get together with Hunwa and look that over, and instead of making a decision here, be able to analyze it.
And the thing
look
is
at
not
it.
to get rid of it totally, but
Right.
like if we can cut it a little bit because presumably everyone's getting up to speed.
It sounds like it's one of these things which is going to be up and down a lot
Yeah.
based on situations, right? So we need to, yeah.
Thank you.
It's filing reports and stuff like that.
All right, so the
Town
next,
assessors next.
yeah, so the next budget is the assessors. That's about a 5% increase. No significant changes or increases to this budget that aren't outside of the norm with it.
And the plan is that we're going to be hiring a full-time assessor,
Yes, and
a permanent assessor at some point, right?
Yes,
That's all taken into account here.
it is.
In that salary, you think that that salary that you've budgeted is within what you need to hire an assessor?
We do, that's what we looked at is, we looked at the comps to hire,
And Mike, that's based upon a 40-hour week?
yes.
Okay. Because I know the old assessor was 32, 35, and we were bouncing around with it.
She was 40.
Oh,
You're
assessor,
thinking
I was
of the-
thinking
you're thinking of the
treasurer.
treasurer.
I'm sorry.
Are we good with the treasure collector budget? I know, like,
I don't think we've done that one yet, have we?
Hold on, no, we haven't done that one yet.
We haven't done it yet.
he went through that.
yeah.
Did?
Yeah,
Oh, we
the-
went fast through it then. We
Wait,
missed it.
I'm
I
not
missed
done
it.
with
That's why I'm
assessor. I have
asking.
questions on the assessor's budget stuff. I'm sorry.
Let's do assessor first, then treasurer collector.
Then go back, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The
I
software
missed it.
support for that budget is an increase, but again, so that's not under that technology. Is that Patriot, and is that why it's specifically under the assessor? Because I thought everything except for Vadar was under the tech.
Yeah, so a lot of the department-specific software, we have them keep it under theirs.
Okay,
Just
so
'cause
not everything's under the
yeah,
tech
not
except
everything
for
under.
Vadar. So this is
Like
specific to
Patriot's
the
still
assessor.
under the assessor, and because I couldn't really speak to.
There's a note in here, it says Real Estate Research Consultants, Inc., CAI Technologies, the mapping company, and Catalyst are that.
That's a consultant.
That's-
I don't have a note.
That's the
Yeah, I don't have
assessor
an idea.
software
I don't have a note.
It's, in ClearGov.
I know, but I copied this stuff out of ClearGov.
It's
When I
under-
made my,
it's-
when
it's-
I made my
'cause
page,
it's
I used
not-
his
It's not in
information.
the notes, it's under the justification of rules tab next to it.
You know what? I can't keep up. I got notes.
So it says it's a regulatory increase.
Good thing we have Jeff.
It's a good thing Joe said that.
So that's what that 3,300 is? So I understand. Is that consultant or is that software?
See, this is assessor software, right?
I was looking under assessor software and there's an
Yeah,
increase.
14153 is the number. That's,
Uh,
total for this year is 37,000?
Yes.
Yeah, 37,321.
Can you read that justification again?
Yes. It says, Real Estate Research Consultants, Inc. Increased their contract by $1,840 to $15,440. CAI Technologies, the mapping company, remained the same at $5,000. Catalyst, the map or the assessor's CAMA system, increased from $10,828 to $13,489, resulting in a $2,661 increase. $2,000 of this increase is the cloud that was paid initially out of the Article 18. Otherwise, it would have been an increase of $1,661 between fiscal year 25 and 26.
And that's in ClearGov?
That's the justification in ClearGov, yep.
All right, so I want to bring up really quickly while we're there. Mark Barbadero brought this up at town meeting floor last year. Public record cards are no longer available because we stopped paying for that, and I actually,
Yeah.
I would like them back.
I don't disagree.
I mean, because, you know, I don't know why we dropped that. So what we get now is we get a summary, but you can't actually get the Patriot public record card online. And so you have to actually email, request a copy, and they send it back.
And how much did we save by doing that? I don't even know, I don't remember when that became we're dropping
I
that.
don't know why we dropped it. And I know we asked the question and nobody could answer, but that should get put back in.
And it should be part of the Patriot,
100%.
right?
Yeah, it's
'Cause
only
we had it and it
because
had
you,
been.
you go through CAI, like when you log in, but CAI would bring you to the Patriot record card. And that
Right.
should be publicly available.
And when we were doing things like with the fire station and we were looking at pieces of property, and I'd go to the property card and it was just all of a sudden, it was
Nothing.
there one day,
Yeah.
and then they stopped providing it.
Yeah.
And probably July 1st.
Yeah. But I don't know why it
But the
was cut.
why, because we didn't cut that last year.
So the new assessor should look into getting us back on.
Yeah.
I have a question for Hung Hwa. Hung Hwa, do you know if that is included in the increase that Jim was talking about that we should consider through Patriot, or is this something separate? Can you tell?
I can't tell.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, guys.
Oh, hold on. Hung Hwa, can you say that again? We can't hear you very clearly.
I can't tell.
I did not, I can't.
Okay.
Speakers are miserable.
She can't
She
tell.
can't
All right.
tell.
Okay,
I
we'll-
think
we'll
that's a
look into
question
that.
for Jim,
Yeah, we'll
and
look into
then
that.
I'm gonna highlight that. But yeah, that should be something, because even as town board members,
Right.
if somebody has a complaint about something, we can't look it up ourselves.
Or just
Right.
like
Or
what we were doing
compliment.
with the fire station building committee on all the
Yeah.
properties.
There was something that Jim Doherty had recommended that we pay a little money to get, and I thought it was the PDF property cards put in there, and I don't know if that's.
Might be the same thing.
But I
Okay,
guess-
so I think it may be the same thing, he's already looking at that, and if that's the case, we're gonna get that implemented.
But can you find out why we lost it? Like, we didn't cut these budgets last year.
Yeah, we
so-
wanna make sure we didn't lose
I-
something
Right.
we were paying for.
Right.
I wanna find
because
out-
We were paying for it. Could you ask him to make?
Yeah, I
see
wasn't aware
why we
we
lost it.
did lose something.
Okay.
And do you know it's something we lost this past year?
Uh,
'Cause I-
We lost, no,
Absolutely.
Mark
It's a-
brought
it's a hand.
it up at town meeting, so it was
I
gone.
remember them going 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I was gonna say two.
No, last year we had it.
No,
When
I
I
think
first.
It's been a
2 years
year.
ago.
It's been more than a year though,
Yeah.
because my staff has to email asking for
I think
copies
it's
now.
2 years.
Yeah,
Hung Hwa has her hand up.
all right, okay, we'll fix it.
Hold on.
Yeah, Hung Hwa.
The notes that Joe was reading, that's for FY '26 budget. Those notes are old.
It was eliminated for FY '26?
No, she's saying the notes
Yeah.
he's reading are old.
Joe, your notes
Oh,
are
the
old.
notes are
Got
old.
old notes,
Something
Jim.
that says it's an old note.
Yeah.
It's the note on the line item for the fiscal year 27 in progress budget. So.
All right, so
Get their
that's a
notes straight.
possible increase to the assessor's budget if he can't figure out why we lost it. So that's something to think about, because I'm keeping track of possible.
But these two lines here, software support and consulting for assessor, they seem sort of, in a way, the same thing. They're Patriot Catalyst Consulting is one of them.
Yeah, that's
And
kind
that
of a
was
note
gone.
he
That
made.
was gone from an actual 12,000 in FY25 to 5,500 in 27. So we've cut that significantly from 25.
But the one thing about this budget, Tony, is we also have all these warrant articles out there that have balances, and so what's being
Yeah.
charged to what? I think this would be something that, this budget might be something we want to look into.
Yeah.
Because the 12,000, was that somebody else assessing houses?
I seem to remember last year at Budget Saturday, we had this big issue, didn't we, with the
And we
assessor
really,
at
and
the
then
time.
we didn't really get an answer on
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
When we
yeah,
tried,
yeah,
so.
yeah.
So maybe
There's
we
some
take a
smoke and
deeper
mirrors here, I
dive
think,
and
yeah,
understand
yeah.
better what all of that is.
Yeah.
I will say companies like Patriot offer both like software and services.
Right.
Sure, yeah, yeah. There's
But
there's
we
just some
just-
big swings in the numbers here on both those lines. So I'm just not I'm concerned
Right,
about whether.
and
yeah.
I recall that the assessor was looking to hire a consultant to help with the assessing, and that was the guy that was taking pictures around town just of the exterior of your house. Right?
Okay.
But we've been down this
We
path
don't
with this,
understand,
so
yeah,
we need to
yeah.
have a better understanding of it. And again, that travel, I assume is conferences and trainings, Board of Assessors, can we change that to travel/conferences and training? Thank you.
All right, so we're back at treasurer collector. That was about
Oh,
4.5.
hang on. And what's the cost code for that one?
Treasurer collector?
Yeah, 145.
145.
145.
So that's about a 4.5% increase. As far as that, the only reduction was $20 in non-salary, and then the other is contractual for both non-union positions.
Those are contractual agreements though, right?
Well, they're both, contractual non-union.
Yeah.
What is the decrease of 1,500 for the travel and conferences? Is our new treasurer certified in a way that we don't need to have that budgeted for the full 3,000? It's a $1,500 decrease.
So she has one of the certifications, the other one she's working on, so.
So the 1,500's for that other, but we had it fully funded because we needed to get, the previous treasurer needed to get it. Okay, so that 1,500.
And actually both, well, our assistant treasurer collector has both certifications, and
Okay.
then our current treasurer has one certification, but she's working towards the other one.
All right, and so that's why that $1,500 decrease.
I don't know that. I want to look into that a little further, because just because someone's certified doesn't mean they don't need ongoing training. So let us look into why that's reduced.
So that might be a possible, I'm gonna put that on possibility.
Yeah, because I wouldn't say that we cut out somebody's training because we don't want them to all of a sudden, stop learning.
And on the tax title foreclosures, we've heard a lot that, like, there's some people getting bills going back. Is that enough? Is that like, are we gonna be able to use that money? Because in the past, I've heard, and we've talked about this, we're not up to date on the tax title, like takings and the foreclosures, right? So if we're gonna look at doing that and collecting on some of this old real estate stuff, is $10,000 enough?
Yeah, let me look at that.
And it's clearly been, I know we funded this at a certain level for the last couple of years, and it has been completely underutilized,
wasn't
based on
used at all.
24.
I would say it will be used, where Emily has just started and she didn't build this budget. Let us go back and check with her and see if that's adequate.
And Mike, with this, there was also like outstanding things that people were owed, that we were trying to reach out to them, remember? Like,
Yeah, refunds you're talking about.
yeah, refunds, yeah, and what happened with that? Like, I mean, there was like certain limitations, right? Beyond, we tried like 2, 3, whatever the number of times, and then what happens to that amount? Is that like all squared away? I know there was a chunk there.
Yeah, I think that there's a couple of things. So there's the tailings, which is something that was passed at town meeting last year, whereas if the town has written a check and it wasn't cash, and we do a certain number of attempts to get that back, and after so long, then we can put that back into the general fund, but not until we go through the legal process.
We haven't gone through all the steps yet for that, like, I mean.
I don't know that. We've set up the process.
We just set that up
but-
in May, right?
Yeah.
And Emily started a week ago.
No, we talked about this quite a few months back, right?
Right, but it was adopted in May, under a warrant in May, at May town meeting, right?
Right.
Yeah,
And Emily just started. It probably didn't happen before that.
Probably not.
So from May to now, nothing happened?
Correct.
Okay.
Boy, is time mushy. I thought, wow, okay. That went fast. Okay.
All right, any other questions?
And this dollar amount that you have budgeted for the salary, that's in line with where we landed with the new treasurer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so the key drivers here is just the increase for audit and services that we're anticipating, and then the software increase for Veda. So the next departments we're going to look at are land use and permitting and Board of Health. So for land use and permitting, a big portion of that was the contractual increases, land use director, new contract, as well as the increases for the cost of living adjustments for the non-union personnel. There's an 18% decrease in the non-salary, and then for a total of a 4.2. And then just the justification for that, which Alec provided, was a reduction in the dues and membership, as well as a reduction in consultant services, just because of the available staffing, and then the contractual salary increases for the commissioner as well as the land use director.
So I have a question about the salary budget. So I looked at the land use director's contract, and there's a base salary for next year. But then there's all sorts of incentive budget, bonuses based on grants, and I would like to understand, maybe in a different meeting, what grants have come in and what that dollar amount has equaled, the 3.5% bonus on the grants.
Sure.
But does the 113, because I have no understanding of these bonuses
Yep.
that have been paid out in the past. Is the 113,000 enough to cover the salary plus all these incentives?
It is, and I can tell you.
Based
for-
on the max amount that could
Right.
possibly come in?
Right, and yes, that covers everything. But I will tell you that for FY, the grant cycle, they generally run on a calendar year. So that salary incentive based on grants would go calendar year, January through December. So what would be paid out of the FY '26 budget is going to be way below what was budgeted, because they just, because the grant opportunities were far reduced. So, some of what was budgeted in this current year will fall back to free cash.
So if I assume, because the way the contract reads is 110,000, I'm sorry, 3.5% up to $10,000 in the first year, an additional $2,000 in the second year. So this year, it's up to $12,000.
Correct.
And then there is a stipend, bonus, whatever it's called, for certification of additional $2,500.
Correct.
Right? So that's just so you're comfortable that, okay, then there's nothing else in that and then that's what popped
There
out at me
isn't.
in the contract.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, those are the two other things in the
Okay.
contract.
All right.
How many people are in this organization?
The land permitting?
Yeah.
So within land use, there's the land use director, there's an associate planner, there's the administrative assistant for land use. And then there's building inspections is in land use. There are two people there, the building commissioner and administrative assistant for there.
As well as the inspectors.
There's also
And
no
part-time
alternate
inspectors.
inspector, but that doesn't
Right.
really count like a
So
full-time person.
5, 6.
So it's five FTEs?
One,
Yeah.
two.
Yes.
Well, not 5 full-time, right? Because the building inspector, is he full-time?
He's not.
He's
it'd be
19 and a
like
half.
4.5 FTEs.
There we go.
The admin is full-time?
Who is? Stephanie.
She's,
One-
was she 35 hours?
She's 35.
Not full FTEs.
Yeah, she's,
Not that many full-time, but I don't know.
I thought she was 35.
Well, so I would, no, never a bad question. I think we have to look at that, right? But I don't think alternatives count. I don't think inspectors count, because you only pay them when they go out to inspect on jobs, right? So I don't think that counts. Building inspector counts, because that's a full-time. But I don't think it's not a full 5 FTEs.
Correct.
There's some number less than that, so maybe we could get a better understanding of what that is.
Yeah, it would be just under 4.5 FTE.
Does the admin work full-time? I don't think she does.
No, right.
No, that's the other task.
There's two admins.
What are Mary's
assistants?
hours?
Yeah.
There's a land use.
Oh, it's 32, I thought it was 35.
So it's the admin assistant and the building inspector.
Yeah, so they're each reduced, you know.
They're regular reduced
Some
hour
for over
employees.
30 hours, but
They
reduced from 40.
So I guess to your question, the only thing I will say is I've been here a long time. This is one of the only town planners that actually goes for grants and gets grants, and a significant number of grants. So, no, but I mean, I do think that if you could give us the real FTE on that, but also if you don't watch a select board meeting, you don't know what kind of grants you're getting in because they accept the grants. Maybe give us a list of the grants that was able to come in through that department. Because it's through EDC and all of the grants he gets, right?
Significant.
It's significant, and even going into the housing production, next year we have to do a housing production report, and I watched that. I went to that housing meeting, and Alec is going to get one grant, which he's going to use to get another grant for matching funds, so that basically it's covering the $60,000.
So, I mean, what % of the FTEs are used for grant writing?
So that would be a good question too.
That's a difficult question.
So the only one that's really doing, oh, you mean in this department or overall?
In this department.
In this department, Alec.
I remember
So
I asked
one.
that question, and I believe it was roughly 1 week out of 4, if you manage the hours, because I was asking the cost benefit of allocating time, and what's in my head is 1 week out of 4 is spent on grant writing.
For the organization as a whole, or for that one person?
No, for the organization as a whole.
For the organization as a whole, but there's one person's full-time hours of a week, but it's spread out over the month, but I kind of said, help me understand the benefits, and that's what I remember.
But if Alec's writing the grant, Ian might be getting him information.
Correct.
Or Mary might be supporting.
Well, no,
him
but
in
the
that
question
grant.
was,
Right.
okay, so
you're
let me
saying
back
the
it up.
full
The
40
question
hours.
was, how many hours of you and the assistant, since we're not using names, the question was, how many, what's the equivalency? And it was 1 full-time week, was what I was told. So.
There's also a suggestion to actually increase staff in that department through the personnel board. Well, I said, this is not going to happen, but I mean, but the premise is that a person to do grants more or less full time would actually pay for themselves. That's the working premise. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure about that, but I mean, but I'm just to let you know that that's what has been. A position is being established through the personnel board.
Well, it's going to town meeting.
It can
so
be,
possibly be established.
sure, it can be established. It doesn't mean it says be hired.
And is it just for this, or is it a full-time grant writer for the town?
I think it's grant writing for this. Is my understanding.
So the position is a conservation agent / sustainability coordinator. And
I totally get that, but is that the grant writer that Tony's talking about?
I think
and the goal of that position was that person to write grants as a part of the position, and focus on conservation efforts in town too. Because
it's going to be 2. It's going
So
to be
not for nothing, but that's 3 different job descriptions. You're going to try to find one person that is a grant writer and sustainability expert and conservation.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good luck to that, but it needs to be voted at town meeting.
Well,
Right.
but
Yeah.
I said the personnel board, it's not going to happen this year for certain. I mean, but just to let you know, that position is being established by the personnel board.
Okay.
Yeah, so the goal was to put it on the plan and then fund it at a later date.
Right. Again, we can't control costs. That's one of those costs we can't control.
Yeah,
right? That's a pension cost.
Can I ask a question probably this is to Mike. Is there a relationship between having this department being fully staffed and with the talent that we have retained and managing our litigation budget?
Let me think about that a little bit.
That's a
because
good question.
It is a good question, but I think it.
It seems to me that if the planning board processes are being very, very well managed, then we could see a decrease in our litigation costs.
Yeah.
If the planning board processes are being well managed.
By our staff.
Yes, but our staff can only manage so much. You're the select board. You guys can do whatever you want. If Mike gives you advice and you're like, thanks, Mike, but we're just gonna go in this direction, you might get sued. That's okay, we're gonna go in this direction. Then Mike really can't help you with that.
And that's kind of why I hesitated.
Well, it's a question.
So
really, it's a question for Alec, who's not here.
Right,
But,
but
that's
I've
why
watched
I
those
asked Mike,
meetings,
'cause-
Alec really
might not
tries to
wanna
manage
say.
that committee.
But I think that's a fair question, and I
Right.
think yes. But to the larger degree is the people that are in elected positions, probably above Alec,
Sure.
that have a larger.
There's
foot
only
on
so
the
much staff can
accelerator
do,
of
is what you're
Yes,
saying.
right, right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Alec is
Okay.
good, but
Yeah.
he's not like a miracle worker.
So the only other thing I want to throw out is that I actually would rather see a half-time position for a grant writer for the entire town. There's got to be recreational opportunities, conservation, all of that. Make that a part-time position, and then your sustainability conservation person. Because to me, a grant writer is a very specific job description, and I am struggling with the idea of wrapping it all together. And also, if it's 2 half-time positions, benefits are an issue. Just a thought. I'm just throwing it your way.
Well,
But-
not for this year.
Right,
Next
no,
year.
no, yeah, but I love the idea of a grant writer for the town, because I'm sure we're missing out on opportunities.
So, all right, so are we leaving this budget the way it is right now? Right, there's nothing on here that we said might want to look at increase, decrease, right? Because I'm noting. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So, does this include, hold on, did that include planning board?
No.
No.
That's a
It did not,
separate-
that's just,
separate
that's
budget.
going to be a separate budget that we're going to talk about at FinCom
Yeah.
with you guys, okay,
It'll-
and Alec. Is it in this presentation down
It's
the line?
not, it's just.
Right, it'll be
it's-
separate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was just the land use budget itself, and then the next budget is Board of Health.
Okay. Stand by.
Which is cost code
Hold on. Board of Health is what, 511?
511.
I want you to know, I created my own little sheet. I spent hours taking Tony's thing, sorting it into my separate pages. You all laugh at me, but I have all the information. Nobody else was gonna do it, so I did it. The biggest bitch is gonna be when this changes again, then I have to redo it. There's no way to just update these numbers on this form.
All right, so for Board of Health, we're looking at an anticipated increase of nearly 22%. So for Alec, what he stated is the drivers for this is a 30% increase for all assessments for the Neshoba Board of Health. The landfill monitoring is going up, but based on Mass DEP required testing, and as well as an increase to the nurses for the Neshoba Board of Health. And then also, one thing that the town's doing is we're looking at doing a state agreement for them to basically do our sealers of weights and measures for the town, and that's about $1,500.
How much do we pay now to have it done? Oh, the state does it now, right?
So no, this has already been done, the last item there. So I was contacted by the state, and they wanted the information on who's doing our sealer of weights and measures.
Oh, they don't do it?
No, they are now, but
Okay.
previously they weren't, and I couldn't figure out who was doing it.
Yeah, we looked to
So I
try to
checked
see.
with the town clerk, I checked in town records, I checked with the building commissioner, I checked with a health agent, who are the typical places who would be doing this. Nobody was doing it, so I went up to what is now Hafner's, at the time when it was the mobile
I was gonna
station,
say.
and looked at the fuel pumps and to see who's signing them, and I couldn't make out the
It's the state that
scribble.
does them for the gas stations. I
That was
just own
like
a gas station.
Fitzgerald or something like
Okay.
that.
And it's the state that comes in and does it for them. So for municipalities, they want somebody on staff to do it?
Nope, they don't care who, it just
Okay.
has to be somebody
It has
from
to
the
be-
town.
okay.
So I contracted with the state for them to do it. That's the $1,500 a
Okay.
year, which was cheaper than doing a stipend for somebody else,
Got it,
you know,
got it,
or
got it,
paying
got it.
benefits or anybody else. So that was the cheapest
So
way
the
to
state
do
is
it.
charging us $1,500?
Yes, per
Thank
year.
you very much, state.
Yep.
We're not gonna properly fund anything, but then we're gonna charge you
Yeah.
for what we don't properly fund,
So
okay?
the nearest I could tell is that the state's been doing it for years.
Yeah.
And not charging, so now we're getting charged.
So
The other-
it's a state steel at the Hafner station?
Yes, that's a state seal.
Yeah.
A state inspector comes in, they pump into a container, they make sure that what your pump says is what they got out of it, and then they put the seal on it. And the state does all the gas stations, oil companies, everything.
Can the towns do it too?
Well,
Yes.
apparently,
Yes,
but
it's
but they don't charge gas stations to do this, right? The state comes in and does it.
Right.
Gas stations don't pay for it.
Because the reason I ask is you go to Acton, and it's Acton's got their seal on it.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
I'll tell you.
a lot of towns, they have somebody either in building inspections or the Board of Health who actually gets paid or gets a stipend to do that. We didn't have that, so now the state is charging us to do that. The other increases, we've looked at, is this in line? There's not much we can do to control these, and these are, even though they're huge increases, they're far below what it would cost us to get our own health agent or to get our own public health nurse or anything like that. So it's, it's a good deal. The bad deal is that it's going up all in 1 year, where it hasn't increased significantly in a while, and we're getting hit with all this in a year. I think they're looking at their fee structures and realize they're behind what they should be charging probably. But
And
yes.
is the mosquito control not up because we don't know what it is yet?
I think Alec put
Aren't we getting some of that covered and maybe it isn't anymore or something?
I think,
It was on
well,
two
we're
different-
getting
it was-
double budgeted.
yeah,
for
we
it.
were
That's what it
double
was,
budgeted.
thank you.
That, I think that might be already included in the contractual,
2 years in a row is the same.
I thought he had it in there somewhere.
We can just
The
double check
mosquito
that.
increases, yeah.
Oh. Hey, we got notes over here.
Hang on, wait a minute, are these notes?
The note says Central Mass Mosquito Control, Boxbar opted into this years ago in addition to the cherry sheet state coverage in order to get spraying twice a year. So I think we already went up to the twice a year.
Yes, we're
in
at the twice a year.
previous years, so I don't think we need to do more than twice a year.
No,
ever,
but the
cost
increase is
will go
year
up.
to year,
Yeah.
it usually increases because
Right.
everything gets more expensive. So I'm gonna just write that down and we can double check to make sure that that's a potential, that could be a potential increase.
In 25 though, we budgeted 36,000 and only used 20.
Well, no, we only used 20 because we found the rest of it on the cherry sheet.
Right.
Right, so. 'cause
Shouldn't that be there every year though?
So wait, I'm confused.
In the past, that happened too, but Mike found it. Mike
So-
was like, wait, this doesn't make sense.
So one of it, when we talked to Alec, one of it is covered in the cherry sheet. That's the one spraying, but the second spraying is what
That the
we're
town
paying.
opted for, is
The
what
town
it
opted
is.
for, that's what we're paying.
Right.
So it should be
State pays for one, we pay for
$20,000?
one.
Right.
Okay.
No. It was it kept going up, and Mike found, so 1 year we had it budgeted at a higher amount recently. But we decreased the budget amount because Mike found that half of it, about the same amount, was on the cherry sheet,
Right, but how much does it cost per?
about 20 grand.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
so it's costing us 40,000, but half of that is coming out of the cherry sheet.
And
But-
you can see it on the little chart of the year
Right,
to year.
and that comes in
Clear
cherry
Gov,
sheet,
where
right,
we're-
it's
we're
net
like
revenue.
Yeah, yeah,
double
yeah.
budgeting, and then we stop double budgeting. And
Right.
Look at that.
I know.
So it does cost, it costs us $20,000 a year.
But the question is, is
Yes.
it really not going up for FY '27?
That's the
Right, so
question.
is it
Can we
a
validate the number?
3% increase
Well,
or whatever?
we'll
You're
have
just
to-
So
validating the
that's the
number.
possible, right.
Yeah.
Because it's flat on
Yeah,
there.
because
We'll
the
have
two
to-
prior years it went up
Nominally.
roughly.
I have a feeling
5%.
that we haven't gotten what the increase is gonna be.
That's what I think,
Because
too.
last year it came in late, and the year
Right.
before it came in late.
So I'm gonna
That's
put-
why it's flat right now, because we
So
have
can
no
you double
idea.
check that, and then we
Yeah.
should maybe, I'm
think-
gonna put a 5% increase on that,
Yeah.
possibly?
Because I believe when we met with Alec, he said he didn't have the numbers yet.
Right,
Probably come in.
so that's a potential increase of 5% on the 22.
And is the one we pay for the aerial spraying?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what
And-
this
And the
is.
cherry sheet covers the roads?
Yes.
No, the cherry sheet covers the second aerial spray, right?
Wait,
We don't do,
we still do roads.
that's part of this, that's the Central Mass, that's part of the Central Mass mosquito, but that's a state program.
The one where they put the things in ponds?
No, the
No.
guy comes around in a truck and sprays the.
Oh,
That's part of a state program. When you go to you can go to the site and say, 201
Yeah,
Picnic
that one you have
Street,
to
and
call.
I want my house sprayed.
That's independent of him.
So, that's independent, that's a state
I
program.
thought that was a state registry but it was still your town that did the spraying. Is that, no?
No, it lists all the towns that can be sprayed, and then you request it on the street. So in the old days, when you requested it, a big giant truck came by in the afternoon, came into your yard, tested for mosquitoes, and at night, a giant truck would pull into my driveway and go behind my garage and spray.
No way.
Yes, and the guy would come, and they put a note on the door that says, "We're coming tonight to spray."
Huh.
Yeah.
Son of a gun.
Then it became the little pickup truck that had noise. Now it's no noise, so good luck to you, because my daughter got sprayed, both face.
Sorry. No. Well,
She was outside kissing her boyfriend, she got sprayed, it was
well,
her fault, not
that's what
mine.
happens. Yeah, stop it.
Tuesday night, you should be inside.
Human Services.
Yeah.
All right, let's.
Oh, there's so much there.
So the next section, and I believe this is the last section, is Human Services. So that's COA, Community Services, Recreation, and Veterans.
Okay, yep.
And,
Tell what number is this?
520, something.
Yeah, so we start at, it's 529. There's a bunch of numbers.
541.
541, vet services is 543. And RecCom is 630. So where are we starting, Alec? I mean, Rajan, Council on Aging.
Council on Aging.
Why is the budget, why is salary, FY '26 budget 91, FY '27 74, so you went down 15 grand? I'm so confused.
No. What?
I'm looking at the FY '26 budget, $91,000, and FY '27 proposed is 75. I'm
So
rounding.
a part of why that went down is because we took the administrative assistant out
That
of.
doesn't add up.
Okay, hold on a second. Let-
Yeah,
let
because
me
then the
answer the question
percentages don't
first.
make sense either. Unless I'm reading it wrong.
That's not what's on the budget.
Actually, well, it might be a typo on my end.
Yeah, because the 91 and 20
Should
don't
be
add
94.
So it's supposed to be 94, not 70.
Oh, maybe it's 94.
That
So
would be 5%.
according to this COA budget that I'm looking at, that came off of ClearGov, that Tony gave me, to be clear. That's
Tony, your fault.
Your sort that I then sorted.
Okay.
FY '26 approved was 70,736.
Oh, it's.
736.
Where?
And there was no department assistant. And then in progress right now is the 74,273. I don't know what that 91,000
Yeah,
is.
what's that 90? I think the question is, what's that 91?
Well, Priya was asking is
That's a
that we
typo,
moved
it's typo,
admin
right?
out.
But
of
that was
the-
moved in last year's budget, so there's there's nothing budgeted for department assistant for last year.
But this is why we do this. I just want everyone to know, this is why we do this, to figure these things out now.
91,000 is what's wrong.
I think the 91,000
Yeah,
is
the
wrong.
91 is wrong.
Yeah.
It's a typo.
It's a
Say
typo.
that again,
It's a
Luan?
typo.
She said it's typo.
Oh, it's a typo, okay. So that number is
Should be
actually,
70,000 or something.
it's a $3,500 increase, which is a step, which is, it's whatever.
Do we have it?
Made more sense.
He's in ClearGov. What do you see?
You see
I
the
mean, I
same
see
thing?
70,736
Yep.
on the salary line.
That's right, yeah.
That's
good.
it.
But
Yeah,
then
yeah.
I see it adding up to 91,336.
Right.
So
What is the?
Oh, that's the total budget?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
plus
see?
20,000.
Yeah, so it's plus the
Exactly, it's the same number.
20,600
Yeah.
non-salary.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, if you carry it
Right,
down.
exactly.
Okay.
It's this number.
That
Yeah.
91 is
That one
right.
minus the
Who's
one
got the
above it.
pointer?
Yeah, the 91 at the
Nicely
bottom is
done.
right.
So the top number right
The
there,
salary
instead of the
gap,
91, should be
70 something, yes,
70,000.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Beautiful.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a 5.06% increase for the salary.
Okay, that makes more sense.
So
Thank you.
I have a question on this budget, because there's a decrease. Oh, wait, then, but it's going into program, what? It's going into, programs is going up by 4,600, and supplies is going down by 4,200. Appears to, as a large increase, moving supply funding programs where needed. Okay, so those are program supplies
Yeah, yeah,
switching
yeah,
off,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
That's how they track my program.
Oh, yeah, we
Next one.
talked about this at one meeting. didn't we?
All right, any other questions on this budget?
Next.
So the next budget is community services, and the significant increase on this is the BEAT program going into the budget versus last year. It was funded out of a warrant article, so it's essentially to put that, what was funded from the warrant article into the community services budget, which is the,
Right, and that's what we do typically. We move it, the first year it goes to the warrant, the second year it goes to the operating budget, as far as the BEAT program. Yep.
so that leads to a 34% increase to this budget. But a big portion of that is just the BEAT program.
Excuse me. So the only thing with that is, is that the BRAP
Yeah, it
increase?
is, yeah.
So the only thing with that is, somehow it should be noted that there's an additional 20-some odd thousand dollars coming out of CPA.
No, this isn't the BRAP, this is the BEAT.
BEAP.
Yeah. So this is the emergency assistance program. The
Okay.
BRAP is still coming out of
Yeah, that's
CPC.
rental
Okay, I thought we
That's rental
increased
assistance.
that last year. I'm sorry, I thought we increased.
increased both. We did increase the rental assistance, and we changed the allocation to be more in line with current rent.
So we increased it through
And we
CPC?
I don't remember how we funded it.
CI?
I think so, I think we did.
It was through
We saw
CPC.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We saw
Okay.
it come through.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
But then we
That makes sense.
also
Right.
increased the emergency fund for people in hardship.
Okay.
Okay.
So the training budget's increased significantly for this one. Community
Training.
services.
Hold on.
So, community services,
No,
conference training.
no, it's the same, it's level funded.
2,400.
Yeah, for 26.
For 26 was 2,400, okay.
Yeah, that's level
How much
funded.
was, okay, so, no, just say it hasn't increased from, yeah, you're right. But it's actually, the actual number for 25 was actually 600.
Right, so that would be the question, are we using it all?
Yeah. What have we used so far this
Well,
year?
we're only halfway through.
Well,
it
we
might
should be able to
Well, a
get-
lot of training is offered in the spring, that's why I'm saying.
Right, so we should
maybe.
be able to understand, maybe.
As
she
of
can give you-
quarter one, they had used $400.
Because
all
that's a
it's
significant increase
Clear-
in the
clear
training.
But the dollar amount, I guess before I cut it, I want to know what training is being attended, what's the value to the town, because that $2,500 might bring us
Yeah, if she's
significant
using
value.
it. If she's not using it,
Yeah.
because then that's a
Yeah,
different,
if it's
then
being
can it go
used.
down
There
to
should be a plan
$1,200?
by now, right?
What's that?
There might be some sort of plan for what the training would
There
be.
should be.
Right.
Right, there should be an announcement,
So-
of training classes coming up.
Yeah.
So maybe we could get that,
Inquire, sure.
follow up on that.
Why not?
And then the next one is recreation, so it's.
What number's that?
6:30. You can laugh at me all you want.
Yeah, we need to know this stuff.
So for recreation, it's a 13% decrease for that. So what we're looking to do with recreation is to do more of a phased approach to fund a lot of their programming out of their revolving fund versus using taxation for the programs that they use. So this is just part of that phased approach that we're working on, and we've talked with RecCom and Amy about doing that.
So can I understand, because last year we went through and we put the $35,000 for the RecCom coordinator into the revolving account. We hired, and I think it was last year, there was a lot going on last year with people. We hired this person in last year's at town meeting, but we were gonna fund it through, for FY '26, the revolving fund. Why are we now taking that person out, putting them on the schedule, and taking the part-timers who were in the budget and putting that in the revolving fund? Like, I guess I want to understand.
Yeah, the thinking
premise.
is that the more expensive one is the summer program help. Eventually, I would like to see all of this move to revolving fund, and I'd like to put the ball more in their court, so to speak, so that, yeah, pickleball, right?
That was bad.
But, well, let me give you an example. So, last year, and I mean, we always run great programs, okay? The year-round programs, the summer program, they're terrific. But I honestly think that the programs were overstaffed for the number of people that were attending the program, and it seems like they should be appropriately staffed. Certainly not understaffed, but they shouldn't be way overstaffed either. And so we met and we talked about that, and they agreed that they took, just about everybody who applied to be staffed. And I just think that they should decide, market the program, see what you've got for people signing up, and then see what you need for staff to staff that and run the program. And then they will know from the number of signups they have, how much money they have for expenses, to hiring staff and those sort of things. Those are the way that recreation programs typically run. It's a user-funded type of program. Typically, you're not hitting all taxpayers to fund a program that's only being participated in by a certain amount of the population.
All right, so I have a couple of thoughts on that. One, as the grandmother of some neurodiverse children, we do have a significant population, and it's appreciated there is extra staff for when those children are struggling to fit in. So that's my first thing. My second thing is I don't want to see it 100% self-funded in the event we do have a community with a significant number of neurodiverse children simply because our educational system is so wonderful, okay? So I don't want to limit them to being self-funded if they find that they need staff to assist with that. Now, the next piece of it is there's a little bit of a rite of passage that if you attend the rec program, you know you're going to get some job experience. Like, that so many kids have gotten their first jobs that helps leapfrog them to their next jobs by working at, at Flera in the summer or whatnot. And I know at one point they had to cut it down to 2 weeks. They couldn't let every person who wanted to work all 4 weeks. It's not an income thing for those kids so much as there's no place for a junior high, freshman, sophomore to go in the summer. They're too old for camp, they're too young for a real job, so this was that leap off point.
A lot of them volunteered too on the way there from like camper to volunteer to getting paid.
All of that. You had that whole transition. So I guess where I'm struggling with this is I appreciate wanting to professionalize it and make it self-funding. I'm not all the way there. I think there should be some funds for funding as necessary, and I think we have to look holistically at the whole program, not just the financial piece of it. That's all I have to say.
Yep. No, makes sense. So I guess
The only other question I would have is, so if the goal, and so I hear what you're saying, the goal is, is that just to make all rec-com programs self-funding, or more specifically just the summer program?
We were early in the season, we were looking at all programs.
Okay.
We met with Hillary, and she made a good case for why there are some programs like Winterfest that are offered to the entire town and enjoyed by much of the town, that it probably doesn't have a revenue source to support itself.
Yeah.
And what she said resounded with us. We said, yeah, you're right. So we put I believe $10,000 back in expenses to be able to fund those sort of programs.
Okay.
So
that's kind of where I was going with that. Some do bring in money, but others don't. So.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So the 6,700 that we're taking out, we're also putting that into the revolving account. We're using the revolving account to pay for the supplies for the playground. Right. So it's a total of whatever, $52,000 that's going into the revolving account.
So that was my next question, is how much is in their revolving account, and what is economically viable so we don't have to cut programs? Because I'm a huge supporter of our rec program because it just meets so many needs. And I mean, it's up to you whether you take advantage of it or not, but it is community-wide.
And it should be, I mean, I have to say, when my kids were little, my kids wouldn't have gone to camp if we didn't have Flair, because I couldn't afford it.
That's my family.
Three
They
little
wouldn't be
kids,
going.
we
Yeah.
just opened a business, we could not afford to send our children to camp. And so that is what they did for a good, that was the only camp. And then once they started there, they loved it, so they didn't want to go to other camps when I could start putting them in other camps, which is fine. But
that
that
saved
was,
you $3
but
a
for a
month or a
lot
week,
of
rather.
families,
Yeah.
if you got 3 kids, that is the camp you can afford, because camps are ridiculously expensive, so.
Right, and so I guess my operational question is, and maybe it doesn't matter, but I want to ask the question, how do we know if they're making money or not? Who sees the ins and outs? I mean.
They do.
Well, we have,
and that's great.
Is that a capital T or a lowercase t?
Shouldn't they be able to tell if they're making money?
That's kind of my question. Can they see, I mean, can they see
They can, between accounting and recreation, they can see. What's happened in the past, and, tell me if I'm taking it too far, but when I arrived here, it was like, we go to town meeting, we ask for tax money, we put it in, and there wasn't as much awareness of running the program on the available resources that they could use to fund their programs, and to know how many staff you could hire. And and I just want, I wanted to bring some best practices to this, but if I've taken it too far, let me know, because let me know what the community wants.
No, because what my point is, I just want to, I like the idea of using the revolving fund, but I want to make sure that the RecCom knows how much money they have to spend, and they can see saying, oh wow, we went over budget, or we still have more money to hire more people.
Yeah, they can see what's there. But honestly, most of the money that's there is going to come in February, March, because that's when they have signups. That's when the money comes in. They're going to have, I don't know, maybe $20,000 or $30,000 in there now. It's not enough to fund their summer programs.
But it
Most of the
will
money
be
to
money.
fund the program is gonna come in
And
the
that's
spring.
great, so because
Yeah.
as long as they know they have the 20 plus the 50, gives them 70, they know they can hire $70,000 worth of employees.
Right.
And I think here's the point. We want to keep level services.
Yeah.
This is one of these things where level services means all the kids that want to go to Flora can go, whether they need an extra camp counselor because, you know,
Of whatever.
they need it for whatever reason, or you can't afford it as a family,
Yeah.
and you can afford Flora, or you can't and you need a scholarship. So as long as this allows for level services in the way that we've had level services within this.
I see this
You know,
as no
I think it's
child
important.
should be denied, and let's give as many opportunities to those 13 to 15-year-olds as we can. That's
And-
really where I'm seeing this.
And ideally, we do it out of the revolving account.
Yeah,
But I guess
ideally.
we don't have a sense of,
Correct.
this $52,000 coming out of the revolving account, is that gonna be enough to cover this program? Because what we don't want is Hillary saying, well, okay, but we can only take 75 kids, or
Right.
120 kids versus our 150. If we had a sense that this then change, you know, this is fine and there's money in that account, I'm okay with that. This is great.
Agreed.
You don't wanna tax people if we can get it from a different account.
Yeah.
Because you're right, when you came, I believe I was one of the first people on FinCom, Becky and I were like, we have a revolving account, and there's money in it, so let's use it. But just make sure that we're keeping level service.
Well, I'm also cognizant of not raising fees. Like, if we do figure out we need $75,000 and camp, I don't even know what it costs.
I don't
My
even-
daughter has
not
my
even-
credit card, I pay
It's
for it, I have no idea.
unspeakably inexpensive.
Yeah,
What's
it
that?
costs $75 a kid
It's
for 2 weeks.
$125 a week.
Okay, well, I'd
A
love to,
week.
a week,
Not 2 weeks. A week.
yeah,
It's $125 a week, and they prorate the July 4th week.
Right.
all right.
Still cheap. Oh my.
Oh, no,
God.
absolutely. I just want to keep it affordable.
Yeah.
With groceries and everything else that's crazy out there, let's
That's-
keep it affordable. Because it also gets the kids outside.
Way low. That's
No, I know, because I know what Camp
So
Throw
Mike,
costs.
do you think that even doing this, you're able, the RecCom's able to do a level, like to provide this camp for everyone?
Absolutely. I wouldn't want to, you know, target something that gave them the ability to provide something less than level services.
Correct.
What I think is they could have doubled or tripled the number of people going to the summer program with the staffing they had.
Correct.
I've signed my child up like the morning of, they're not running at capacity.
Yeah, they're not.
I'm not sure there is a capacity, John.
Yeah, I'm
As long as there's enough extra kids, and generally there
there's
is.
And I will
Yeah.
tell you
There's a lot
that
going on.
when,
And they have a lot of volunteers.
Yeah.
yeah,
A
when,
lot of
and when we met with Hillary and Amy and Hunghwa, they were actually very receptive to, you know, to the conversation. They, and Hillary did push back about the Winterfest, and appropriately so, and we adjusted. But otherwise, they were very open to marketing more and earlier to get higher signups. They were open to raising the fees, but not, you know, not to an exorbitant amount. They said, absolutely, we think we should raise it by, I think they said $25 the first year. And even that is way below, but that seemed like a reasonable step to take.
Yeah, as long as there's scholarships available. Again, I'm very cognizant of the number of people under the radar.
And Mike, I might be, doesn't Wendy pass out some money that kids can go to the summer program?
I know there's some summer program scholarship money. I don't
Oh,
know
that's
where,
what you're
I don't know where it
talking
comes
about.
from
Oh,
though.
okay, that's what you're talking about. That comes out of Wendy's budget.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know where it comes from.
I don't know where it comes from, but there is scholarship money
Oh, great.
available for it. Hillary confirmed that for us.
Yeah.
So can I ask another question on a different line item? On all other expenses, when you go over to the notes, way over to the
You're a
notes,
connection.
it's $800 for Amy's travel. Is that again for for training?
That should be for training and travel, not just travel. So that, because it's a conference she plans on attending this upcoming fiscal year.
That's a training
That's under RecCom other.
And that's required training,
Other
I think.
expenses.
It's not required, but I think it's something that she should attend.
Yeah.
You know, it's specific to recreation, and it's stuff that I don't know if anybody in town here has had before. And I think that's money well spent towards the quality of the whole entire program.
Okay, so that's in this increase of 4,200. What else is in this increase? This is the longest note ever. I see that as part of the expenses, and then 2.5, previous year revolving account was used, calculated 65.25 from previous years plus 2.5. What do we calculate that for? Just, we added 2.5, unrelated to COLA, this is just added expenses for?
It's probably for the.
It says pickleball clinics, Blanchard rentals, yada, yada, yada. So that was just sort of a add-on to last year's expenses that aren't being covered in the.
And then the 2.5% is more than likely for the counselors, because that's.
But that should be in salaries. That should be salary part-time coming out of the revolving fund. So I don't know why that 2.5 would be in here as well.
Where is that? On the what line?
Which one? The question?
Yeah.
The question comes in under recreation, all other expenses, which has gone up $4,500.
It's a program, they're trying to match expenses with programs.
I understand, but what is this plus 2.5? Is that just adding, it's confusing to me because our COLA is 2.5.
Oh.
So I want to make sure we're not double counting the COLA, because the COLA should be coming out of part-time salaries, not that line. If that is a arbitrary number we picked for expensive increases, 2.5, that's fine.
You just
Does
want to
that make
understand
sense?
it. Yeah, you just want to
I just want to
understand
understand what that is, because that's a 40, again, it's not a huge, it's $4,200.
Yeah, it's a big increase.
That's a
actually.
big increase, actually, when I
Yeah.
look at it from that perspective.
I think I want to know what that's
Yeah, what is
about.
in
We
that
need
when we
some
dig
breakdown
down
of
on
'cause-
that?
I mean, I think pickleball clinics, fair enough, but that ought to be sort of somewhat self-funding, I think, that sort of thing.
Right, okay.
If you want to learn to play pickleball, you should pay for it. You should be paid.
Well, yeah, the clinics, I mean, like, are those clinics for who?
I don't know how to play pickleball.
What a kid, you pay a fee for that.
I'm
You
uncoordinated.
should,
I
even
can't
if it's a
play.
kids clinic.
Yeah.
And if it's an adult clinic, for all the hassle they give us for scheduling.
Yeah, they should pay more extra for that.
So could we get a review of the details on the RecCom?
Yes.
Come on.
It's funny, come on.
Come on.
It is.
I've had RecCom members call me and say, I'm resigning from this committee because of the pickleball scheduling, which seems to have like settled
Well,
down a
maybe we
little
need a
bit.
pickleball coordinator. No.
Oh my God.
I just think for that size of budget number, we need a better breakdown of that.
Yeah.
Because that's a
Yeah.
$10,000 budget line, and I just don't know what it's for, really.
It's huge. It's just a huge increase, so, okay.
Well, it's a big number anyway, it's a
Yeah.
big number.
Yeah, we'll get some clarification. on that.
Yeah.
Who here plays pickleball? Does anyone? Nobody wants to raise their hand? I saw some hands move and then they did this.
I might go to
start a
the
league so you
Okay.
can get some.
Oh, yeah,
understand
we
it
can
better.
start a volunteer league.
Okay.
No.
Any other questions on this?
No, we beat to death.
All right, so the next one is just veterans. And for this one.
What's its code?
543.
Yeah.
Is this partly because of the warrant article that swung in?
This is for Jim, right? This is just Jim?
Right, but I'm looking at non-salary. Didn't we, what was the warrant article last year
So-
for like 15 grand or something?
No, that was, I thought that was for taxes. Was that not for taxes?
This would be for veteran benefits,
Yeah.
an increased amount, because he's seen an uptick recently in that.
Oh, that's, okay.
Well, wait, was it 0?
So are we keeping the contract services the same amount? Does that make sense to do?
Yeah, actually zero.
To the salary amount, basically, for the agent.
That's my question.
Is that?
And the year before was $96.
So we have that listed out at 20,600.
Yeah, no, that will be going up. We haven't finalized that contract yet. We're at the end of contract with Acton. And we have a,
This is benefits.
is that flat?
Yeah, it's flat. It's flat.
So that's gonna go up?
Yeah, so I'm gonna, let me double check that. I believe I'm sure that's gonna go up. It's been a 3-year contract.
I have a question.
I'll check with Acton on that.
The 25 actual for benefits was $96?
Yeah.
0?
Hold on, the year before.
I seem to remember this one, that he was sort of slow getting established and
Yeah.
started, right, in finding veterans who needed benefits. So I think the
So it just
25 is a
started-
low number.
Yeah,
It just
it was
started.
0 in 23, 96 in 24.
I think the question is,
0 in 25 again.
what's
Yeah.
the run rate now in 26
Just
in
to
terms
0
of?
to 15K is like,
It's
Well,
like
but-
yeah.
Or is that just like a lump sum that we put aside?
No, I think it's what it is, because kind of what,
Yeah.
you got the veteran services himself.
Right.
But then you've got the people he's able to find who
Right.
use benefit. And it started off really slow, so that it could be just 1 year, that's how much the increase is, because he found that many people who needed the services in that year.
So was it, can you go back?
Yeah, it went from 0 in fiscal year '23 up to 96, back down to 0.
$96?
$96.
$96?
Yeah.
So,
Back down to 0, back
So-
up to 7,500, now it's at 1,500.
so there is some history there.
Yeah.
Our previous agent was maybe not tapping all of the resources from the state.
Yeah.
And so we contracted with Acton in '23, right?
Yeah.
After you came,
Yeah, it was after I came.
right?
That was the first year of the IME, I believe.
Right. So I'm not sure how accurate the old numbers are. Or even if they're accurate, the old numbers, I'm not sure how accurate that shows the need is. Does that make, is
Yeah.
that appropriate to
So-
say?
So
Yeah,
the
so it-
15,000 estimate is based on our projection of
Of the increased recent need in this year, yeah. So when
It's like
someone
a
comes
dollar
into the veterans agent for, they may come in for any number of reasons.
Yeah.
And he will assess to find out what is their need. Is it a health-related need? Is it a financial need? And so on and so forth. If it's a health-related need that can be connected to this service while they were serving, then maybe he can connect their benefits to the VA at no cost to the state or town, and then it goes through the federal government. If someone has a financial need, but they don't have a medical or injury sort of a need connected to their service, but they still are eligible because they serve, then that's where this benefit would kick in. It's a financial need, and that is split. The state covers 75% of that, and the town covers 25%. So the town pays out the 100%, but they gets reimbursed 75% of it. So this 15,000 is based on an increase in the financial need that he's had demonstrated within the last 6 months of this year that he projects going into next year.
Yeah, and that checks out. Is there like a stipend, well, considering the current economy, but like, does that a stipend per person? Like, how do?
It's per person, but it's not a set stipend. It depends on how much their financial need is. It's,
We get like a percentage or something?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Is there like a lag on the data though? Because it's just, like, it totally makes sense, the purpose of it, but fiscal year '25, we budgeted 15,000, used 0. Then this fiscal year, we budgeted half of that, haven't used any yet. And now we're back up to the 15,000.
I know.
I
think
don't
we're-
know
I
why
think
it's
we're
not showing history.
asking for some type of correlation to
Yeah.
need
Yep.
and visits.
Yeah.
Well, I
Is
think
this actually being serviced?
So can't.
No,
can't
I
we
think
get
the other
that
thing,
from
hold on, I think the other thing too is how much, to your comment, we pay it out, but then we get reimbursed. We'll have.
It doesn't matter, it should still show on here. Because
Not the
again,
reimbursement.
We pay
the
percentage.
reimbursement will go into the general fund. The expenditure comes out of here. We can't expend it, right, unless it's on a budget. We need a budget expenditure, which is why we were sitting here today, to send any money out. And it gets reimbursed. It's like anything else that gets reimbursed. It goes into the general fund, right? And that's part of that cherry sheet, yada, yada, yada. And it's based, so maybe we could just get the veteran agent to give us a update
How
and
much-
a report.
How much went out, and how much came in?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually really no actuals, and maybe that's just a reporting of it coming back in. Like the actuals for 2024 was at that $96, and then for the other 3 years we have data here, it just shows our budgeted amount with 0 used. So I wonder if just maybe we're not getting the data back into ClearGov.
For whatever reason, and that we need to find out too.
Could be.
Yeah.
Because it
I'll
seems
find out
to be
that.
there's something driving that change.
I do think 24 and 25, we should be closer, especially 25, real numbers, and 26 so far. Before that, it was all a little bit new and sketchy and stuff, so.
Hunghwa, can you see how much has been paid in FY '26 for veterans benefits, line item 5770?
2,500 right now.
So 2,500 has been paid out in FY '26.
Because we're getting there then.
Yeah, I was talking to Jim about that line item, and he had let me look. I think the last time we paid like over 5 or 6 years ago under that line. We haven't had anybody since just this year that came back up. So he's expecting more for that veteran benefits upcoming year.
sorry. Yeah. So is there a salary component to this that we're missing, or is that?
There isn't, so it's,
Just comp, sorry.
yeah, just the
You can just look at
contract
that, that's
service
fine.
with Acton, yeah.
Okay.
And that may go up though, because we're at the end of the contract, so it looks like it's level
Oh,
funded,
it's the
but it might go
contract
up.
service, I get it,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't see that.
Right, so for the drivers for this, the biggest one is the BEAT program, which is the increase of the 20,000. The revolving fund usage for RecCom, and then increase to the veterans benefits. Those are for human services, the main drivers. And that's all I have.
And we're gonna look at that veterans thing and see if it's really 15,000, so that could be possibly a decrease as well. Well, if it makes sense, it needs to make sense. If he can come up with numbers that verify it, then
Correct,
we keep
no,
it.
yeah.
Is that the end of your slides? We don't have slides, I don't think, for library, but, yeah, I can talk to the only increases there. They were pretty flat, other than the COLAs and contractual increase. Were they 610?
Yeah, and usually the library comes in and talks to us.
Yep.
Yeah, up on the list.
And Pajone was planning on coming today, but I think she had to get her son to school or something. I said, don't worry about it, we got it covered. So for library, 4% increase for the director's salary, just over 5% increase in salaries for the rest of staff. Software has gone down based on need. Supplies, 2%. The biggest increase is, and it's a small dollar increase, $800, but 48% increase in library building and ground supplies. I know they have had
That's for the battery for the AED.
AED, yeah.
And it's once every 3 years.
Yeah.
For the AED,
And
that
library materials, 3.35%
battery for it.
increase. And library expenses, assorted things going up between the copier, travel, postage, those sort of things.
Mike, do we lease all the copiers in town?
Yeah, we do.
We do. Well, the big copiers.
Yeah.
Speaking of the ADA, we'll need one for FY '26, because we paid it last year, so we might, and it's about 800, did you say?
The battery.
Just the battery.
Is 800.
$5,000.
Oh,
We'll have the fire
$800
chief look
for
at that
battery.
because he's got a warrant article. Yeah, we'll have the fire chief look at that because he's got a warrant article to look at AEDs
Everything.
all around town for vehicles and buildings.
And playing fields. We should
And
be looking-
playing-
We should be looking
He
down
has
at
that on
playing
his,
fields.
yeah, he has that on his list
Okay,
as well.
okay.
Yep. So that's it for library, otherwise they're expensive. Oh, dues and memberships, flat, programs, flat. I think that's it.
Okay.
Okay. It says town clerk, but we already did the town clerk.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a part of
That was
administration.
Yep.
Right.
And human services done too?
No, we did that.
Yep,
That
I'll
was
sit with
council on
that.
aging.
I don't know if there's any other budget stuff, but I did want to give the select board an opportunity to talk about the annual town meeting, if they're ready, when they're ready. And may not be today, but I put it on the agenda just in case they wanted to talk about where and when for the annual town meeting.
I'm fine talking about it. I mean, if we don't have an override, we probably aren't gonna have the projected number of people that we thought. So I think the real thing is coordinating with Mike and finding out when exactly Blanchard is open and available, understanding that he's already scheduled some things into the typical town meeting slot.
Right. Yeah, the two of the days that we would have our regular annually scheduled ATM, there's a school concert and a choir that we're scheduling, so we'll have to work with the principal.
Well, we had already moved the dates, so I don't think we have to adhere to our traditional dates. I think it's just, when do you have a Monday, Wednesday,
Right.
Thursday available, or whatever
Yeah.
we do, Monday, Tuesday,
Yeah.
Thursday. Yeah,
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
whatever it is,
We
yeah.
don't skip Wednesday anymore. We do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Okay.
Right.
And hopefully not Thursday.
And-
Yeah, I don't see why.
And it would be best if we can schedule, whatever we schedule, if we can get it right in a row, like not do a Monday, Thursday, because then it ties up the gym, and if they get a weather day,
Right.
it kind of,
Yeah.
we don't want to do that to the.
They can play musical chairs.
I think it might be a matter of balancing. If there's a reason not to go to Regency, it may be worth looking at going back to the regular second Monday, because that's what everybody is used to.
I don't think it matters, Cal.
Well,
I think
if
that
we
we've
could do
already
that, but
thrown
you're
those
saying
dates
their
out.
schedules on that day.
Right.
They
Yeah,
have
they've already got
something
something scheduled.
So, well, I mean, whatever. I mean, if we could go back, that'd be great, but if you can't, then you can't. It doesn't matter because we've already said.
Yeah. I mean, people will go when we tell them it's happening. I don't think I think the average person doesn't say, oh, it's always the second month. Nobody knows that.
I don't know.
I don't
Owen
know.
Neville,
I think the
Owen Neville
hardcore
said
company
he's
people
There
know
are,
that.
there are,
plans on that
okay,
date.
let's go with, there is a minority.
When we went to
But
the Wednesday
yeah.
night, there was chaos in
There's-
town because
there's
we
a
all,
minority.
like, bought tickets for events for that night. kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Kirsten, this is Boston, you don't.
I know, we
change.
don't like
don't
change,
change,
but
man.
but I just think, I don't want to ask the school to reschedule their concerts for us. We can do the week after, it's fine. I don't think it's a big deal.
So it sounds like you're leaning towards going to the Blanchard?
Yeah.
So May the 18th then?
Yeah, we
we'll
don't
see
have-
what date we can
We'll
do
reach
it.
out
There's
to.
more
Yeah.
money saved in the budget.
Well, you go, $6,000.
So we'll reach out to Blanchard administration this coming week and see if we can work out dates and then get back.
And if Owen yells at you, you tell him to call me and yell at me.
And then we'll keep election for the following Tuesday in June. I think.
That's all, we've already finalized the election dates, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So can I ask a question, since we're actually talking about this, this brings me back to the budget. What do we have scheduled for town meetings for next year? Do we have 2 town meetings scheduled, annual and fall and annual? Is that in the budget? It must be, because it's always
I was
built
gonna say, do we
into the
need
budget.
another one? Oh lordy.
Yes.
We have stupid bylaw that we changed.
Then we
We
should,
have to
yeah.
schedule for 2. And.
We did, we put legal and advertising and postage in for 3 town meetings.
3 town meetings.
A fall, a special, and an annual.
Scheduled where? Blanchard or at the Regency?
Blanchard.
Okay,
So
so
we
I
did
think-
not schedule for Regency, that's not budgeted in here.
Because I mean, unless we find a way to do it without using their audio, and I would really like, maybe if it's enough in advance, we can use BXB-TV if they're cheaper, right? Because in the past, they've been cheaper to use for AV equipment. Kirby used to get it for a reasonable price, that they would be able to do the AV. Certainly not this number that we got last time.
Yep, so I do have a cost breakdown here that Kelly had put together, in talking with the Regency and talking with BXB-TV, and all that. So, catch me if I go awry here, but it's, actually, let's see here. For Regency, we were getting the parade room for $800 a night, which is their cost, to pay their staff to set up, break down, all that stuff. And then, the AV was $1,390.
I thought it was
Help.
$1,097.
Want to help me out with this?
So the AV that's on the dollar amount would be just for 2 screens and 2 projectors for the Regency.
Yep.
We can supply the microphones through BXB-TV, which that was a misunderstanding. I didn't realize that they had that many, and it was days before, so we just went with the microphones. And it was only a difference of $300. Do you want me to come over there, right? Do you want, let me see if I can.
So I guess I want to understand
I'll
why
come
this
over.
meeting, this past meeting cost us so much money.
Because
Where
we
do we
got
get-
additional meeting rooms. We didn't, we weren't really processing the cost, but like, we wanted private meeting rooms so that, and we had to reserve them from each night. And that's where the extra money came from, is really the.
Was it the rooms or was it the
It was-
AV?
No, we spent another $1,500, I think, on private meeting rooms, because we got one for the fire station building committee, one for the select board, and
Babysitting
Yeah, and babysitting, that's it. I was like, I know there was another one.
So we
Yeah.
had, we had 4 committees that asked for 2 nights of meeting rooms.
Yeah.
And then we also had the babysitting room.
Yeah.
And then we also had the cost of a TV for the babysitting room.
Yeah, we could be in the
for 2
babysitting
nights.
room.
And then,
Yeah.
and then the difference, and then there was some difference in the AV. I'll bring this over there, Kelly.
But I do think if we're thinking we're gonna
Yeah,
have an
you are.
override next year, we should have money for the Regency.
Well, so that's the question is,
Yeah.
what kind of money do we need for the Regency, and should it be just for the override? Well, we know we're gonna have a fire station, we've got 3 meetings planned.
Yeah.
And we know the fire station's coming up separate from the override annual. So we just need to get some kind of numbers, real numbers
Okay,
around what this
here's
costs.
the numbers up on the screen.
So, per night for the AV, if you go for the Regency, it's the bare minimum. It would be two screens and 2 projectors and a couple cabling. The parade room is $800, but there is a $500 administration fee. So per night at the Regency would be just under 2,200.
But wait.
But you've got night 1 is actually 2,600. The
Yeah.
first night's got the $500.
Yeah.
So that's, okay. So that's where we came in so much money. So if we do a 3-night town meeting, it's $7,000 to go to the Regency.
Right, pretty much.
We can't, that would be $14,000 if we wanted to do 2 meetings at the Regency this year. When we would, maybe the fire station, we would need only 1
I was
night.
just gonna say, fire station's
Okay.
1 night, because you've gotta resolve it.
Okay,
It's on the table,
right,
you
okay.
don't leave till it's resolved.
Yeah.
So that's 1 night. And
So
then,
that's 2,600.
and then it's just, let's assume that at town meeting, the override would be, the budget would be 1 night, and everything else would be
So
1
we
or
would
2.
do 1 night at the Regency
You
and 2
can't do
nights
that.
at Blanchard?
No. What I'm saying is, in terms of budgeting, for the fire station, it's gonna be the 2,690, because as long as the select board doesn't
Yep.
pile a ton more stuff onto the warrant,
Yep.
it's a one article event, right?
You know, cha-ching.
Right, but that could be motivation to say, do we really need to talk about this
Yep.
now? And then for a town meeting, an annual, with an override, I think you plan for 3.
So you're talking about
$10,000.
Right,
Yeah.
Plus-
But I'm gonna say,
That includes the equipment?
Yes.
that includes everything. And I'm gonna say, I still think having everybody in one room is so important,
If
so.
you wanted 1 screen and 1 projector, we could get that.
Can you talk to me about what projector? What are we talking about? So we have the 1 screen.
Oh, because we had it on both sides of the stage.
You have to have 2 projectors.
Yeah, remember I was on both sides of the stage?
Yeah, we don't really, well, that's for the audience, not
Yes,
for us,
yeah,
because we
right.
can't see it
No,
anyway.
Right, it's for the audience.
But yeah,
Because the room's
that's
so
the
big.
2 screens in the.
I think I'd have to really understand the benefit of 2 versus 1 if I were sitting in the audience.
Well, no, it is, because if you're sitting on that side, you can't
You
look
wouldn't be
all the
able to
way
see.
across. to
But the
the-
question is, do we need that?
Yeah.
Like, if
Yeah.
you're sitting
That's
in
what
the
he's saying.
audience, do you need a screen? It's not like we're like performing, it's not a concert. Like, we're sitting there,
We're talking
we're
about
elevated, we're chatting.
For the presentations.
I would argue fire station building would
So
want people to be able to see
one-
their PowerPoint.
But that was behind us. When we were sitting, I thought there was a screen on 2 sides for what, the microphones and who was speaking.
There is.
Then there was the presentation screen in the middle.
No,
there's
there
nothing in
was
the middle.
screens
No,
on
we were
each
just,
side.
I was just
Screen.
peering
There
at
was
There
somebody's
was one behind
laptop, for God's
FinCom,
sake.
and then
I
there
was-
was
Okay,
one behind
okay.
the Fire Station Building Committee.
No, there was nothing,
Okay.
it was just a laptop in the middle.
If I had to trade, Maria, I would give up clickers to have,
Is that what we're
Regency.
doing? We're horse trading here?
yes.
We've given up
If I
clickers.
had to
If
trade,
you give up clickers,
given up
I'll
I
give
don't
up
know. It
clickers
depends.
if
If
we
you
can have.
give up
if-
clickers
if
and you're
we
gonna screw
can
that
have-
up, no.
If we can have the Regency without a fuss, I will personally advocate to give up clickers.
I actually wanted you to answer a question.
Okay, so the question was, how much gear and equipment and personnel did BXB-TV bring versus what you paid for out of the
Yes.
Regency?
Yeah.
So BXB-TV brought 4 staff members with us, we brought all the cameras. We can bring microphones, but in order to make it worth the while for the Regency media person to do the 2 screens and the 2 projectors, wasn't enough money for him to come out. So we all agreed, oh, we'll have them do the microphones. And then he came out and did the 3 days or whatever it was.
And you don't have access to somebody that we could sub
No.
to come in and do the screens and the projectors.
Well, so the screens that we use for Littleton's town meeting, and that we've used in the past, were actually more expensive than what the Regency guy would do for just the screens.
It's like $20,000 rental.
Yeah.
2 screens.
Was it really?
For 2 screens. It's a lot.
Okay.
So you don't want to do that. And
No.
as far as we have one projector screen. We have the projector that we use at the Blanchard. If you thought that the room could do with only one screen for...
What's your professional advice?
The room's big and you need 2.
Okay, thank you. That's all we needed to hear.
All right, great. So clickers are off the table.
Okay. Well, it's not just one decision. You're going to have to get the other select board members to agree.
We're not going down this
We're not
rabbit
going
hole
down this
tonight. All right, so we really do need to add $10,000 to the budget for town meeting.
For 2 meetings.
For 2 meetings, because the one meeting, presumably, if we have a fall town meeting, that's already in there, and that'll be at Blanchard. That's right.
Yeah.
So is that not in the budget now then?
Yeah, it is not in the budget. So that's under budget
We
increases.
have it in the budget for the number of town meetings and the legal and the advertising and
So
postage,
it'll be
just not
some
for the
net
Regency
around that.
extra
So,
fee.
Right.
so ATM net of, it'll be some increase, around $10,000, a little less than that, because you can net out what you already have budgeted, right? Right, okay. I'm just gonna put $10,000. So
Add that to somebody else's budget, because I
Nope.
worked really hard to keep us under the policy limit.
I actually
love
was
it.
thinking, though, in all honesty, I was thinking that maybe we need to have a line item for town meeting, so we could really understand what that is, instead of burying legal notices and everything else. If we did that, then it's not in your budget, it's not in anyone's budget, and then when we start adding town meetings, we can say, there it is. If we're gonna have an extra town meeting
Wait.
at the Regency.
I agree, because I can't go to clerk oven type meeting and see
What?
anything.
Yes.
We have a budget. So it's, you gotta just know.
We have a
what's
budget. Yeah, you can put it in
going
select board's budget.
We could probably put all the town meeting stuff right in the select.
Yeah,
board
put it-
budget.
That's fine.
At
I
least
think
for this
yeah.
year, you
Yeah.
could start by just putting this 10,000 in select board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know where it's there for the Regency,
I agree.
and then in future years, if we wanted to migrate, although it's
Everything.
probably easier to keep legal and postage rather than
Maybe,
parsing
but at
some
least make a
legal.
note to it. Somehow we
Yeah.
need to be able to say, this is what it costs. We know there's a $3,000 cost even to do it at Blanchard. This is what it costs to do a meeting, between
Yeah.
legal and
Yeah.
postings and everything else.
We know what it costs, aside from the Regency, we know what it costs for each of the town meetings.
Mm-hmm.
We just have it parsed into different budgets, because we've got postage, we've got advertising, and we've got
Just put it on
legal.
the select board.
Oh,
Yeah,
Blanchard's
I
not
agree.
getting bigger, and
Because that was
town
my
is.
question.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Yeah,
it's
just
probably
put
gonna
it-
need to do it more.
Right.
over
Just
time.
put
It's
it on the
probably gonna
select
track
board,
that
because it's
number.
a select board decision. and-
The only thing I wouldn't put on the select board is legal, because we really want to keep that in the legal budget, yeah?
No, the
You want that
legal,
too?
the legal is for the annual meeting. The legal is for the, if you can make the same argument
okay,
for
okay.
postage, you can make the same argument for
Okay.
postage.
Would the Regency, if you're projecting instead of putting it in your budget, what about putting it in the warrant article? I don't know.
No, we're gonna have, no, because you gotta put it in the budget. If it's gonna be, if we think it might be a yearly
Yeah.
But
thing,
would Regency be yearly?
but that can change. Year to year, that budget number could change. Right, so when we're here, sitting here on a Saturday, and next year we say, well, we don't have an override and we don't need a fire station, so we're only gonna have 2 and they're gonna be at Blanchard, then that number becomes
$3,000 instead of 10.
$3,000 instead of
Right,
10
right,
grand.
right, right.
Does that make sense? So it's just clearer for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I've added it to our increase list.
On the same.
Under select board. No, actually, I was thinking that the FinCom should cut their budget by $500, but we can have that conversation on Tuesday. Because we increased our budget and we haven't used it for conferences. So we have memberships and we're asking everyone else to cut a budget. We haven't used our $500 conference budget in 2 years.
Well, I went to a conference.
Did it cost
Did you forget to
$500?
expense
I
it?
don't know what it costs.
Huh?
It costs a few $100s, I think. Yeah, that MMA thing I went to.
I thought it was like $100.
Maybe it was, okay.
Yeah, so anyway, we can look at it.
Mark, can you add
I'm-
$10,000 to the select board budget?
I'm putting that under cut, and then we can
Yeah, I will.
negotiate where we're cutting on that.
Wow.
Your budget just went up by about 15,000%.
You get to explain that on town floor.
Explain that next year.
SB for the win.
And we don't have to hear anything else about clickers.
Fine.
Bing.
Wait, no.
I just want to know, like, what are the total increases for looking at?
So what I have written down for possible increases is 2 to 3% on the vehicle maintenance for fire.
Yeah.
The assessor, we gotta look at that property card. I had no idea what number that would possibly be. The Board of Health, I put a 5% increase on the mosquito control. So I think that's a
That's fair.
good number. Veterans contract, I just have a percentage sign, but then I have a decrease potentially on the 15,000, so that might net out somewhere.
Yep.
ATM just went up 10 grand. But the decreases is.
Oh, wait, did that go up?
net.
Did that go up?
Net, it's about net 10, we think.
I thought we had it in
it should be.
the, I thought we had it in the budget somewhere.
Yeah, it should be net of what he's
Right,
already.
so I put 10.
It's 10,000 just to add the Regency.
So right now,
On top
we're
of going to Blanchard? Like, how much, if we just did them both at Blanchard, how much is that?
like 3,000 a meeting,
I thought it was 3,300 or some other stuff.
something like that,
Something
3
like that.
grand.
And that's
So is
in the
that only
budget
plus
already.
4?
So it's 10 grand is just the Regency, but the stuff
On
that
top
we
of
we
the
don't rent,
30
we don't rent anything at the Blanchard, right? So the only thing we
Got
pay
it.
for there is all the notices and the printing and all of that.
Got it.
So I put
10K.
10K. Events decreased by $1,000. Treasurer, I don't know why I have potential decrease 1,500. Maybe that was consulting?
Consulting, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I would have to go back and look.
We're gonna look at the $10,000 tax title.
And training, actually. we
Oh,
looked at-
training, that's
yeah,
what that
yeah.
was, training. But we gotta make sure that that's legitimate.
Yeah.
I've got community service coordinator training, a possible decrease there. RecCom, we need to look at their overall budget, because we're not sure where we're gonna land on that. FinCom, potentially $350 to $500 cut. That's what I got for cuts.
Veterans agent, we said we
Maria,
want to look at
did
more.
you
Veterans
like
agent.
for account,
Yeah, and I have that one.
accountant?
No, she mentioned that
that
one.
one, like where we had the
Consulting
other-
fees.
consulting?
Accountant consulting and assessor consulting were both.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, that's both of those, we're looking at those, but we don't
Okay.
have dollar
We don't have
amounts
numbers.
attached to it. So,
So
where we can.
we also want to look at DPW tipping fees and hazardous waste.
I have that as, but I didn't know.
We need to have them back, I think, to do
Right,
the detail.
yes, these are decreases, increases, that's having them back to look at their budgets.
Yeah.
And the police,
Wasn't there a police under budget?
there was a police concern about,
What about coverage, overnight
About
coverage?
filling
overnight coverage
overtime.
and getting that
Yeah.
information, and do we
Yeah.
need to increase that?
Yeah.
Because,
Wasn't
and how
it
that is
budgeted
done.
though? It was just not staffed?
He said it was budgeted, but we'd like
But
to
not staffed.
better understand that and
We'd
see
like to see it better staffed if we can.
Because, I mean, the goal is 100% staffing, but at least, let's see.
The accountant, training and training / consultancy, I think is the question.
On the account,
That's
yep.
the one Priya was
Yeah.
just asking about.
Yeah.
I think that's everything.
So we can review this at FinCom next week and figure out who we need to have back in for
And
further
some of the
conversations.
stuff,
Community service conference training was another one.
yeah, I had that
Yeah,
one,
she said
I have
that.
that one. And the whole RecCom budget, to better understand
Yeah.
the $4,000 in
And the
expenses,
and the
that's a
and the
potential-
pickleball.
Yeah, the pickleball and all
Yeah.
that, right, because that could be potentially a cut.
Yeah.
But I think we discussed it, the what, veterans, I have that, yeah, written down with the potential increase.
Well, the veterans, you don't know what it is.
Yeah, we want the numbers.
Yeah,
Right,
you don't
right,
know
right.
what
I have
it
an
is.
increased decrease. We don't have any idea where that veterans lands. But we should do the departments after budget Saturday, after capital Saturday. Because then we can just answer all the questions at once. Because otherwise, we don't have them second time. Right, okay.
Oh, no, it
Okay.
looks
Or then Capital Saturday takes.
Are we all done?
Kristen, is that everything?
That's everything, yes.
Okay, I will bring the finance committee meeting, well, should I take a motion, I suppose, to
So
adjourn?
moved.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay, all in favour in the finance committee?
Aye.
All right, move to adjourn.
Second?
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did everybody sign Priya's papers?